262. Asserted that the lecture was no lecture at all, that there was nothing to which to respond, and that there would be no discussion. But the next Zionist speaker, Oberson, stepped forward and saved the situation. He proceeded to sermonize. His speech, full of the most incredible and fantastic things, did have some content nevertheless, and offered substance for discussion. The debate was joined. We went at each other for 3 evenings in a row. It was extremely turbulent. Weizmann's partisans, in the main young Galicianer two future rabbis, behaved in a most disorderly manner. Unable to prevail amid the raging crowd, one chairman after another was compelled to relinquish his conduct of the meeting. I believe that the last chairman, the one who held on to his position to the end, was Onsky. The discussion's high point was reached on the 3rd evening, when 3 general spokesmen were selected for each side. Of all the Zionist speakers, the German, Fewell, had the greatest impact. He was a poet, and found recourse to poetic allusions. Pale, with shining dark eyes, he concluded his address and collapsed in a faint. It left some of the girls deeply shaken. As usual, however, both sides won, each side carried the day with its own people. The majority of the colony, of course, was on our side. I vividly recall the words with which Weizmann concluded his final speech. For the present, he said, we are engaged in a struggle with each other here, in Switzerland, far from our actual arena, from the Jewish masses. But the time will come and we will meet there, in distant Russia, and then we shall truly engage each other in a struggle, in head-on confrontation. And history will render its verdict upon us. To this day, Weizmann has not fulfilled his pledge. Instead of going to Russia, he went to England, where he became first, a good chemist, and then an interceder with British Prime Minister David Lloyd George and Foreign Secretary Arthur Balfour. Aside from large public discussions with the Zionists and the SRS, we had small, closed discussion circles for our own people. Among the many and varied subjects deliberated upon, the national question occupied a place of honor. I personally had already begun to develop 2 Jews from Galicia, in Austrian Poland. 263. A burning interest in the national question during the preceding year. The initial impulse had been given by the resolution of the 4th Congress of the Bund, the resolution which formulated the program of national cultural autonomy. Still, it constituted little more than a projection, it was hardly a clear and definitive answer. Indeed, the ones who had drafted the resolution itself were still groping in the dark. The formulation left much to be desired, the theoretical justification had not yet been adequately elaborated. The only pamphlet on the subject had been issued at the time by the Central Committee of the Bund. Written by Vladimir Kosovsky, it bore a polemical character and hardly exhausted the subject. The socialist literature of other countries was, with rare exceptions, completely silent on the national question. The great fundamental works by Karl Renner and Otto Bauer appeared only later. I felt a pressing need to arrive at a firm viewpoint, a genuine socialist perspective on this major and intricate problem. I had come from Russia without any clear insight into the subject, carrying with me only a variety of feelings that still required, on my part, purifying and distilling and submission to the stringent test of scientific Marxist thought. As far back as my student years in Kiev, I had retained a sharply negative attitude toward nationalistic aspirations and appetites. I passionately hated the very word nationalist. On the other side, the assimilationist school of thought, especially in the form in which it exulted in the columns of Iskra, had aroused profound distaste in me. Besides all this, I had imbibed, in the drab little Jewish streets of Minsk, a warm feeling for Jewishness, but in the maturing of a deeper awareness, the foregoing represented as yet only raw material. With respect to the struggle being waged in the Jewish bourgeois press between nationalism and assimilation, I believed both sides were wrong, that both were wanting from a socialist standpoint. Socialism had to rise above both positions. Socialist thought had to employ other concepts altogether, it had to utilize a wholly different yardstick in measuring phenomena. I used to become angry listening to the argument of nationalists, whoever is not with us is an assimilationist, and to the argument of the assimilationists, whoever is not with us is a nationalist. There must be, I thought, still a third? 264. Ground, not simply a kind of middle ground between the two, involving a bit of sampling from the one and a bit from the other. There must be, indeed, a fully independent third area, above the other two, clearly situated on a different level of social thought and feeling. And that third position began to take shape in my mind at this time. But I was still completely unable to formulate it clearly and distinctly on paper. All this related to the general theoretical approach to the national question. Simultaneously, I expended great effort in pondering the concrete political demands of the national program. This program, which had been thrown together in somewhat ambiguous form in the resolution of the Fourth Congress of the Bund, had begun to acquire progressively clearer and more finished contours in my mind, and in the discussions we conducted in our small circles I would constantly defend and delineate this program. It turned out to be necessary to defend it not only against outside people, for even in our own ranks there was not yet a sufficiently firm and clear understanding among everyone. It was a case of having taken only the initial steps, and there was still plenty of faltering. 48. The Kishinev pogrom and its aftermath. Bern had become my second home for a brief period. Not the real thing, of course, merely an ersatz home. Yet there was something about it that had at least the semblance of a home. This, however, did not last long, scarcely a year and a half. And then I took up my walking stick again. Indeed, it was during my very last months in Bern that the city became especially dear to me, not because of the city per se, but because precisely at that place and time a floral wreath of loveliness and suffering, of longing and joy, had become entwined about my life. A deep affection is engendered lore a city where one has experienced the sublime and the beautiful. It was just then, as a matter of fact, that I remarked to a close friend that the entire content of my life consisted of activity in society, the romance of certain intimate personal experiences being only a frame embracing that content, embracing and illuminating it with its rays. The frame had then made its appearance. I cannot, nor do I wish to, write about these private matters. They are too personal, hence my reluctance, and I cannot, for to do so would require the talent of an artist. Were I an artist, I could fashion a novel of it, but I am no artist, and instead of writing the novel, I lived it. Bern is where it began, and Bern has remained precious. In addition, there were friends, more precisely, female friends. 265. 266. And a great beauty reposed in that friendship, the beauty of life as such and the beauty of art. We were greatly preoccupied with modern literature, primarily German works. My friends were also very musical and assisted me in uncovering the treasures of music. This, too, is perhaps only a frame for an activist in society, but it is tremendously important nonetheless. And when, for instance, I heard Beethoven's Ninth Symphony for the first time, and certain operas of Wagner, they took their place among the great events of my life. Spring of 1903 arrived and I left for Clarens once again. I spent 6 weeks there, 6 weeks filled with beauty. But I did not go back to Bern. In setting out for Clarens I had no intention of leaving Bern entirely. The decision to do so came only later. Why? Did I not love Bern? Yes, but I had the feeling that one was growing stagnant in the small town atmosphere of the colony, that I was headed nowhere, and I had no desire to remain fixed in one spot. I have never cherished any ambitions, aside from those, perhaps, of my childhood years, and never thought of a career, even in its most noble sense, in the political party sphere. But for all my modesty, I still felt it would be a shame to retain permanently the role of a sort of colony busybody. In my more daring dreams I had even set my goal on becoming a writer someday. In any event, I felt there was still a great deal of learning to do, and a need for a great deal of self-development to which the atmosphere in Bern was not conducive. I sensed that I was literally going to seek J, and I was overcome by real fear. It was then I said to myself, try something else, try a change of locale. I decided, accordingly, to go to Munich. Why, indeed, Munich? For no special reason. The city had been highly recommended, lots of culture, and quiet withal, a place where one could study, congenial, friendly, and liberal for an immigrant minus a legitimate passport. This was a major virtue. So I went there. Life in Munich proved to be quite pleasant. But my stay turned out to be anything but a long one, at most, perhaps a month and a half. News arrived of the Kishinev pogrom. The report of the Kishinev slaughter filled everyone with horror. 267. In trying to recapture those days, it is easy to see how tremendously callous and apathetic people have become since then. Nowadays, hundreds of thousands of Jewish lives are snuffed out in terrible pogroms, and nothing happens, the world remains calm and indifferent. But at that time people had not yet become accustomed to such things. The gruesome event literally shook the world. It was a terrible blow, and individuals with frail nerves became depressed. Many simply lost their heads and fell into a state of despair and helplessness. Many proceeded to re-examine their opinions and programs. For a segment of Zionist-inclined youth, it was the decisive factor in a spiritual crisis. Until that time the Zionist movement had been strictly loyal and apolitical. As recently as the previous year, one of the leaders of the Russian Zionists, the attorney Rosenbaum, had declared at the Zionist Congress in Minsk, "We are more than loyal with respect to the Russian Tsarist government." The pogrom, which had been carried out under the wings and with the assistance of Russian government agents, opened numerous eyes. It sparked a feeling of political protest within the left wing of Zionist youth. The radicalization of the left Zionists had begun. The Kishinev pogrom was the birthdate of socialist currents in Zionism. With respect also to other elements that had been comparatively indifferent to problems of Jewish life in those days, it was a thrust impelling them more closely toward Jewishness. Naturally, it had a tremendous impact as well within the ranks of the Bund, but for us it represented no turning point. Where we were concerned, the pogrom simply exposed the role of the Tsarist government before the broad masses, and thereby served to confirm once again the correctness of our revolutionary work. For us it meant that a new task had now been added to our previous ones, self-defense won. The slogan was issued and action taken to implement it. Moreover, to all of us this new task was clearly not something separate from our general revolutionary struggle, but, on the contrary, simply a new form of our previous activity that had to become linked inextricably to our political struggle. It involved, on the part of the Bund, no repudiation of any previous attitudes whatsoever. We held our ground firmly, and our role as initiator and leader of the self-defense strengthened the influence of our movement even more. The suggestion was made to me at the time to visit several colonies and deliver a lecture on the most recent events. I repaired to the large, attractive National Library at Munich where, for several weeks, I studied all the literature I could find on anti-Semitism. The first part of my lecture dealt with the general causes of anti-Semitism, the second part was devoted to the special conditions in Russia. At the close I spoke of the tasks and shortcomings of the Russian socialists. I gave this lecture first in Munich, then in Karlsruhe, Heidelberg, and Berlin. I had an interesting encounter in Karlsruhe. Arriving there in the morning, I was met at the station by my comrades. They told me of their plan to hold a small discussion prior to my large public lecture in the evening. The discussion, open to members of the social democratic groups, would center upon the national question and would involve a political dialogue with the recently arrived, prominent young Iskrist. The man? Upon hearing his name I remembered. About a year and a half before, I had served as leader of a circle in Bern composed of young female students. One of them had told me about her brother, a very able young man and an exile in Siberia at the time. It was he who had just arrived from Siberia. The girl's name was Bronstein, at present the wife of Kamina, the prominent Russian communist. Her brother? The now famous Leon Trotsky. We set out for the encounter. Not far from the house in which the discussion debate was to be held, I observed a small group of persons on the opposite side of the street heading for the same place. "There he is," someone said to me. He was a tall, slim young man with long hair and wearing yellow shoes. The yellow shoes struck me as rather too conspicuous. In those days such shoes were simply not worn in our circles. He resembled his sister. True, her eyes were dark, his light gray, but both had something about their faces which made them look like birds of prey. It was more striking with him because of his distinctive mouth, large, curved, mordant. It was a terrible mouth. The exchange lasted several hours. One of my comrades from Karlsruhe launched it with an enunciation of the national program of 269. The Bund as adopted at the Fourth Congress in 1901. Then Trotsky offered a detailed critique, to which I gave the response. I can no longer remember the details of the debate, but I do recall that it was conducted vehemently and that both sides, as usual, left feeling satisfied with themselves. I must confess that I developed a dislike for the fellow at that time, and I have reason to believe the feeling was mutual. It was not until evening, however, that interest really mounted and certain characteristics became apparent. Upon the completion of my lecture, a few Zionists took the floor, as did several unaffiliated youths with erratic ideas. Trotsky spoke next. He responded to the Zionists wittily and well. But then he turned on me, taking umbrage because I had dared to direct some caustic remarks at the Russian Social Democrats. I had accused them of having consistently neglected the important task of fighting anti-Semitism, and I made no secret of the fact that I considered this a grave misfortune and a serious shortcoming which must be avoided in the future. Trotsky took up the cudgels for the Russian socialists. First, he said, it wasn't true, they had fought anti-Semitism. For instance, in his hometown Nikolov a leaflet had even been issued about it years before. And second, it was not necessary to fight anti-Semitism in particular. Anti-Semitism was, after all, nothing more than a consequence of the universal lack of consciousness among the broad masses. Hence the need to bring them to a state of general awareness, after which anti-Semitism would fade away willy-nilly. To make the Jews a special subject of discussion among the broad masses was superfluous. This justification was highly characteristic. On a subsequent occasion, when I met Trotsky in the company of another prominent activist, David Ryazanov, if I'm not mistaken, it became clear that his attempt to deny even to himself the truly severe guilt devolving upon the Russian socialists was nothing more than a rationalization on his part. 270. Trotsky was already known as a brilliant speaker, and a writer too. But the articles which he wrote for Iskra evoked very strong protests at the time. In those days sharp polemics were conducted by Iskra against the SRS in general, and against their practice of terror in particular. I suppose no one can really object to a sharp polemic, and Trotsky was, indeed, a sharp polemicist. But he went to extremes. During the preceding year, the young Sr. Stephen Balmyshev had assassinated Dmitry Sipiagin, the Russian Minister of the Interior. Iskra touched off a big feud over the person of the young martyr. It undertook to prove that Balmyshev had not been an SR at all, but really a social democrat. The claim was false, but the Iskrists continued stubbornly to press their view. Balmyshev meanwhile received his sentence and was hanged. Still the polemic continued, with both sides in effect wrangling over a corpse, each pulling him toward itself. It was disgusting, and this was not the only ugly thing about it. The whole polemic had left a bitter aftertaste. The author of those articles in Iskra was Trotsky. The literary incident in question was only an individual case, only one example. Yet the example was characteristic of Trotsky's whole personality then. He was possessed of an acerbic tongue, a tongue whose influence upon him exceeded that of his reason. He was certainly no fool, quite the contrary, he was even then a person of impressive intelligence. But more potent than his reason was his youthful, unrestrained impulsiveness and, above all, his tongue. I remember a Russian proverb about a man who was merciless even toward his own father for the sake of a bon mot. This was applicable to Trotsky, but with a slight difference. What was important to him was not just the word, but the barbed word. He was something of a babbler. It was already apparent at that time that the man had extraordinary abilities. He could write brilliantly and speak even better. But he failed to convey the impression of a person upon whom someone could rely. His tongue occupied too prominent a place for that. He changed greatly in later years, becoming more mature, solid, and serious, but the acid tongue remained. 49. The Fifth Congress of the Bund. I was on the move, traveling from Karlsruhe to Heidelberg, from Heidelberg to Berlin, speaking at meetings, taking in discussions. I had intended to return to Munich from Berlin, but just then I received a letter from the Central Bureau of the Bund groups directing me to go to Geneva. The Fifth Congress of the Bund was scheduled to take place in the near future. The Foreign Committee had accordingly arranged for a consultation in Geneva involving the more prominent comrades outside Russia, for the purpose of considering certain questions and preparing materials for the Congress. I was asked to arrive at a designated time and left for Geneva. About 10 comrades gathered at the Geneva consultation, members of the Foreign Committee and a number of other recognized activists who had arrived from Russia not long before. The Foreign Committee was represented by 3 members, John Mill, Timofey, one of our oldest activists, and Alexander. It was my first encounter with Alexander, although I had been hearing about him for a long time. He was the central figure of our movement up until the sweeping arrest of the Bund leadership in 1898, a pioneer, a leader, and a tone-setter. Here, on the purely personal level, was a unique and interesting human being. Kremer was a living legend, the subject, in his own time, of a mass of anecdotes. Short of stature and rotund, he had 272, 273. Small intelligent eyes, a thick mustache, a close-cropped beard, and an eternal cigarette in his mouth. He was not very striking on the surface, but concealed beneath the plain exterior lay an extraordinarily acute intellect whose principal quality was its critical, ironic nature. Among his greater satisfactions was the exposure of error, questionable proof, of false evidence. He would dismiss such proof or evidence with a brusque shrug and a wave of the hand, or dispose of them with a few pungent words. His tongue was like a needle, and his language could be salty indeed. He was not averse to an earthy Russian word. One might conclude from the foregoing that Kremer was vicious or malevolent. Quite the contrary, here was a soul of pure gold, a soft-hearted, amiable being. Then why the contrast? It was only the hide that was tough. There are occasions when marked toughness and coarseness represent the surface expressions of an underlying geniality and modesty. Actually, this somewhat older, seemingly gruff individual, was in fact rather shy. For instance, he feared public appearances, having convinced himself that he was no orator. Nothing could drag him onto a platform. I recall an episode that occurred somewhat later, in 1906, in Vilna. One was present at a session of the Central Committee when, among other things, a decision was adopted to delegate someone to offer greetings in the name of the Bund to a Congress of the railroad employees. Alexander was proposed. "Are you mad?" he exploded. "Should go? I should speak. Preposterous." But as things turned out, no one else could make the trip, and the Central Committee moved. Alexander is authorized to go. He leapt up in a rage and stormed out of the room, slamming the door so hard that the walls shook. But he went. From a directive of the Central Committee there is no appeal. He returned a few days later. "Well?" we asked. "To hell with you," he replied in his customary manner. No sooner had I entered the hall, when I was dragged to the platform and told to speak. About what? About anything you please, but speak. And wouldn't you know it, I did speak, and it wasn't bad at all. The man was then about 40 years old. 274. I once heard the story of how Alexander had gotten into a fight with Plekhanov. It was still back in the 90s. Plekhanov was in Zurich, and Alexander came from Russia to parley with him about a party matter. They met in a wooded place somewhere on the outskirts of the city. Plekhanov was accompanied by Axelrod and Verazay Sulich. It should be kept in mind that Plekhanov loved the forms of respect and was accustomed to being addressed with considerable deference, whereas, as far as Alexander and respect were concerned, the two were quite far apart. Thus, an argument erupted. Plekhanov grew indignant, and, alluding to a certain subject, declared, "But I said to you it must be so." To which Alexander responded with one of his ironic gestures, and smiling sardonically, quipped, "Listen everybody. He has said." Plekhanov wheeled about and, without another word, stalked off in the company of his comrades, leaving Alexander alone in the woods. They never spoke to one another after that. Alexander Kremer was a person with unusually funny inspirations. In 1902, when he was already living abroad, he slipped back into Russia illegally on the way to Bialystok, to attend a small conference with a few Russian comrades. All the participants were arrested right after the conference except Alexander, who managed to get away. He was already at the railroad terminal, prepared to depart, when he suddenly observed that he was being followed by spies. His arrest seemed imminent. Still they wavered a bit, apparently not absolutely certain that he was really the culprit. Thinking fast, Alexander walked up to the gendarme patrolling the platform, adopted the pose of an ordinary Jew, and proceeded to explain that he had lost his ticket and was without money for another one, and wouldn't the gendarme permit him to travel free? Observing him in conversation with the gendarme, the spies concluded that this could hardly be the one they were looking for, and they left him alone. Alexander departed without further incident. He had been staying in London during the years immediately prior to the consultation. It was really because of him that the Foreign Committee of the Bund had to be transferred there, a move that grew out of an incident in 1901. A Russian demonstration had taken place in Geneva, coinciding with the large student disorders of 275. That year, a crowd marched on the Russian consulate and ripped the Russian imperial eagle from the building. A number of demonstrators were arrested and expelled from Switzerland, Alexander among them. Since he had to go to London, the Foreign Committee relocated along with him. Among the other activists present at the consultation in Geneva were my two old friends from Minsk, Boris Frumkin and Zhenya Hervik. Two persons were also there from Vilno, Yuli Lenský, today a communist and, from what I am told, an aide to the chairman of the Chereveshika and Maximizver. In addition, two comrades were there whose names became widely known in later years, Mark Liber and Raphael Abramovich. I had become acquainted with Liber, already an important leader, a few months before, upon his arrival from Russia. Although not yet a member of the Central Committee since he was considered too young and impulsive, he was nevertheless a professional activist. During his earlier years, Liber had also spent some time in the Swiss colonies, where he was known by the name Isakov. Inside Russia he went by the name Osher at this time. He was only 23, but he seemed much older. He was exceptionally pale, with a jaundice-like cast to his skin, a black beard, and fiery dark eyes. Although thin and sickly, and tremendously nervous, Liber was possessed of an intense spirit characterized by inordinate energy and dedication. A typical revolutionist, he was a brilliant speaker, and our highest hopes were riding on him. Whatever one may say of him, Liber never became someone who runs with the crowd. After the February Revolution of 1917 he moved to the very fore, occupying a place among the major political figures. Subsequently his emotions carried him way off course. His name became an object of derision in Bolshevik circles. I have, unfortunately, no reliable reports as to how far he shifted to the right. I gather that much of what the Bolsheviks say about him is false. Had he really been the kind of counter-revolutionist they charge him with being, he would not be moving around scot-free. Still, there is one thing to which I can attest, regardless of how far he may have strayed, if he did, his every action will, in any event, always remain an expression of an absolutely honest and deeply sincere conviction. 2-1 Number him among the most personally upright individuals I have ever encountered. 1 Met Abramovich for the first time at the Geneva consultation. He too had left Russia a few months before, and he too was a young person who looked older than his years. He was about 24. Although he had none of Liber's surface luster, he possessed even then a broader, more varied education, and a more profound intellect. He was more self-possessed than Liber, an unruffled speaker and withal, an individual of iron will and iron determination. Abramovich was at that time less well known in party circles than Liber. Not yet a professional, he was only a local activist. But within a year he became a member of the Central Committee. These two individuals were truly the most significant representatives of the younger Bund generation, and a great deal was expected of both of them. I have already noted that our consultation was designed to carry out the preparatory work of the forthcoming Congress of the Bund. The two main items on the agenda were the Nationality question and the relationship of the Bund to the Russian Social Democratic Workers' Party. The national question was up for consideration owing to the fact that the resolution on this subject, adopted at the Fourth Congress 2 years earlier, had not been wholly satisfactory and had given rise to rather strong disagreements. But the second item was truly a burning matter because of the approaching Congress of the Russian Party, a Congress being prepared by an organization committee composed of iskrists. 3. Incitement against the Bund had reached its highest level, and it was clear that the Bund-RSDWP relationship would constitute a crucial question at the Congress. It had consequently become necessary to deliberate seriously on the subject of our demands vis-à-vis the party, and to elaborate precise instructions for the Bund delegates. We spared no effort in addressing ourselves to these two items. I remember sitting with Abramovich in a Geneva garden during break periods and polishing the resolution on the national question, haggling over each expression, refining every word. The resolution was finally worked out and adopted by the conference. I was authorized to prepare a referat for delivery at the Congress, and I duly proceeded to plan and draft one. A substantial resolution was also drawn up on the organization question, a draft statute in which our requests were given expression in a whole series of clearly formulated points. The consultation then adjourned, and I hopped over to Bern for a brief visit. The Congress proper convened a few weeks later. All the previous congresses of the Bund had taken place inside Russia. But this time, in view of the extremely intensive activity of the spies, we considered it too risky to jeopardize the organization's very existence. Our consultation had decided that a break in tradition was necessary and that the Congress should be held abroad. Having neither the right nor the opportunity to make that decision, we agreed to send Liber to the committee in Russia. His task was to transmit our opinion and seek to have it accepted. The Central Committee did, in fact, accept our advice, and the Congress duly convened in Zurich. Nevertheless, all the canons of conspiracy were observed in the most superlative fashion. Aside from the delegates and a few comrades who assisted in the organization of the Congress, no one knew where it took place. Indeed, it was still a secret some years later. Only 2 other persons, Boris Frumkin and I, were admitted to the Congress along with the delegates who came from Russia and from the Foreign Committee. I awaited the Congress with the utmost impatience. For the first time in my life I was participating in a Congress of the Bund. I had not yet been a member of the organization at the time of the first 3 Congresses, and when the 4th Congress took place I happened to be in prison. Thus it was not until 1903 that I had the honor and the satisfaction of participating in the convocation of the party parliament. When I arrived in Zurich and entered the hall, all the delegates were already present, about 20 men and a few women. Some were middle-aged, some were younger people. I was one of the very youngest. I had no acquaintances in the group aside from the foreigners. But no sooner had I entered the room, when I was approached by a tall, slim fellow with a blond beard. He gazed at me, smiling, and asked, "Don't you recognize me?" I suddenly remembered a few years before, in Minsk, I had once met two young men at the home of the elder Gershoni, the physician. One was a tall young man in a blue blouse, I can't recall the other. They were escaping from Siberia and had ended up, as was customary, in Gershoni's home. Gershoni called me into another room on that occasion and showed me a passport. It was all filled out, with a name and a stamp, and lacked only the signature of the starosta. "Here is a pen, sign it," he said to me. I signed the name of a starosta, and the tall young man was given the passport. That was the tall fellow with the blonde beard, none other than the official. 279. Representative of the Central Committee, the leading personality in the Bund, the renowned Noyak Portnoy. Noyak was during those years what Alexander had been up to the year 1898, the central axis of the party. Calm and mature, a deliberate speaker who weighed every word, Noyak was cautious, meticulous, conscientious, and dedicated, the kind of person upon whom others felt they could rely, a real leader of an underground party. Today, after well over 25 years in the movement, he is still the same devoted Bundist leader he once was in those years long past. For Vitaly Yudin was another member of the Central Committee. He was 35 years old at the time, a real Zon for those days. Broad-shouldered and heavy-set, his face covered by a large dark beard, Vitaly had the appearance of a person of status, a condition that served him unusually well in his conspiratorial, illegal life. On a railroad train he would be taken for a merchant. Incidentally, all the members of the Central Committee tried, for reasons of secrecy, to surround themselves with an aura ol. Respectability. I quickly noticed that all of them wore derbies, a symbol, to me, of the bourgeois look. Two other members of the Central Committee were present, Rakamil Weinstein and Yoin Koijan. The former played a very significant role during the revolutionary years in Russia, today he is a communist. The latter also became a communist and at present occupies an important post in the Russian mission in Berlin. 4 of the most prominent individuals were elected to the Presidium of the Congress, 2 members of the Central Committee and 2 members of the Foreign Committee. Both pairs alternated as the presiding officers at the sessions. The item on the agenda about the national question did not occupy much time. I presented my referat and, after Liber translated it into Yiddish, a discussion followed. Differences of opinion ran deep. Several speeches echoed assimilationist sentiments. Under no circumstances will the Jews be able to exist as a nation, and autonomy is absolutely meaningless. One would say, as a rough estimate, that the supporters and the opponents of the national program split evenly at the Congress. Under such conditions it was obvious that no authoritative resolution could be adopted. The question would have to be discussed at greater length in the party press. The Central Committee accordingly moved to have the item withdrawn from the agenda. The Congress approved the motion. What's more, it was even decided to expunge the debate on this subject from the minutes and to make no mention in the report of the Congress that the item had ever been on the agenda. The impression would be bad, it was feared, were it to become known that the Congress had deliberated upon a matter without reaching a decision. Another subject which occupied a great deal of time involved the relationship to the Russian Social Democratic Workers' Party, more precisely, the place of the Bund within the party, since the Bund had been a part of the Russian organization from the day it was founded. To the best of my recollection, there were no significant differences of opinion among us. It had been decided as early as 2 years before that the General Party should be a federation of the national organizations. The Fifth Congress reaffirmed its adherence to that view, and a series of points were adopted which gave expression to this idea. Yet we all knew that the large majority at the Party Congress would consist of iskrists, who would most certainly reject our draft proposal, hence the need to decide on the concessions to which our delegates could agree. The Congress was therefore prompted to draft a minimum proposal along with the maximum proposal, containing those absolutely essential conditions which the Bund could under no circumstances abandon. Should that minimum be rejected as well, then our delegates would be compelled to declare that the Bund withdraws from the Russian party. Passionate debate attended the elaboration of both proposals. Notwithstanding the embittered polemic conducted by Iskra against the Bund during the 2 preceding years, a number of our people had still not lost a degree of confidence in the leadership of the Russian movement. These comrades argued, in connection with a whole array of points designed to preserve the rights of our organizations, why must you preoccupy yourselves with such details? They are quite self-evident, surely no one would be against them. It's superfluous to talk about them. But another element, primarily those living abroad and more intimately familiar with the real intentions of Iskra, affirmed that in such matters nothing could be self-evident. They pointed out that Iskra hated us with a passion, that it strove to annihilate the Bund at all costs. If the Bund would remain in the RSDWP, it had to 282. Have guarantees, quite definite and precise, that it would in fact be allowed to live. To rely upon another's justice was naive and impermissible. Subsequent events showed that the second position was actually correct. What seemed self-evident to our naive comrades was to Iskra the precise opposite, the greatest sin. Particularly self-evident to the latter was the need to adopt every means to end the existence of the Bund altogether. The 2 proposals were finally worked out. The more cautious comrades, those who favored precise guarantees, generally prevailed. In addition to the 2 major questions, the Congress adopted, among other matters, a resolution on Zionism, nullified the previous decision on organized revenge, and decided that the Central Committee should issue a new, popular newspaper in addition to the central organ, Die Arbeiterstimme. Then the group dispersed. The comrades who remained abroad were the ones preparing to attend the Congress of the Russian Party. 50. Brussels and London. The Bund had the right to send only 5 delegates to the Party Congress, 3 from the Central Committee and 2 from the Foreign Committee. The Central Committee sent 2 of its most prominent members, Noyak and Yudin. Liber was selected as the third, indeed, he would become the main speaker of the Bund delegation. Alexander and Vladimir were to represent the Foreign Committee. Although there was a strong move to include me in the delegation, there was no room. The 5 selected were absolutely essential, and sending a 6th was not permitted. So I bade the group farewell and left for a summer place at Weggis, near Lake Vierwaldstätter. One had scarcely been there a few days when I received a telegram. Leave promptly for Brussels. It turned out that a way had been discovered, after all, to include me in the delegation. It was arranged that Alexander, who was well known to the Russian activists, should be invited to the Congress as a guest with consultative rights only. I was thus chosen to replace him as the other delegate from the Foreign Committee. I arrived in Brussels about 7 in the morning. Alexander met me at the station. The lovely, spirited city of Brussels was still half asleep. We entered a cafe and ordered chocolate that was served us in a cup as large as a soup bowl. Alexander brought me up to date on developments. The Congress was already in progress for several days. 283. 284. The question of the Bund was placed at the very top of the agenda. Although the adoption of the final resolution would take place later, I did arrive too late for the opening battle. And the clash was very heated. As soon as our delegates made their appearance at the Congress, they found themselves up against a real wall of hostility, anger, and resentment. Yudin, one of those who had earlier argued that it was self-evident, was almost beside himself. We gained the impression of having fallen into a swarm of our worst enemies. The atmosphere was so heated that there was virtually no conversation among individuals, even privately, during the intervals between sessions. Iskra had already taken care in advance that the delegates would behave entirely as required. They had been lined up several weeks earlier, while abroad, while the leaders of Iskra used the interval for indoctrinating and suitably preparing their people. As to the delegate composition itself, they saw to it that appropriate people would come. The present-day Bolshevik, David Ryazanov, who was in the opposition at that time, later wrote a pamphlet about the Congress. It dripped bile and witticisms. One chapter of the pamphlet bore the stinging title, "A Congress or a Dragging Together," an intimation that the desired people were simply dragged together by Iskra. Indeed, the delegates from the localities were, with few exceptions, extremely colorless personalities. The figure of a delegate sent from the largest Russian organization from St. Petersburg was characteristic. A young worker, he never once took the floor and spent the whole time of the sessions opening bottles of lemonade. Whenever one of the opposition would take the floor, he intentionally pulled the corks with a resounding pop. The opposition was very small, the Bund delegation, 2 representatives of Rabochi Dialo, and 1 other delegate, a woman. That was all. But Iskra was represented by all of its bigwigs, and they called the turns. The discussion on the Bund was unusually heated. Liber delivered impassioned speeches. Our other delegates also held forth. But it was like talking to a stone wall. A general resolution was adopted which actually determined in advance the outcome of the dispute. Then the 285 final reading was tabled until the party statute had been considered. At the time I arrived, the draft of the party program was under consideration. Suddenly something unexpected occurred. The Congress was expelled from Brussels. It happened on the 3rd day after my arrival in Brussels, early in the morning. All of us from the whole Bund delegation were still at our quarters. The door suddenly opened and a stranger entered. Who was it? An agent of the police. He wished to know who we were and our reason for being in Brussels. We responded with a variety of cock and bull stories. He left, but we had already grasped the nature of the situation. We headed for the session of the Congress. Alas, no session. It seems that other delegates had also received visitors. Moreover, the Belgian comrades who had helped us organize the Congress were notified that the alien brethren would have to depart that very day on pain of arrest. So we packed our things and set out for London. We left Brussels at noon and spent a few hours in Ostend, where we strolled along the seashore. By the following morning we were already in the British capital. At that time London was the seat of the Foreign Committee of the Bund. Accordingly, we Bundists made our way to the tiny house occupied by the committee and settled in quite comfortably, but I had negative feelings about the city as such. As a rule I never felt too bad in a large, strange city. I was previously in Berlin, where I had arrived all by Michel. Yet I swiltly found my bearings and had no sensation of forlornness. It was later the same in Paris. But in London I felt acutely uncomfortable. There was something unfriendly about the city. People looked upon all strangers with distaste. Street urchins would pursue anyone dressed out of the ordinary, let alone someone with a beard. One might occasionally receive a blow on the head from an apple or a potato. Martinov, the delegate of Rabochi Delo, a Jew with a big black beard, had to endure a veritable battle with the young scamps. The city was immense, the walls grimy. It took hours traveling from one end of town to the other. The subway was not yet electrified. Operated by ordinary steam locomotives, the trains used to fill with smoke and the passengers all but suffocated. Unable to find my way, I would ask a passerby for directions and get no response. On top 286 of everything, I didn't know the language, and so I always moved about in the company of our whole group. I could not resist the feeling that should I somehow be cut off from the others, one would be totally lost amid the gigantic sea of brick houses. When, 4 years later, I again had occasion to spend several weeks in London during another Congress of the Russian Party, I no longer felt quite so helpless, but the first impression was decidedly unpleasant. The sessions resumed after a hiatus of several days, with initial attention centering on the elaboration of the party program. While this activity was in progress, a characteristic episode occurred. Two delegates had appeared from the Polish Social Democratic Party Warski and Gainecki. Their party had not yet united with the Russian party, indeed the delegates arrived for the express purpose of conducting negotiations on unity. They showed up, looked around, and suddenly departed without having achieved any results. They were displeased. I don't recall whether they issued an official statement explaining their action. But I can attest to the real reason behind it. It was the attitude of the party toward the national question. In the draft of the party program that was submitted to the Congress by Iskra and the one that was in fact adopted, the point about the national program had been exceedingly thin and watery. The program called for the right of national self-determination. The Polish delegates proposed a different formulation, roughly as follows: the creation of institutions guaranteeing the nationality's opportunity for free development. Since I was familiar with Iskra's position, I knew it would not abandon its point about self-determination, yet I liked the formulation of the Poles. Although wanting in clarity, it was broad enough to embrace autonomy for Poland, as well as our national cultural autonomy. Hence my desire to gain acceptance for that particular point. I asked Warski whether he would support me if I moved that both items be joined, i.e., self-determination and institutions. His reply was highly characteristic. No, he said, the right of self-determination must be completely rejected, because the point could be interpreted by our adversaries in the sense of independence for Poland, and we cannot accept such a demand. And this was the reason, indeed. 287. Why the Polish delegation departed. One subsequently offered my motion, however. It was defeated almost unanimously. In truth, I greatly envied the Polish delegates for their firmness on the national question. We Bundists gave no character of an ultimatum to our national program, and did not leave the party on account of its rejection, although this was actually thrown up to us later. But those who leveled the charge against us were unaware that a serious difference of opinion on the matter existed then within the Bund itself, and that our own Congress had split right down the middle. Thus we ourselves were lacking sufficient inner firmness at that juncture. It was really most regrettable, but we could not have acted otherwise. We were in a position to stake everything only on those items about which we were certain of the solid, unyielding support of the whole organization. Such an item was the very existence of the Bund itself. The program was adopted with virtually no changes, just as Iskra had proposed it in the draft. Only a few words were added about the right of national languages, and this solely at the request of the Georgian delegates whom it was desirable not to antagonize. There would likely have been very little debate on the other points in the program had it not been for Akamuov, a representative of Rabochi Delo, who offered over 20 amendments. With rare patience he would submit the amendments to each point, and invariably with the same results, they were sneered at and rejected. Then came the reports of the local organizations on their activity. The reports were quite anemic, but the Bund report constituted a brilliant exception. In a lengthy address, Liber offered extraordinarily rich material concerning the activity of the Bund. Their great hostility notwithstanding, the other delegates were unable to restrain themselves at the close of his report, and to the accompaniment of loud and prolonged applause, the whole Congress hailed the incomparable labors of our organization. The organizational statute came under consideration next. The statute was drawn up in a typically Leninist spirit. It represented a truly militaristic centralism. But nobody, aside from the Bund delegation and the representatives of Rabochi Delo, dared to protest. The future Mensheviks, who were later to mount sharp 288 criticism, began to grasp the nature of things more fully only after the Congress. A difference of opinion had already become apparent at that time on a matter whose implications were actually anything but trivial. The first item of the statute required every member of the party to participate in a party organization. I cannot recall who first challenged this point. In any event it was one of the future Menshevik leaders. A passionate debate suddenly flared up, a debate centering, in fact, upon what appeared to be a minor issue. The Iskrists split, one section speaking out against the other. Lenin defended his position, opposing him were Martov, Axelrod, Leo Deutsch, Patrusov, and Zasulich. Plekhanov vacillated between the two sides. The item was finally adopted. But the unity of the Iskra group had been breached, and from that minute rupture there subsequently grew the massive split in the party. Because Lenin's side had obtained a majority of the votes, it soon came to be called the Majorityites, and Martov's side, which remained in the minority, received the designation Minorityites. This was the actual content and origin of the designation Bolsheviks and Mensheviks. A more profound ideological differentiation evolved only later. At the point in time with which I am dealing, there was as yet no sign of a serious schism. And when the demands of the Bund came up for consideration, a most beautiful unity again prevailed between the TWP sides. Against us, all of them were united. The Bund delegation did everything it could to avoid the catastrophe withdrawal from the party. In its readiness to make concessions, it exceeded even what was permitted under its mandate. In certain respects it transgressed the decisions of the Bund Congress, but it felt constrained to do so, for it knew that the Jewish workers believed very strongly in unity with the Russian comrades. Yet there was a final item which it could not and dared not renounce, the one that preserved the very existence of the Bund itself. The Bund is the social democratic organization of the Jewish proletariat, unrestricted by any territorial limits, and the exclusive representative within the party of the Jewish proletariat. 289. This was our ultimatum. The item was placed on the agenda for debate. Liber gave a brief speech. Martov replied. The vote was taken. All the Iskra delegates voted as one against the Bund motion. It was defeated, the die was cast. Liber rose and announced, the Bund withdraws from the Russian party. Silence descended upon the hall. We walked out. It had happened. 1. It was a dramatic moment, and it made a deep impression even upon our opponents. Still more profound was the impact upon us. Our ties to the Russian party had been the most intimate, all of us had felt the closeness of the Russian movement. We all knew that the separation was a severe blow to both sides. We had taken this step with heavy hearts. It was a genuine catastrophe, this breaking of the threads that had connected the Jewish and the Russian proletariat. To us it seemed as though a piece of flesh had been torn from a living body. And the tremendous responsibility weighed heavily upon each of us. In those far-off days separation was not effected as lightly as in modern times. Nowadays parties are ruptured literally as a pastime. One has become accustomed to it, it has almost taken on the character of a sport, or, in any event, of something of a virtue. But to us unity was sacred. Still, we had no alternative. Fanatics of a barracks centralism had tried to suffocate the Bund, and that we could not permit. We had been prepared for all manner of concessions. But we wished to live. And since remaining in the party signified death, we were compelled to leave. Thus our withdrawal. The Congress continued its work. We remained in London a few more days. Reports soon reached us of extremely scandalous happenings at the Congress. After the Iskrists were rid of the external enemy, they commenced to feud among themselves. The small breach which had opened because of that first point in the party statutes proceeded to grow with the speed of lightning and developed into an abyss. Lenin had bared his teeth. To him it was sufficient that a section of his comrades of yesterday had failed to dance to his tune on even the smallest point of the statute, and presto, they had already become personae non grati and had to be cast aside. When the issue arose of the editorial staff of Iskra, which was to become the party's central organ, he proposed that its size be curtailed in order thereby to cleanse it of the troublemakers. The latter were tremendously indignant, stormy clashes followed, the Minorityites drew together. The Congress split into two hostile camps. The rift between Bolshevism and Menshevism had begun for the time being, without any basis in principle. But with the coming of a split, disagreements on principle also readily emerge. And they actually did emerge within a few months. 51. The Zionist Congress at Basel. 1. Returned to Switzerland from London. Passing through Basel just when the 6th Zionist Congress was scheduled to convene, I stopped off for a week as an observer at the Zionist Parliament. The Zionist movement was in its infancy. Its devotees were still intoxicated with Theodor Herzl's plans, certain that salvation was nigh. The large, attractive hall of the Basel Casino was a scene of noise and commotion, reminiscent of the stormy and fervid character of Jewish assemblages. Ecstatic shouting arose whenever Herzl appeared on the platform. Handkerchiefs were pulled from pockets and waved in the air. The leader's every word provoked thunderous applause. It was a typical scene of mass hypnosis. Herzl, it must be said in all candor, knew how to handle the crowd. His bearing was regal, proud, composed. Moreover, he was possessed of extraordinary facial attractiveness. But the proud surface bearing was coupled with a shameful political sycophancy. The Congress took place only a few months after the Kishinev pogrom, and Herzl had just come back from Russia, where he conducted negotiations with Plave. 1. The tone and language with which he spoke of that hangman and within the precincts of the very Congress itself were such as to compel anyone endowed with a healthy sensibility to react with indignation and disgust. Yet the Congress swallowed it all quite calmly. Only Dr. Nachman Sirkin, the socialist, attempted to protest. But Sirkin, after all, was little more than a comic figure whose words consistently fell on deaf ears. Chaim Weizmann, leader of the 1D Democratic faction, declared, in his diplomatic manner, that some words were uttered which ought better have been left unsaid. This was the sum total of his protest against Herzl, the complete fulfillment of his democratic obligation. Yet the Congress itself proved exceedingly interesting, full of drama and suspense. The moment of great, of brutal disappointment came when Herzl announced there was no hope of obtaining Palestine in the near future. And when he set forth his Uganda project, the audience decided to dispatch a commission. The old Hovevei Zion too left the hall in tears and weeping. The sessions were interrupted. A vast turmoil reigned. A split seemed imminent. The Russian faction, which offered the strongest opposition to the Uganda project, came together in a smaller hall for a discussion of the matter. Sirkin was chairman of the discussion. It was he, I think, who happened to be in the midst of a speech just as the door suddenly opened and Herzl walked in. He wished to talk matters over with the Russian delegates. "Comrade Herzl is here," shouted Sirkin. "Let's hear Comrade Herzl." He strode up to the spot where the socialists stood, completely ignoring his presence. Poor Sirkin disappeared. And Herzl began to plead with the delegates. He spoke very frankly. His words had a ring of desperation. The effect was overpowering, and the people fell in line with him once again. The crowd returned to the session. The Congress ended peacefully. It was not until 2 years later that the split occurred. By then Herzl was already dead. I remember the day on which the report of his death arrived. It was during the summer of 1904, when one had happened to stop off at Bern while in transit. Standing not far from the Zionist library, I could hear the hysterical screams of weeping women issuing from the place. One must confess that the report had an impact upon me as well. It's true that Herzl had never impressed me as a social leader. I had always considered his policies infantile. At the Basel Congress, in the course of his exchange with Dr. Albert Nozick, I saw him as a petty, vindictive polemicist, a role that was totally out of keeping with his majestic figure. Yet that figure itself, one refer simply to the physical personality, had impressed me. And when I heard he was dead, I felt a kind of regret. The incredible thought seized me, how could anyone with such an attractive face die? One cannot account for the source of that queer notion, but such was my feeling. At the Basel Congress a minor incident took place about which one learned a few weeks later. Herzl had invited Dr. Heinz Hitlovsky, who also happened to be in Basel at the time, to visit him. he expressed a wish to open negotiations with him as the representative of the Bund. Alas, the leader of the people did not know that Zhitlovsky was neither a representative of the Bund nor even a member. Naturally, he received a reply to the effect that he had approached the wrong party. Herzl failed to obtain the proper addressee, perhaps he didn't even try. What he wished to speak to the Bund about was easy to comprehend. During his conversation with Plave, he had received an intimation that Zionism could count on the support of the Russian government, in return for which it must seek to restrain the revolutionary movement of the Jewish workers. Herzl had presumably desired to carry out that particular mission, an indication of his profound understanding of the Bund. 3. After the Congress, I returned to Weggis, where I wrote a pamphlet about the Congress that was issued by the Foreign Committee of the Bund, and an article on Zionism for Die Arbeiterstimme. In addition, Lieber and I were given a directive to write a report on the. Then Herzl said something else about the importance of the moment, and our obligation not to allow such a rare, favorable opportunity to pass. "Do you wish to help me in this?" he asked at the close, while peering directly at me. One replied that I must positively reject the mission. One, and, I added, "Do you wish to take my advice, doctor? Do not seek a meeting with the Bund. Put out of your mind any thought about this matter." Why? One had to explain to him the total hopelessness of such a step. Even if we're to believe that Eretz Yisrael is an answer to the Jewish question, and that Plave can effectuate a charter, they would still be incapable, on their part, of betraying the interests of their struggle because of a side issue, an issue foreign to them. But even the Bund, which is most certainly permeated with concern for Jewish needs and interests, will under no circumstances accept Plave's proposal. We, Jewish revolutionists, even the most national among us, are not Zionists and do not believe that Zionism is able to resolve our problem. To transfer the Jewish people from Russia to Eretz Yisrael is, in our eyes, a utopia, and because of a utopia we will not renounce the path upon which we have embarked, the path of the revolutionary struggle against the Russian government, which should also lead to the freedom of the Jewish people. Moreover, nothing can be built upon the words and pledges either of Plave or the Russian government. One thing is clear to me beyond any doubt: Plave can promise something which he himself knows with certainty that he will never be able to bring to pass. He simply wishes to introduce demoralization into the Jewish revolutionary circles, to make a certain segment of the revolutionary army incapable of struggle. This is much too clear for the Bund not to perceive it. The situation of Zionism is already dubious enough by the very fact of its standing aloof from the revolution. Its situation in Jewish life would become impossible if it could be shown that it undertakes positive steps to damage the Jewish revolutionary struggle. In conclusion, I said to Herzl, "It is not my business to interfere in your political calculations. But it seems to me it would be much more sensible for you if you were not to have the slightest dealings in general with the Russian government. I have sufficiently weighty reasons to believe that if the days of the minister's life are not numbered, the months certainly are." Dr. Herzl understood what I was alluding to. He sank into thought. I do not know which of my arguments had the greatest influence upon him, but after a short 298. Fifth Congress of the Bund. This too we carried out during the closing weeks of the summer. While he responded, "You are right. Let's let it drop. But not even think about it. You may rest assured that, on my part, the matter is absolutely buried. I would also like you to promise me that our conversation today will remain just between us." I gave him the assurance. Zhitlovsky stayed behind, at Herzl's request, for additional conversations that day. While waiting for Herzl, Zhitlovsky reflected upon the preceding conversation and wondered about the Herzl-Plave moves on the political diplomatic chessboard, and the possible motives for them. He was by now fairly convinced that Herzl had gone to see Plave in St. Petersburg without the slightest idea about the Jewish Revolution and the attitude of the revolutionists toward Zionism. Was, in general, too loyal to the ruling authorities as is proper for a diplomat who has to deal with the powers that be for him ever to be interested in revolutionists and involve them in his calculations. Only after coming to St. Petersburg, in the course of the conversation with Plave, the thought had to be born about the equal Shidek. He made the journey, of course, not in order to intercede for the people of Israel and to awaken compassion for us in Plave's heart. He traveled as a politician who does not concern himself with sentiments, but interests. Russia clearly showed, in the Kishinev pogrom, that it wanted to get rid of its Jews. Let Russia then help the Jewish people obtain the charter. But who is Russia? Herzl's politics is built on pure diplomacy, which seriously believes that the political history of humanity is made by a few people, a few leaders, and that what they arrange among themselves becomes the content of political history. Russia that is now von Plave. The Jewish people that is now Dr. Herzl. Two reasonable people should be able to find a way out that should satisfy both interests. It was only after the conversation with von Plave that the need must have arisen to involve in the matter yet a third factor, the Jewish Revolution. Who is the Jewish Revolution? Other parts of the exchanges between the quixotic Herzl and the revolutionist future Yiddishist leaders Hitlovsky are of considerable historic interest, but they deserve treatment in the body of a work on Herzl rather than in a footnote to the memoirs of Medem. Heims Hitlovsky, Evnuk show mit Dr. Theodor Herzl, ins Hitlovsky, Gekleibenwerk, Judelmark, pages 355-66. The Foreign Committee moved back to Geneva in the autumn of 1903, at which time I too was appointed a member of the committee, and consequently took up residence in Geneva. I was naturally pleased with my new position. Not from any motive of ambition, but rather because first, I had entered a new sphere of activity, and second, for an altogether different reason. Until this time I had been a member of the groups abroad. The groups bore the name Aid Circles of the Bund. But they were not recognized as official party organizations. At the second conference of the groups, which took place around New Year, 1903, several comrades proposed that these groups should formally be recognized as party organizations, but this was turned down with the explanation that the circles abroad were composed largely of individuals who were merely at the point of preparing to embark upon real party activity, and such activity could take place only in Russia proper, among the mass of Jewish workers. Accordingly, we found ourselves outside the actual ranks of the party, something I strongly regretted. But the Foreign Committee was in fact a party institution, indeed, it was formally designated as such. It was the official representation of the Bund abroad, all of its members were appointed by the Central Committee. I thus derived a measure of moral satisfaction. I had become a full-fledged citizen of the Bund nation. Life in Geneva was something less than joyous. The city itself was 299. 300. Admittedly a most attractive and vibrant place, and far more alive than Bern. Geneva is the largest city in French Switzerland and bears the stamp of the French character, animated, joyful, replete with music and flowers. Located on the shore of the beautiful Blue Lake, it represented a direct contrast to stolid, sleepy, typically German Swiss Bern. Nevertheless I felt out of sorts there. I missed the colony life. Geneva, it is true, also had a large colony, larger in fact than the one in Bern, but it was quite different. Missing was the warm, home-like quality. The Bern crowd was rather somber, though serious and genial. Geneva did exude more spirit, it boasted a greater variety of color and diversity of people. Yet its general state was markedly inferior. It was a place where one could encounter female students at every turn, in ostentatious attire, youthful dandies, and debauchery aplenty, as well as card-playing and drinking and hooliganism. Of course Geneva also had plenty of decent and serious elements, but these were interspersed among the others. What was lacking among them was that intimate association which endowed the Bern colony with its distinctive charm. One therefore felt quite miserable. Even with a few dozen acquaintances, that certain something was absent. During the early months I was still able to spend considerable time with Abramovich, who had also taken up residence in Geneva. We became close friends, but then he left on a tour of other cities and later departed for Russia. I can still remember, to this very day, the long, depressing winter evenings I used to spend all by myself in my lonely Rapam. It was sad. The only place I truly felt at home was the official apartment of our foreign committee. The street on which the apartment was located was called Karuzh. The apartment, consequently, acquired the nickname Karuzhk. It was a small, modest flat of 3 rooms and a kitchen. The kitchen, as was customary in Switzerland, also doubled as a dining room. We spent many an evening there, a few comrades over a glass of tea engaging in friendly conversation. The Foreign Committee was made up of a rather small membership. Based in Geneva proper were Gleb Mutnik administrator and manager of the apartment, Vladimir Kosovsky writer and spiritual tone-setter of the committee, and I Alexander had been sent to America for the first time on a fundraising trip for 301. The Bund. John Mill and Timofey Kopelson would arrive from time to time. And that was all. We lived together in harmonious and comradely fashion. The whole life of the Foreign Committee had something patriarchal about it. According to the standard practice, the members of the Central Committee who were sustained by the party treasury received no specific wage, but would take from the treasury what they needed and record the expenditures in the ledgers, down to the smallest sum, which accounts for their having lived in an exceedingly frugal manner, husbanding every penny. The Karuzhk remained at the same location for about 14 years. It was the heart and nerve center of our whole organization abroad. The apartment also contained our print shop. With the subsequent marked expansion in activity, it became necessary to transfer the print shop to a separate apartment several houses away. New comrades, arriving from Russia in search of rest or to grab a little education, were forever showing up at the Karuzhk. It also functioned quite intensively as the editorial office of our foreign publications. We used to issue a weekly information bulletin in Russian, Poslednya Izvestia, and in Yiddish De Letzte Pasirungen Dash, the Yiddish Party Journal, Der Yiddische Arbeiter, and the Russian journal, Vestnik Bunda, which made its appearance in 1904. In addition, vast quantities of pamphlets were published and a journal also appeared for a time in the Polish language. The Karuzhk likewise served as the Bund foreign ministry. From there we maintained our ties with the foreign parties and with the Socialist International. And it was the center, as well, for our own foreign groups, the network of which became more extensive from day to day as our apparatus gradually spread throughout the world. Numerous branches were established in America where they were united in a central league. A series of groups emerged in South Africa. And we even maintained steady contact with Australia. At the same time we kept in close touch, naturally, with our organizations inside Russia, forwarding money and literature, and sending and receiving letters. The literature was smuggled in either directly in massive amounts via the German or Austrian frontiers or through the mails in sealed envelopes. 2. We made use of envelopes with addresses of different commercial firms. To avoid attracting the attention of the Russian postal censors, which might well have occurred had all the letters originated from the same place, we used to distribute them to our groups in various foreign cities, from which they would be mailed into Russia. Party activity was spirited and fruitful. The Bund had been completely shaken by our withdrawal from the Russian party. Indeed, a rather serious crisis ensued. There was a danger that the broad mass of both workers and intelligentsia might not sufficiently comprehend our action, with consequent disturbance and disorganization in our own party life. Hence the need to carry out the work of enlightenment on a broad scale. Liber returned to Russia immediately. He and the other prominent comrades traveled through our cities and towns delivering a report on what had taken place, and clearly setting forth to the audiences the correctness of our position. Abramovich and I did the same among the foreign colonies. The results exceeded all our expectations. Under the pressure of these serious events, Bund consciousness and Bund loyalty became fortified in a most remarkable fashion. Only a handful of individuals, literally a handful, left us. The overwhelming mass became attached to us even more powerfully than before, and the Bund emerged from the crisis far stronger than it had been. The Russian party, meanwhile, proceeded to splinter and split at a rapid rate. The conflict between the Bolsheviks and the Mensheviks blazed forth with incredible fury. And the most important incendiary material happened to be located precisely in Geneva, where the outstanding party leaders had assembled at the time. As the Lenin position emerged victorious at the Congress, he became the high muckamuck on the editorial staff of Iskra and in the Central Committee. Martov's group, the Mensheviks, reverted to the role of the opposition. As it turned out, they constituted a large majority in the Union of Russian Social Democrats Abroad, an organization which had actually been established outside Russia several years before the appearance of Iskra. The Mensheviks accordingly made the organization into a fortress of their own tendency or, more correctly, of their group, since there could hardly be any talk of a separate ideological tendency during the months immediately following the Congress, when the dispute centered more on personalities than on principles. Lenin, however, is not one of those people who can tolerate opposition, so he dispatched an agent of the Central Committee to break up the Union. The agent appeared at a session of the Union and told the group to disperse. The Mensheviks became terribly incensed, and only then were their eyes opened, only then did they understand the true meaning of Lenin's organizational appetite. Just a few months before, when those same Mensheviks were working in tandem with Lenin and running the show in partnership with him, they blithely assented to his militaristic administrative actions. They themselves were playing the commander's role, and it was other alien factions Rabochi Delo and the Bund that suffered from their high-handedness. Now, however, they felt the mailed fist on their own necks and they rebelled. The rebellion began when the Union of Russian Social Democrats Abroad offered resistance to the White Horse and declared that it would not allow itself to be dispersed. Then leaflets appeared critical of Lenin's methods. The leaflets already gave currency to such stinging expressions as bureaucratic centralism and the like. Then the Mensheviks proceeded to ponder the essence of all this contention ever more deeply and reached the conclusion that the whole Iskra period was nothing more than an expression of a movement of the intelligentsia and of the intelligentsia's needs. Old Paul Axelrod, the deepest thinker of the whole group, offered a solid and accurate estimate of the situation. Trotsky subsequently issued a brochure in which he elaborated upon and popularized Axelrod's 304 ideas. Thus, out of a disagreement within a close circle there grew an ideological schism. By the end of 1903, the Bolsheviks and the Mensheviks had become two separate groups. True, the argument during that early period simply revolved around internal questions of party building, the differences of opinion on questions of political tactics arose only later. We would observe and listen to these discussions with the greatest interest. It goes without saying that we were quite pleased with the emerging opposition to Lenin's efforts at militarizing the party, yet we used the requisite caution even in our relationship with the Mensheviks. Their oppositional mood had not yet reached the point where they were ready to change their attitude toward the Bund. Quite the contrary, on this question both factions wished to outdo the other and to demonstrate its orthodoxy on the score of Bund baiting. Medem and Gleb Mutnik, during emigration in Geneva, both were leaders there of the Foreign Committee of the Bund. 53. Slavek. He came to us in Switzerland at this time. He came for a brief spell, departed, came once again, disappeared again. His whole life was one big coming and going, one big hurry, a brief hurry. He died 9 years later, and in the memory of Jewish workers he remained a shining star of their movement. Bronislaw Grosser Slavek. 1. 306. One morning there appeared in Geneva a young man, very young, just out of school, a fellow of about 19. But he had already acquired a name. Word had reached us from Warsaw, take care of that young comrade. He is our great hope. He still bore the mark of immaturity, of an unfulfilled nature. Indeed, he was still virtually a child. But he had already become a leader of great force, a young eagle. Slavek was a lad of medium height, thin and narrow-shouldered. He had a small head on a long neck, and attractive, clear, blue-gray eyes. He gave the impression of a taut arrow ready to fly. When he would come to see me, he would never remain seated in one place, but continually pace the floor from one end of the room to the other with long, swift strides. "Slavek is always in a rush," said his Warsaw schoolmate to me at the time. "When he has to write a letter, he sends a telegram instead. When he has to send a telegram, he boards the train and goes himself. Eternally restless." Later on he matured, grew somewhat calmer. The surface unease was gone, but it turned inward. There remained the great restlessness, the great inner turbulence, and the great, acute incisiveness. Incisiveness, this was the primary and characteristic quality of my young friend. First, an incisiveness of mind. Here was someone who, though reared in a totally assimilationist Warsaw environment and nourished on Polish culture, had a truly Jewish mind. When I first became acquainted with him, he knew scarcely a word of Yiddish. He was an artist in the realm of thought not of an idle, purposeless kind, but thought associated with a keen intelligence, enriched by a broad European, scientific, aesthetic, and political culture. But it was that Jewish mind which, in the words of the French savant, was like a sensitive instrument that measured and weighed with the precision of a druggist's scale, a mind of steel-like sharpness, capable of penetrating issues and concepts, dissecting and analyzing them, identifying the smallest, most delicate elements. In a word, Slavek was the mind of a born Marxist. He also possessed a keenness of temperament. He simply had to prick and assail. And he hated powerfully. His was that great creative hostility and great courage too. I could not conceive of a situation in which Slavek felt any fear. There is an old German folk legend about a youthful hero who, from earliest childhood, had no concept of fear, and who undertook to travel the world over in search of fear. Slavek reminds me of this hero. He experienced no sense of fear either in the broad arena of social activity, where he proved to be a dangerous adversary indeed, a first-class polemicist, or in his private, his personal life. Great audacity sometimes reveals itself more strikingly in the petty things involved in private relationships among individuals than in grand events. I recall one such instance. We had convened a court of arbitration. I served as representative of one side, Slavek of the other. At issue was a certain individual's private life. Slavek held this person in low esteem, that I knew, but I was astonished when he suddenly began to tell him to his face what he thought of him. It was by no means done in a moment of indignation or polemical hostility. Instead, quite calmly and factually, with controlled voice, Slavek looked the man straight in the face and told him what he thought of him. It was terrible. I had the impression that to do something like that required no lower order of courage than fighting on a barricade, precisely because it was done in a state of calm and not under the influence of mass emotion. But that which was especially worthy and endearing in Slavek's makeup was his nobility. An energetic, impetuous fighter, he remained, nonetheless, ever sensitive and decent, always the gentleman. Each fight had the character of a kind of duel for him. He 308 would register his blow, and a solid blow at that, but having forced his opponent to the ground, he would approach him, extend his hand, and help him back to his feet. Slavek was proud, but not with the haughty pride encountered so often among Poles. It was the pride of an individual who knows his own worth and defends his rights. At the time we met, toward the end of 1903, he was still very young. The whole of his life still lay in the future. And he loved life. He was no narrow, just a party person. His interests were of the broadest, most varied kind, and he remained that way to the end, full of interest in art, in literature, enjoying many friends who were exceedingly devoted to him. And love of woman also occupied no small place in his beautiful and luminous life. As noted, he grew up in an assimilationist Jewish-Polish environment. He was impregnated with Polish culture which he loved. I remember a night we once spent together in a small Zurich hotel. A friend of his, a Pole, was with us. They talked about Warsaw all through the night. With what tremendous passion he spoke of that city. Like a true native Pole, he had very little in common with Jewishness. He knew little of Jewish life. He began to teach himself to read Yiddish only a few years before his death, and even then he did not succeed in learning it adequately. While yet a youngster, he had decided to devote his activity to the Jewish workers' movement. He became a loyal Bundist and remained one to his death. Why? He considered it his obligation. He said to himself, quite consciously, I am a Jew. It is my duty to devote my energies to the Jewish worker. It involved great sacrifice on his part. The Polish world constantly beckoned to him, it could offer him more than we. He might have made a brilliant career for himself. He abjured it and remained with us. It was the great inner drama of his life that he felt the impossibility of developing his powers to the full within our environment. He felt constricted, unable to find a suitable niche. Here, in part, lies the explanation for his eternal restlessness. Still, he did not leave. His name, quite rightly, has remained enshrined in the memory of the Jewish working masses as the cherished name of a martyr. Despite his youth, he was already playing a prominent part in the movement. Not yet initiated in the ways of conspiracy, somewhat in 309. Cautious, disorganized, he occupied no specific position in the organization. Nevertheless, he fulfilled a variety of tasks for the party. Immediately following his arrival in Geneva, he delivered a lecture on the Bund in the Polish colony. Abramovich and I went to hear him. We listened with amazement as this young man, who had come from far-off Warsaw and had never exchanged any ideas with us, defended our viewpoint with precisely the same perceptiveness and almost the same words as we would have used. Several months later, in the spring of 1904, our Foreign Committee began to publish a small journal in Polish. To Slavek and Liber was assigned the editorial task. It was about that time that Slavek had occasion to participate in a conference of a radical Polish youth organization. There he conducted a brilliant struggle against the Polish Socialist Party. He was a first-class speaker and proved to be very effective. It is interesting to note that after the speech of this 19-year-old lad, when the session had come to an end and no more speeches were scheduled for that day, the representative of the PPS, the old party leader, Dr. Maximilian Hurwitz, requested of the conference that it permit him to respond promptly to Slavek on the ground that it was impermissible for the session to adjourn under the impact of his speech. The old party leader had detected the appearance of a dangerous adversary. In the spring of 1904 I spent several weeks with Slavek in Zurich, where we conducted a struggle against the Iskrists. Seated in the café terrace, near the shore of Lake Zurich, we would engage in lengthy discussions that ran far into the night. It was a warm and pleasant café, and the discussions there were equally warm and pleasant. We stayed at the same hotel and slept in the same room. I observed that Slavek always kept a revolver with him. Why? Surely not for political purposes. But the proud youth would never have tolerated a personal affront. He later left on a brief trip to Galicia. I stayed on in Switzerland. 54. The small town seaside. With my residence now in Geneva, I traveled a great deal. I invariably passed through Bern, where I would stay for a few days and relax in familiar surroundings. But around the beginning of the summer of 1904 my affection for the colony at Bern cooled perceptibly. I had spent the spring, as usual, in Clarens. From there I dropped into Munich once to deliver a lecture. On the way back to Geneva I stopped off at Bern. I found the colony in a state of tremendous agitation. The scene was marked by uproar, commotion, excitement. What had occurred? The story itself was ordinary enough, although it created a sensation. A Jewish girl, a youthful immigrant, had become pregnant. One should point out that this was not the first such event in the history of the Bern colony. What made it unique was the fact that it turned into a public scandal. The girl in question was prone to hysterics. She raised a tremendous howl, rushed off to one of the other girls, wept, screamed, nearly fainted on the street. The people in the colony showed all the symptoms of a disturbed ant colony. How? What? Who was the culprit? It turned out to be a comrade, a member of the Bund group, indeed, a good friend of mine. I arrived at a meeting of the group, a special meeting that had not even been announced. Things were boiling, churning. As usual, the 310, 311 men were more composed, but the girls were fit to be tied. I can still clearly see one of the women comrades sitting there and screaming without let up. We must compel him to marry. I tried to reason with them. Comrades, since when is a political organization in the business of matchmaking? But talking to people in a state of frenzy was futile. After a prolonged argument, I advanced the following proposal: I would speak to him not about getting married, obviously, and suggest that he ought to leave Bern, at least for a while, due to the colony's tremendous indignation toward him. I would submit this idea to him not officially, yet actually in the name of the group. My proposal was accepted. I sensed that I was embarking upon a very ticklish venture. I knew full well that I was placing a friendship in jeopardy, one which I cherished greatly. Still, ludicrous as it seems, there were party interests at stake. The fellow was a party leader. And where personal hostility toward an individual is involved, the crowd is generally inclined to transfer that hostility over to the party as well. We were therefore interested in having the person disappear from the Bern landscape for a time. I went to see him, and my fears, indeed, were not without foundation. Much as I tried to soft-pedal the whole matter and to handle it with maximum diplomacy, my highly indignant friend cut me off before I had scarcely begun to speak. What is this all about? What right has the group to interfere in my personal matters? I shall pay no attention to them whatsoever. I tried to plead with him. You're right. It is a wholly personal and a wholly intimate matter. And the group really has no right to interfere. But the interests of the party require that you leave. No, he responded, I won't do it. Well, my mission ended in defeat. And saddest of all for me was the fact that the attitude of the person involved subsequently became less cordial toward me than it had been previously. The group, on its part, decided that he should refrain from making public appearances in the immediate future. He responded by summoning the group before an organizational court of arbitration. The court upheld the group's decision. But by the time the matter reached the court, the case suddenly found itself resolved in a different fashion. How, in 312 deed. Within a few weeks the fellow got married and, in fact, to the girl in question. Moreover, something else soon appeared which added quite a humorous flavor to the whole incident. The girl had not been pregnant. It was all a misunderstanding. As a matter of fact, the first child she bore saw the light of day a full year after the big scandal. But the colony was still unaware of all this at the time. The whole thing turned out to be a truly small-town tempest. I had a feeling of the most profound disgust. The din created by the girls, the digging into the most intimate subjects, and the hauling up of a deeply personal matter virtually into the street, all of it was dreadfully repellent. And I experienced for the first time a strong distaste for the Bern group. I would have liked to gather up the whole colony at a large meeting, confront them, and dress down the frenetic audience in the sharpest language I could muster. Of course I did no such thing. But the old feeling of warmth, of closeness and affection which I had harbored for the colony until then, suffered a severe blow. The small town had betrayed its seamy side. I decided, nevertheless, to spend the summer in Spies. I use the term nevertheless advisedly, because Spies was, so to speak, the summer division of the Bern colony. It is a small vacation spot along the shore of Lake Thun not far from Bern, a few hours by train. Spies itself is a very small town, with a few hotels and shops. but dotting the countryside for miles around were farmhouses. It was in these houses that the Russians ensconced themselves during the summer months, that is to say, mainly Jews, and most of them, in fact, from Bern. The whole area echoed with the sounds of the Russian and Yiddish languages and song. The district as such is not one of the prettiest in Switzerland, but it does serve as a kind of starting point for the routes that open out in various directions and penetrate to the very core of Switzerland's grandeur. Here is the actual heart of Switzerland, the so-called Bernese Oberland, where the mountains soar into the skies. It is the region of eternal snow and ice, of breathtaking valleys, waterfalls, and caverns, and of small mountain lakes. Whoever has failed to visit this 313 region at least once has simply not seen Switzerland. I moved in with Liber, who was abroad once again. He had gotten married in the meantime, and was the father of a 6-month-old daughter. Since I was all alone, I drew close to them. We rented a few rooms from a farmer and organized a commune. Kosovsky lived in a nearby house and took his meals with us. The three of us transferred a substantial portion of our work to Spies. We were then in the process of issuing our Russian-language journal, Vestnik Bunda. The task of the journal was not agitation but greater theoretical probing into the various items of our program. It was self-evident that the national question, the least to be elaborated upon until then, should occupy a primary place in our considerations. Two lengthy, in-depth articles by Kosovsky appeared in the first 2 issues, and in the next 2 issues I published 2 substantial articles myself. My articles were subsequently published in Russia in 1906 as a separate brochure in Russian and Yiddish under the title, Social Democracy and the National Question. The brochure came to be regarded at the time as a kind of Bund credo. The articles represented the culmination of prolonged effort. I had pondered over the subject for years, yet, even after having arrived at definite and firm conclusions, I encountered no small degree of hardship in expressing them on paper. Writing proved quite exacting for me during those years. I found myself ripping up more than one sheet of paper before I finally surmounted the difficulties that confronted an unskilled pen. I had already tried my hand at it the year before, in the spring of 1903, and I really suffered through it. To this day, I can plainly see the sheets of paper I used at the time, a species of paper of especially tough quality. But nothing came of the effort. It was only a year later, in Spies, that my attempts to write reached fruition. The articles contain the formulation of that Bund neutralism for which I was subsequently so often belabored, and concerning which I was so frequently misunderstood. This does not surprise me because there was something in the very posing of the problem that made it appear absurd and strange in the light of traditional thought. And unfamiliar things are always inadequately understood. My primary task, and the major difficulty, centered precisely on 314. The posing of the problem. The concrete answer, the explanation of national cultural autonomy, was by comparison among the simpler matters. But the posing constituted what was the most difficult and the most essential, because there existed no socialist viewpoint on the subject. The socialists used to waver between the two bourgeois viewpoints. They were either cosmopolites assimilationists, who cared not at all about such things, or they would appropriate the complete baggage of the nationalists whose legacy, they sought to prove, was compatible with socialism. But there existed no official independent socialist position. What's more, the possibility of the existence of a third alternative seemed literally beyond comprehension. If you are not a nationalist, argued those on the right, you must be an assimilationist. If you are not an assimilationist, said those on the left, then you must be a nationalist. Neither of them could appreciate that there might be yet another position over and above the nationalist and over and above the assimilationist, one with its own and quite distinctive physiognomy. This discovery and elucidation of the third, the socialist position, is what I desired. It happened to be my initial attempt. I had merely laid the first few bricks for the structure. Small wonder that I myself, in later years, felt prompted to improve and change many things. 1. I derived great satisfaction, a few years later, when the book by Otto Bauer appeared that was destined to become famous. Its title was virtually identical with my brochures. I found the same principes enunciated in it. Of course his exposition was different, it was deeper, better, and clearer than mine. *2 Indeed, his is an uncommonly brilliant mind, but on the essential matter we had found a common ground. Aside from these articles, we wrote on a variety of current topics in Vestnik Bunde, and I attempted for the first time to write brief commentaries on public affairs. The International Socialist Congress met in Amsterdam during the summer of 1904. I attended as one of the delegates of the Bund. Our delegation consisted of 7 persons: Liber, Kosovsky, John, Maximov, Alexander, Makavi, and myself. Alexander and Makavi came to Amsterdam directly from America, to which we had sent them to raise funds for the Bund. In America, Makavi went by the name Michael Berg. In later years he bore the party name of Ezra. When we reached Amsterdam our group repaired to the private quarters to which we had been assigned by the organizers of the Congress. We were welcomed by the owner of the flat, an elderly woman whose extreme friendliness was accompanied by gay, childlike laughter. But there was one difficulty: we didn't know a word of Dutch. We tried German with her, and French and English. She understood none of these. She laughed, we laughed too. But the conversation was getting nowhere. Finally we thought we understood her when she said, "The doctor will be coming very soon." We rejoined that we were in no need of a doctor, that we were all healthy, thank God. But the woman persisted, "Just wait, the doctor is coming shortly." 318. 319. Oh well, let it be a doctor. Only later did it become clear that she meant not a doctor but her dokter, which in Dutch sounded similar to doctor, and the daughter was knowledgeable in foreign languages. She finally arrived and we cleared things up. Amsterdam is a wonderful city, a city possessing a distinct, highly personal charm. Of rare beauty are the ancient streets with the silent canals, the old-style houses, and the lovely musical tones from the church steeples ringing forth with melodious song on the hour. Equally attractive are the large, modern streets. I used to envisage the Dutch as a kind of somnolent and phlegmatic people, but it's not so at all. The spacious streets are alive, a picture of feverish activity. Music, laughter, and song can be heard well into the night even within the courtyards. The Jewish quarters are tremendously interesting. They represent a world apart. Typically Jewish, they are unkempt, noisy, all trading and shouting. I had the illusion of being somewhere in Vilno, on Rudnitsky Street or Zavaln Street. Actually, the city of Amsterdam contains a mass of Russian and Polish Jews in addition to the old, established Jewish inhabitants of Spanish extraction, and the Yiddish language resounds quite lustily at every turn. Indeed, when I later barged into the midst of a crowd of young Jewish workingmen and women at a large meeting that had been arranged by the local socialist organization in honor of the Congress, I felt as though one were present at a gathering somewhere in our own Lithuania. The sessions of the Congress were held in the most capacious concert hall in Amsterdam. It was a pretty hall and the audience was huge. The cream of the world socialist movement had come together here. One encountered prominent faces and names all over the place. Yet I was somewhat disappointed in the spirit of the Congress. One had anticipated a great display of ceremony and enthusiasm which one failed to witness. The Zionist Congress had been far more turbulent. What I found in Amsterdam was more routine than enthusiasm. Why the difference? Quite simply because the people who had assembled in Basel were by and large ordinary Jews. They had, for once, managed to escape from their narrow confines, from their prosaic affairs, and immersed themselves in the festive spirit Reminis. 320. Scent of the Sabbath. But here the audience was composed largely of professional leaders. To them a congress was no novelty, it was merely a continuation of their everyday activity. Furthermore, One could not expect of a German or Englishman a display of that vibrant Eastern temperament which one encounters at a Jewish meeting. Finally, there was the dulling effect of a traditional practice at international congresses, the system of trilingualism. Speeches were given in French, German, and English, and every speech in one of these tongues had to be translated promptly into the other two. It became exceedingly boring. Nevertheless, the opening session provided a truly inspiring moment. The Congress had assembled only a few months after the start of the Russo-Japanese War, and our demonstration for peace was carried out in a highly colorful fashion. On opening the Congress, Peter Troelstra invited the representatives of the two warring nations Plekhanov of Russia and Sen Katayama of Japan to take seats next to him, one on the right, the other on the left. And when Troelstra, in his opening address, alluded to the war and the unity of the Russian and Japanese proletariat, both men rose, and Plekhanov extended his hand to Sen Katayama. Amid thunderous applause and shouts of bravo throughout the hall, the two foes maintained a long, firm handshake. This turned out to be the most beautiful scene at the Congress. But a genuinely profound, and literally overwhelming, impression was made upon me a few days later, an impression that will not fade from my soul as long as I live. It was the kind of impression one derives from truly majestic events and phenomena. I heard Jean Jaurès speak. The great debate on socialist tactics was in progress on the board of the Congress. The question, pure class struggle or cooperation with left bourgeois parties. The German social democracy had just adopted its famous Dresden Resolution which forbade cooperation. The French socialist movement was split. One party more to the right endorsed cooperation as permissible, it was headed by Jaurès. A second party, under the leadership of Jules Guesde, 321, adhered to the German view. The two leading contenders who engaged in the big battle at the Congress were Auguste Bebel and Jaurès. It was also the first time that I heard Bebel speak. He was, of course, a superlative orator, and he emerged the victor. But how could he compare to Jaurès? A speaker entrancing as Jaurès has no equal and, I should think, can have none. Before reaching the agenda of a plenary session of the Congress, the issue in question was discussed in a large commission. Any delegate had a right to sit in on the session of the commission. It became transformed, accordingly, into a large meeting. I had been delayed, and by the time I arrived the discussion was already underway. I walked down the corridor in search of the commission's meeting room. Coming up before a closed door, and even before I had opened it, I suddenly felt a strange excitement. A voice was coming through from the other side of the door. I was unable to distinguish the words through the closed door, unable to grasp their essence, but I was stirred by the sound of the voice. I could sense that something extraordinary was taking place. I opened the door. Jaurès was speaking. A small pudgy man, Jaurès had a round and ruddy face, a short, massive neck, and a square beard. His eyes were bright blue and small. But when gazing into them, one had the sensation of peering through two pellucid windows that opened onto a well of wisdom and goodness. And when this diminutive figure commenced to speak, he would take on the stature of a giant. One found oneself looking at a lion and listening to a lion's thunderous roar. The voice was not human, it was sheer thunder, powerful, raging thunder, a boiling wave that engulfed the listener, that transported him and shattered his equanimity. It was a mighty symphony of a 100-piece orchestra. And the fervor, the enthusiasm. When he was speaking, Jaurès became oblivious to everything around him. His whole being was seized by the momentum of his speech, a momentum which conveyed him forward into the ranks of the audience. There was no special speaker's platform in the small hall in which the session of the commission was held. Jaurès stood in front of the 322. First row of listeners, and the longer he spoke, the more impassioned he became. Something seemed to propel him toward the rows OLPOP. One step forward, another step forward, and there he was, thrusting his way through the seats of the first row, cutting unaware into the packed crowd, thundering onward all the while. The Spanish socialist, Pablo Iglesias, was seated up front. He was almost crushed by the speaker. George stopped short, broke into a warm broad smile as he apologized to Iglesias, and moved aside. But within a few minutes he was once again intruding himself into the rows, still thundering, still oblivious. And the impact ot what he was saying, and how he said it. The leonine power and the burning zeal were joined with a truly Gallic gentility, with a noble aristocracy of spirit and gentle humor. One recall the start of his second speech. One of his adversaries was Rosa Luxemburg, who had consistently spoken out for a pure class struggle and against cooperation. George remarked, "When I finish my speech, Comrade Luxemburg, my opponent, will translate what I have said. Here is evidence that struggle and cooperation are not mutually exclusive." The audience laughed and applauded. Rosa Luxemburg also joined in the applause, and George then returned to the essence of his speech. It was a speech in defense. Babel had assailed the tactics of the French socialists. George was defending himself. The majority of those present were not in agreement with him, but no one in the audience could help but be touched by his words, as when he spoke of the danger confronting the French Republic, threatened by reactionary monarchistic machinations, as when he related how he and his comrades had fought for the existence of democracy, as when head raised high his flaming voice thundered forth, "And we saved the Republic." Even granting that he may have been 1,000 times wrong, yet there stood before us a human personality of genuine historic greatness. 1. It was a concluding speech, and the debate had to come to a close. But in the midst of his speech he voiced some passing reference to the other socialist party. Its leader, old Geste, reacted with tremendous indignation. "I protest, and I request the floor," he cried out. George was finished. Geste began to force his way toward the presidium table. Tall, old, with a long black-gray beard, Geste was one of the most popular figures in the socialist movement. He was determined to speak. The chairman, Troelstra, would not permit it. "The debate is closed," he said. "What?" cried Geste. "You refuse to let me speak. You will not allow someone to speak against whom the weightiest accusations have been hurled here, someone who stood at the cradle of the socialist movement in France. You will not allow me to say that the tactics of the party, which..." and so forth and so on, all the while speaking on the substantive matter with such irrepressible momentum that Troelstra merely shrugged his shoulders and let him go on. A similar scene involving Victor Adler was enacted at the plenary session of the Congress. He had mounted the rostrum and begun to speak. The chairman, another Dutchman, the towering, massive giant Henry van Cole, cut him off. I don't remember why. I think his time had run out. A chairman at such a Congress is next to omnipotent, no one dares challenge him. But Adler blithely ignored him. Van Cole broke in again. An angry Adler responded with a sweep of his hand, shouting something at Van Cole along the lines of "Get off my back." The audience chortled, and Van Cole allowed him to proceed. Incidentally, I must say that after George it was Adler, in fact, who made the strongest impression upon me. To be sure, he did not possess the luster, the talent, the rhetorical power of George. His great impact derived from his wisdom. He is the wisest man one ever encountered, the true embodiment of wisdom. And witty to boot, as only a witty Jew can be. Unprepossessing, his shoulders badly stooped, a thick head of hair nearly covering his eyes, Adler had an enormous impact upon everyone. He spoke gently, slowly, with no oratorical flourishes whatsoever. Indeed, he even had a slight tendency to stammer, but so slight as to be hardly noticeable. He managed to overcome this difficulty by virtue of his extraordinary willpower. But his every word was a pure gem. Aside from George, the most attractive speaker for me was the Italian Enrico Ferri, who has since left the socialist movement. A person of rare beauty, Ferri was endowed with an incomparably noble, classic face, a Roman nose, a grey beard, and a voice of incredible beauty. His speech had the quality of the loveliest music. Emile van der Velde, the Belgian Labour leader and present minister, had the reputation of being the finest speaker, second only to Jors. I was not attracted to him, however. His oratorical stance always struck me as theatrical and contrived. I was once told that whenever he prepared a speech that happened to be drafted in advance, he would have recourse to variously colored markings for those words in the manuscript which were to be voiced loudly, medium loudly, and softly. I don't know whether this is true, it may be nothing more than a joke or merely apocryphal. But his speech, and also his gestures, did give the impression of being rehearsed and artificial. And one disliked it. To return to Jors. The big struggle ended in defeat for him. The Congress adopted the Dresden Resolution, and the Congress expressed the firm desire that the various factions of French socialism unite in a single party, on the basis, actually, of that very resolution. And Jors submitted. He carried out the unification, and, until his death, he protected the unity of the party with the total loyalty and consummate honesty of his noble character. Here was the most beautiful personality in the modern socialist movement. Our week in Amsterdam was exceedingly interesting and pleasant. But one thing greatly disturbed the festive mood: our domestic Russian quarreling, which endured virtually from the first day to the last. The source of the problem was this: according to the old statutes of the International, each country was entitled to 2 votes at the 325 Congress and to 2 representatives on the International Socialist Bureau. It was assumed that only one party existed in each country and that the 2 votes would accordingly be utilized to give representation both to the majority and to the minority, or, in a case where the movement was formally split into 2 segments, each party would have 1 vote. This was actually the situation in most countries, but there were 2 important exceptions: France and Russia. I have already alluded to France with its 3 separate parties, known, from the names of their leaders, as the Joristists, the Guestists, and the Allemanists. As for Russia, it had a whole array of parties, no fewer than 10. Not all of them, it is true, had sent representatives, and not all of those which had sent representatives asked for a vote. It finally boiled down to a question of 3 candidates laying claim to the 2 votes: the Russian Social Democratic Workers' Party, the Socialist Revolutionaries, and the Bund. What to do? How should 2 votes be divided into 3 parts? According to the International's own statutes, all the delegates from a single country were regarded as one national section, upon which devolved the task of dividing up the 2 votes. Indeed, at the opening session of the Congress a separate room was assigned to each section, in which it was to meet and decide this matter. We entered the Russians' room. Instead of a joint session we found only a meeting of the SR faction. What is this? We asked. We don't need a joint session, they told us. One of the votes is ours and that's that. The RSDWP group, which had assembled someplace else, argued that the second vote was theirs. Which left us hanging in midair. Here we were, a part of the Congress, yet without a vote. So we left. We were presently approached by Dr. Zhidlovsky, a member of the SR delegation, who set out to argue the question of our unwillingness to form a worldwide Jewish delegation, something that would make recourse to the Russian votes unnecessary. But we had neither the time nor the desire to engage in theoretical discussions with him. The International was organized on the basis of countries. We were from Russia, and we ought to have one of the votes assigned to Russia. We thereupon appealed to the International Socialist Bureau, the Executive Committee of the International. We AP 326 predated full well that both the Social Democrats and the SRS had a claim to a vote. Hence the only solution was a third vote for Russia. Even before we entered the session of the International Bureau, the Frenchman, Allemagne, had already made an appearance there. He had also found himself voteless, and he too requested that the French delegation be granted 3 votes instead of 2. We waited outside the door for the result of the deliberations. In a little while Allemagne emerged in a state of high dudgeon. "How did you fare?" One asked him. A refusal, he replied. The Bureau had been adamant, no third votes whatsoever. That's what the Constitution said. And aside from the constitutional provision, it was averred that the granting of a third vote would signify acquiescence in further splits. The Bureau had posed the question simply, do you want a vote? Then don't split. Yet we wondered why a two-part split should be acceptable and a split into three parts unacceptable. We began to despair, apparently ours was not to reason why. Things looked anything but promising. It was no longer a matter of a third vote but of who would obtain the second, we or the SRS. We appeared at the session of the Bureau and requested the vote. The Russian members of the Bureau were Ilya Rubinovich for the SRS and Plekhanov for the RSDWP. In addition, the Bureau included someone else who had a relationship to Russian matters, Rosa Fuchsenberg, who represented one of the two Polish delegations. On the basis of justice and of reason alike, one would have expected Plekhanov and Fuchsenberg to be on our side. It could readily be assumed that Rubinovich and SR would, as a matter of course, have to support his party. But the other two were, after all, stubborn opponents of the SRS, and, like ourselves, adherents of the Marxist doctrine. They should consequently stand with us. Plekhanov had in fact promised to be on our side, but he did not fulfill his promise. True, I cannot remember how he voted in the end, yet I do know that he spoke and acted in such fashion as to bring about our defeat. Fuchsenberg simply refrained from voting. And the upshot was that the majority of the Bureau came out for the SRS. 327. We decided to appeal directly to the Congress. It was an irksome task. Each of us knew German or French or both languages, but none of us had the audacity to use a foreign language in appearing before such a large gathering. Only one individual was willing to dare Makavi. Entre nous, his German language had a bit of a /Yiddish coloration. Still he was convinced that he knew the language very well, so we gave him leave to speak. The Congress listened to his speech, but as we expected, it proved unavailing. A large assemblage of 700 to 800 persons is incapable of orienting itself in such matters. It tends to fall back on one thing, what is the decision of the Bureau? And it confirmed the Bureau's decision. But we still refused to accept the decision placidly. We continued to approach individual delegates, pointing out all the while, and protesting against, the terrible injustice being committed. We might grant the reluctance to withhold the vote from the SRS, so be it, they could keep the one vote. But to the other vote, the Social Democratic one, we had as great a claim as did the Russian comrades. Let there be constituted, then, a common delegation embracing our two organizations, a delegation that would jointly control this single vote. The commotion persisted for several days. Finally we were handed a proposal. Karl Kosky and Rosa Luxemburg offered to serve as intermediaries between us and the Russian Social Democrats. We accepted the proposal and appeared at a joint meeting. But we immediately noticed something. Luxemburg stood foursquare with the other side. Her partisanship showed, as did her nervousness, fretting all the while. She sought by every means to prevail upon us to soften our stand. But it had little effect. We continued stubbornly to defend our viewpoint. Kosky understood that we were right, and, in the end, the decision was reached. The Social Democratic vote belonged to both sides. We were to share in its disposition. Each side would receive half a vote. Should we and the Russian Social Democrats find ourselves in agreement during voting at the Congress, the two halves would become a single vote, and the vote would be jointly cast. But in the event that one side voted for and the other against, then no vote would be cast. We were thus victorious. But all the contentiousness had spoiled. 328. Our mood and poisoned the satisfaction derived from the Congress. The dispute, incidentally, acted as a spur toward a re-examination of the statutes of the International. It was perceived that 2 votes for each country would not suffice, and the stipulation was changed. Representation in the International Socialist Bureau remained as before. We made it known, however, that we could not regard Plekhanov as our representative. Instead we sent a delegate with consultative power, and we followed this practice to the end. The third conference of the Bund groups outside Russia took place during that winter. One rather interesting question, among others, was broached on this occasion. A segment of our comrades was not satisfied with the activities they were engaged in on behalf of the Bund. They declared that an additional obligation devolved upon them to aid the Russian party. In additone to the Bund groups, the colonies also embraced Iskra groups and those identified with the other Russian tendency, Rabochi Delo. There could be no question about the Iskra groups. Iskra was engaged in a life and death struggle with the Bund, and its groups contained no Bundovces. But we were on friendly terms with Rabochi Delo, and it carried over in the personal relations of some of our people. 56. Gapon. The winter of 1904 to 1905 arrived. The first thunderclaps of the revolution were heard in Russia. The notorious slaughter of January 9 took place. The gigantic wave of political strikes had begun. A feeling was rife that things were on the upswing, that great events impended. Accordingly, our work abroad became more intensive and varied. Among the circles of the Russian emigration, however, conflicts continued, and with increasing fervor. Differences of opinion between the Bolsheviks and the Mensheviks grew deeper. Minor organizational issues gave way to questions of political tactics. Yet, the external forms of the disputes remained the same, and one must say they were not especially appetizing. Similar conflicts had also been taking place within Russia proper. But at the same time another trend manifested itself there. The momentous developments were forcing the various national organizations of the Russian social democracy to draw closer together. A joint conference which brought together participants representing the Russian Social Democratic Workers' Party, the Bund, the Polish Social Democracy, and the Lettish Social Democracy, issued a common manifesto at a conference held simultaneously with the events of January 9. In some circles of the Russian socialist movement, primarily 329. 330. Among the SRS, still another idea was afoot, the creation of a kind of union or, at the very least, an understanding, among all socialist currents. An attempt was made to realize this idea in the spring of 1905. The attempt was associated with certain moves by the famous leader of the St. Petersburg workers, Father George Gapon. In the wake of the bloodbath of January 9, he fled Russia and came to Geneva. Shortly thereafter we received an invitation from him to participate in a conference of all Russian socialist organizations. His plan was received rather coolly in the social democratic ranks. The disagreements, it was contended, were of such magnitude as to preclude joint activity. The Mensheviks refused altogether to participate in the conference. The Polish Social Democrats and the Bolsheviks did attend, as did among the Social Democrats the Lets, the Armenians, and the Bund. I recall the meeting of the Foreign Committee held jointly with the representative of our Central Committee who happened to be in Geneva. 2 delegates were selected, Yudin and myself. I had no desire to attend the conference, and not for reasons of principle. I simply considered myself too young. I was all of 24 at the time and looked even younger. I pleaded, "You're wild, mad. The conference, after all, will bring together the very cream of the revolutionary movement, old-time, tested leaders. It would make an exceedingly poor impression if someone as young as I should appear as a representative of the Bund. For pity's sake, send someone else." But the group was adamant, and I had no choice. So I went. First we had to drop in on Onsky who, at that time, found himself in Gapon's company a great deal. There we would be told the location of the conference. At Onsky's home we encountered a young man wearing a grey suit and red neckerchief. He had small brown eyes and a small pointed beard. There was nothing interesting about his face, or about him in general. We remained with him alone in the room for several minutes. He was apparently at a loss for something to talk about. Suddenly he asked me whether I was married. I answered in the negative. We fell silent. Then he inquired as to why I was so pale. Was I perhaps ill? Yes, I said. Again silence. Then Onsky appeared. We obtained the address and departed. 331. And when I arrived at the conference I learned, to my great amazement, that the uninteresting young man with the red neckerchief and the small eyes was, in fact, the famous Gapon himself. The conference numbered about 15 people. For the SRS there were Viktor Chernov, Catherine Breshkovskaya, and Onsky. For the Russian Social Democrats, Lenin, and another individual, of whom one shall subsequently have occasion to write. The Polish Socialist Party was represented by Usko and Plakhotsky. Then there were representatives of two Lettish organizations, a representative of the Armenian Social Democratic Organization, representatives of the Armenian Droshakists I and Georgian Federalists, and we, the two delegates of the Bund. The other delegate from the Russian Social Democrats, Lenin's comrade, was a certain Maximov. In truth, I had been told earlier that Lenin would be joined by another prominent representative of the Bolsheviks, Alexander Bogdanov, a well-known theoretician, on whose book on political economy thousands of political activists had been educated. I was thus very curious to see this person. But in place of Bogdanov came Maximov, a blond young man of medium height, wearing a blue Russian blouse and presenting the ordinary appearance of a guileless worker with a simple, naive laugh. He responded to every joke he heard with rollicking laughter. I could not help wondering, why should someone like that be sent to a gathering of such importance? But when the conference closed and I told my comrades about this delegate, it was their turn to laugh and at my expense. For that simple worker was actually none other than Bogdanov. Gapon opened the conference with a speech. Some speech. The renowned orator who once had the capacity to inflame a workers' audience in St. Petersburg numbering in the thousands was simply incapable, on this occasion, of arranging two words in sequence. He stammered, fumbled, was powerless to organize an intelligible thought. It was just as if a peasant had fallen in with a company of the intelligentsia and found himself at a loss for what to say and how to act. He himself appeared visibly discomfited, and all of us sat with our eyes averted. It was pitiful. When he came to speak of the Amsterdam Congress, which had adopted a resolution calling upon the socialist parties of every country to unite, he even found himself unable to pronounce the name of the city properly. Instead of Amsterdam, it came out Amsterdam. We literally turned red for shame. So this is the great leader, we thought. How pathetic for him and for the workers whom he led. Conflicts erupted immediately after his speech. We, the 6 social democratic representatives, the 2 Russian Bolsheviks, a Let, an Armenian, and the 2 Bundists joined forces in advance, and decided to support each other. None of us figured that anything substantial would emerge from the conference. The fellowship that had come together was simply too heterogeneous. We attended the conference with a feeling of distaste, and we waited for an opportunity to be rid of the whole business. The opportunity was offered to us at the very outset by our Lettish comrade. In addition to the Lettish Social Democratic Organization, a Lettish Social Democratic League was also present. In truth, the latter was no social democratic group at all but an SR group. Moreover, it had very little real substance, the more ungenerous were wont to say that it didn't even exist. But its representative abroad used to turn up everywhere, and he proved to be a constant source of difficulty to the representatives of social democracy. It was the same story during the preceding year, at the Amsterdam Congress. The delegate of the League had also appeared there, and the representative of the Lettish Social Democrats had requested that the International Socialist Bureau bar him from the Congress. I was present at that meeting of the Bureau, and I remember a demagogical trick by Victor Adler. After the delegate of the Social Democrats had concluded his speech, Adler directed his attention to the representative of the League standing nearby, and asked, "But surely you know this person?" "Yes," he replied, "we even sat together in prison." "I declare," rejoined Adler. "You can sit together in prison but not at the Congress." And the delegate of the League was admitted. Now, at the conference in Geneva, the Lettish Social Democrat 333 again raised objections to his adversary of the League. He posed the question sharply and in the form of an ultimatum, either he or I. To tell the truth, we appreciated full well that such an ultimatum had no place here, yet we had obligated ourselves in advance to support each other. We tried to plead with him, "Drop it, don't be obstinate." But he refused, he was simply immovable. Alas, for us there was no alternative but to act in unison. Naturally, had we held the conference in any sort of esteem, we would have hit upon something with respect to the stubborn Let. But we had no real desire to remain there in any case, hence our decision to rally behind his ultimatum. Lenin took upon himself the difficult task of making of the trivial matter a subject of overriding principle. The conference, he alleged, had been poorly organized in general, it offered nothing meaningful. What better example than the case of the Lets, with an invitation to a non-existent organization? Secondly, where were the Lettinish Social Democrats? Why hadn't they been invited? They had, came the reply, an invitation had been transmitted to them via the Finnish liberals, apparently they had not received the invitation. "There you have it," said Lenin. "Why do you send an invitation to a workers' party via bourgeois liberals? Why did you not do it by way of the Swedish socialists? Bungling work. A conference of fictitious parties, a conference in which real parties are absent. We cannot work with you." And we departed. We went to the house of the Armenian delegate and set about drafting an official declaration to the conference, a kind of manifesto concerning the reasons for our leaving. Lenin was first with a statement swiftly drawn up. But it was unsuitable, rather arid, disjointed, even stylistically inadequate. It was evident that it had been composed on the fly. Then my comrade Yudin rolled up his sleeves and went to work. He brought it off in his usual manner, expansive, weighty, opening with the historic moment and closing with revolution. It was just what we needed. We sent off the declaration and dispersed. During the time Yudin was engaged in the writing, we all sat together chatting, joking, laughing. I recall one detail. Lenin had proceeded to interrogate us about the Lettish and Lithuanian parties. He knew nothing about them, even in the matter of the very names themselves, he was wholly incapable of figuring things out. We x. 334. Plain to him that there are two Lettish organizations and a Lithuanian Social Democratic Party, whose title also retains the name of Lithuania. And the Lithuanian Social Democracy, that's something else? Yes. And the Lettish? Also different. And the Polish, too. And the Polish, too. And he continued, in this manner, to repeat his questions over and over again. The impression seemed to grow that Lenin was a bit slow in finding his way. Yet all the while the look of those little eyes of his revealed his customary expression, as though he were saying, "It's all a heap of lies. I don't believe a word you're saying." Just like a peasant selling his grain, yet fearful of being deceived. An amazing individual. Later we returned to the conference in order to verify the minutes. In general it was devoid of any substantial results. The one thing the conference achieved was some kind of technical agreement. Weapons were jointly purchased and sent off to Russia by a special ship. But a mishap occurred, and the ship never got there. 2. It was the summer of 1905. While events inside Russia quickened and grew ever more turbulent, leaders and theoreticians abroad found themselves confronted with issues of an increasingly novel and complex character. Under the shell of pet groupings and quarrels there appeared important disagreements on matters of principle. The question of the bourgeois movement emerged in all its acuteness, as did matters involving the peasantry and the unions of the intelligentsia. There also arose the question concerning the technical preparation of the revolution. The Bolsheviks argued that the slogan of the hour was an armed uprising, that the most important practical task was the acquisition of arms and the organization of fighting groups. The Mensheviks, on the other hand, set greater store by the education of the masses. There were other disputed subjects as well. One that came close to evoking the greatest interest among the circles abroad actually had the least relevance. It was the question of the attitude to be adopted by the Social Democrats after the overthrow of the Tsarist regime and the formation of a provisional revolutionary government. Should Social Democrats participate in such a government or should they not? The Bolsheviks stated that they should participate. It would, after all, be a revolutionary government of workers and peasants and social. 335. 336. Democracy could not stand by passively on the sidelines. This idea already contained a kernel of the future Bolshevik plan for a left bloc, a political alliance of the workers and peasants against the bourgeoisie. The Mensheviks, however, argued that the coming revolution would, by its very nature, be a bourgeois revolution, and that socialists must not participate in a bourgeois government. To do so would mean to be dragged into a swamp. They would achieve no results. I must confess that the whole discussion seemed to me a kind of time-killing exercise in theoretics. I simply could not believe that the question of a revolutionary government and of participation by the Social Democrats could become items for the political agenda in the near future. And, in point of fact, it actually became urgent and practical only 12 years later, and by that time the situation and the attitudes had both changed radically. In 1917 the Bolsheviks were the very ones to oppose participation, while the Mensheviks favored it. To the extent that I pondered the question at all in 1905, this much seemed clear: it was the Mensheviks who were correct. The revolution would be of a bourgeois character. Participation in a bourgeois government was no concern of a revolutionary social democratic party. But this was theory. In practice it is very difficult to conceive that the representatives of the working class, the largest active force in the revolutionary upheaval, would not be able to stand aside and settle for mere criticism of decisions affecting its destiny. The revolutionary momentum, the spontaneous, unavoidable thrust toward power, would absolutely impel it toward active involvement. And it would find itself willy-nilly on the inside, within the government. How well I remember witnessing the subsequent difficulties and incidents. I foresaw that even a victorious revolution would be compelled to wage a bitter struggle for its existence against the forces of reaction. The struggle would lead to a revolutionary dictatorship, possibly on the model of the French Convention. But a terroristic dictatorship is by nature such that one part of the revolutionary forces begins eventually to rule over the other part. One part destroys the other, and an iron bridle is once again set down upon the 337 awakened masses. This subverts the very foundation of the revolution, the independence of the masses, and lays the groundwork for the power of a Napoleon. Such was the case in 18th century France, and I suspected that the same danger also threatened the Russian Revolution. One Anatole Lunacharsky was the most zealous fighter at the time on behalf of the idea of participating in a revolutionary government. He loomed as a new star in the Bolshevik firmament, really the only star, because the Bolsheviks were impoverished with respect to people's prominence in those days. It was a period when Lenin, I don't know why, had the following earmark: he used to surround himself with exceedingly colorless and uninteresting figures. The only two persons with distinguished names who lined up with him at that time were Bogdanov and Lunacharsky. In actuality, neither of these men were real politicians. Bogdanov was truly an individual of many parts, a physician, by profession, a scholarly economist, a philosopher, a mathematician, in short, a person of great erudition who followed in Lenin's train on political matters. It was only in later years that he kicked over the traces and moved to the left of his rabbi. As for Lunacharsky, he was actually a literary critic and salon socialist. A typical Russian intelligent of respectable pedigree, With the characteristic appearance of the intelligent, Lunacharsky had a high forehead and a small pointed beard. He was exceedingly interesting and witty in private conversation, an attractive writer and a most attractive speaker. His one major shortcoming was his voice. I do not know if others notice this, but there are such things as wise voices and silly voices. He happened to have a silly voice, with a kind of vocal quality that made me think of a goat. It used to spoil the impact of his speeches somewhat. Nevertheless, he spoke magnificently. It was only unbecoming when he sought to dabble in internal party matters. At such moments he gave the impression of being out of his element, and one was tempted to ask, why do you dabble in such matters, matters that are absolutely beyond your ken? Indeed, his real forte was and remained not party politics but socialist cultural work. In this sphere he certainly has rather substantial merits. The little Jewish world also began to stir. Several bourgeois political organizations appeared, there was a proliferation of various Zionist socialist groups. A bitter struggle commenced between us and the latter. But one corner of the Jewish street remained untouched by the revolutionary storms, the general Zionists. Petrified and preoccupied with their special interests, intoxicated with their publicly and legally secure newspaper came, they continued bustling about in their parochial concerns, deaf and blind to the great events transpiring around them. The summer of 1905 happened to coincide with another Zionist Congress, the 7th, in Basel. Once again I went there to take a look at those gentlemen in action. The Congress was extremely hectic, a veritable chaos. It was just like a theater performance with a mass of actors but without a strong, competent director. The first Congress minus Herzl, it evoked a feeling that the brain and soul of the movement was indeed no longer present. His place was filled by Max Nordau and David Wolfsohn. Wolfsohn was quite an intelligent person, a dedicated Zionist, but lacked Herzl's prestige, and Nordau was an attractively flamboyant advocate, the author of paradoxes and neatly turned phrases, but no leader. Accordingly, the whole production was somehow wanting in arms and legs. As usual, the crowd of delegates was very large and variegated, including a cluster of old Zionist leaders from Russia, quite a number of German lawyers, scores of rabbis, Russian and Galician, a substantial group of newly arrived Zionist socialists, and a solid mass of just plain Jews who had come to spend the summer months in Switzerland and, in the process, brought along to the Congress votes of the Zionist societies. The place presented a scene of tremendous friction. Echoes of the Uganda question still resounded, the great dispute persisted around the issue of Palestinian Zionism and simple territorialism. In the 2-year interval since the preceding Congress, the sentiment of the leaders had changed. Palestinian Zionism had won out, and its adherents came to the Congress determined to bury the Uganda project. But a strong opposition had also crystallized the supporters of pure territorialism. The latter were in a minority, but they were well organized and strongly determined not to submit. Hence the general uproar culminated in a split. The Congress as a whole left a dismal impression. There was not a single moment when one could sense a genuinely elevated spirit or great enthusiasm. Even the big scene involving the split was devoid of solemnity. Quite the contrary, instead of solemnity, a miserably scandalous incident occurred. The territorialists engaged in furious obstruction, unwilling to permit a vote. Amid the massive tumult it was impossible to hear a single word. Consequently, the leaders of the majority, who were seated at the presidium table, gave a hand signal. On with the vote, fellows. The crowd understood, hands were raised and the matter resolved, loyalty to Palestine would prevail. When the territorialists realized that obstruction was proving futile and that their opponents had turned the tables on them, they succumbed to an uncontrollable rage. Screaming hysterically, they surged toward the platform, determined to storm it. A few chairs sailed through the air and crashed at the presidium table. The enraged territorialist host charged ahead behind this artillery barrage. The celebrities on the podium offered no resistance. They cleared their places with remarkable agility. In a matter of seconds the podium was completely empty and the session was cut short. Such was the picture of the great moment. The territorialists then departed and convened a congress of their own. All this took place not without a humorous misunderstanding. During the dispute between the two Zionist factions, the name Ol the Bund was drawn in. How? The SS had constituted the most vibrant element among the territorialists. They were represented, not only by a certain number of delegates, but also by a substantial number of visitors in the gallery, largely students from the nearby cities of Switzerland. The latter had occupied a whole section of the gallery, and when the debate opened on the main question, visitors joined in the obstruction, with immoderate outbursts and raucous shouts. This prompted a few of the Palestine Zionists to open up with shouts of "Quiet, Bundists." The use of the term Bundists had the object, naturally, of needling the troublemakers, since the term Bundist coming from Zionist lips represented the most egregious insult imaginable. But there were others present who did not appreciate the joke and who seriously believed that the disorder was actually being staged by real Bundists whose presence was prompted by a malevolent intention to disrupt the Zionist Congress. The notion, of course, was insane. Our few comrades who were in the gallery obviously behaved most correctly. None of them would have thought for a moment of dancing at someone else's wedding. The myth, however, was given credence. After the end of the Congress one read a dispatch from Basel in a Russian Jewish newspaper, in which something about a Bundist obstruction was reported quite serious. 342. Lee. I was moved at the time to send a letter to the editor of Foscode denying this silly calumny. After the split I dropped in on the Congress of the Territorialists. The confusion and ineptness which prevailed there were even greater than among the Zionists. One swiftly sensed that here was a stillborn child. And such was indeed the case. After a few years of stirring about, territorialism died without even leaving behind any heirs. For their founding Congress had been filled with dismal hostility, a condition wanting in rhyme or reason. It is sufficient to observe that one of the main speakers was Nachman Syrkin, and that his very first address to the territorialists, who had left the Zionist Congress in protest against the Palestine stubbornness, was precisely a declaration of love for that very Palestine. Having alluded to Syrkin, I should add that even before the moment of the split, while still a member of the General Congress, he remained true to his constant role, that of entertaining the crowd. But he cut a pitiful figure. He was a picture of perpetual agitation, constantly seeking to get the floor, and always in vain. The short rotund fellow could be seen waddling across the hall dozens of times, leaping up the steps of the platform, dashing over to the chairman, engaging him in an exchange, finding himself rejected, waddling his way back down the steps and onto the floor, scurrying about frantically flushed, drenched with perspiration, disappearing in the crowd. After a few minutes, the sequence was repeated. Syrkin again rushed up to the chairman, with a new objection, a new turn down, and yet another return to the floor. I had been sitting at one of the press tables up front, between the podium and the body of delegates. Syrkin would have to come dashing right by me on each woeful journey. And whenever he did so, a certain Dr. Levy, a prominent German Zionist who was seated at the same table, extended his hand and seized Syrkin by his ample beard. Tugging at it, he would remark, smiling calmly and cynically, "Syrkin, you fool! Syrkin, you fool!" Syrkin merely shook his beard free and dashed on. I was extremely piqued at Dr. Levy. His action was gross, to begin with, and also cruel. Why, after all, pick on a poor fellow for not being too bright? It was not his fault. 55. October Days. It had not been my good fortune to participate directly, within Russia proper, in the truly sublime events of the October Days. From far off Switzerland we looked on and listened to the exciting reports, and we all sensed a new stage beginning. It had already been felt at the start of 1905, immediately upon the arrival of word about the bloody day of January 9th. Words cannot describe the state of agitation in our colonies. I was in Zurich during those days and recall how scores of colonists would appear at the editorial offices of the Neue Zürcher Zeitung in the late night hours to learn of the most recent dispatches, to ascertain whether decisive events of some kind had occurred within Russia. In Geneva, the newspaper Tribune de Genève, which used to appear 5 times a day, carried fresh dispatches in each edition. Indeed, some people in those days would buy all 5 editions of the paper on the off chance that a significant change had taken place during the few hours since the earlier edition. I personally adopted a relatively unemotional attitude toward the January events. In a speech I delivered at a meeting in Zurich, I observed, "The 9th of January does not yet betoken a completed revolution. No revolution can be made with a cross in hand and under the aegis of a priest. The 9th of January is a sign that the revolution is not yet ripe. But the day does represent a forward thrust, a tremendous thrust, a point of departure for the beginning of the revolution." And it had actually begun. As the year progressed, the revolutionary wave swept across Russia on a scale ever broader, deeper, vaster, and, finally, the Great October Strike. I would seize upon the telegraphic information with feverish impatience. One overriding question gnawed at my brain: could this be, in actual fact, the crucial, the conclusive blow? It was as though someone were standing at the shore peering into the waves. Here comes a wave rolling in, steadily closer, higher, and more powerful. Is this one, perhaps, the final deluge? Or would it, as in the case of all previous waves, spend itself without having attained its goal? Then came October 17th. And no matter how grave the doubt as to the capacity of this wave to transcend this particular point and move beyond it to where it could wholly demolish the ancient structure, one thing remained clear: this time it was no mere storm, it was not just another assault repelled. The massive ocean would no longer return to its prior state. Something new was burning, whether complete or partial, it was still a revolution. I had occasion to spend those tumultuous days in the company of the best of our movement. The 6th Congress of the Bund took place just at that time. It had again decided to convene the Congress abroad, and again, as with the preceding one, in Zurich. The preparations for it had been months in the making. A series of important questions were readied for the agenda. The smuggling of delegates across the border began during the first part of October, and, just when most of them had already reached the outside, the newspapers carried the information about the beginning of the Great Strike. The delegates found themselves in an exceedingly painful situation. All of them were seized by a burning desire to return home immediately. All of them appreciated the urgency of being at their stations in order to offer leadership to the movement. It seemed intolerable that, at the very moment of the greatest strike Russia had ever experienced, the finest leaders of our movement should remain on the sidelines. But it was too late. The railroad trains had 346 already stopped running. The farthest it would have been possible to ride, at best, was to the Russian border. Beyond that the way was barred. Thus we had no alternative. We were on the ground in Zurich, and the Congress got underway. The Congress was quite large and its composition rather impressive. Only a small number of our prominent comrades were missing. Noyak was incarcerated in the Vilno prison. Alexander had left for Russia a few months earlier and remained there to carry on political activity. Several other outstanding comrades had returned to Russia from abroad in the course of 1905 and did not appear at Zurich. These included Timofey, who organized the Bund publishing house in Vilno, Divite, and Slavek. With the exception of these few, nearly all the recognized leaders of the period showed up at Zurich. Aside from the old and well-known leaders who had attended the previous congresses, several new personalities appeared. One young man was present by the name of Yevgeny. He had already been abroad for some time, and we had engaged in lengthy discussions especially on the national question, which held particular interest for him. He advanced a number of extremely provocative ideas on the subject. I once sat with him in Zurich's café terrace until 3 in the morning and listened with great interest as he held forth. but communicating with him proved to be a trying affair. One needed a considerable degree of skill to understand what he was saying because he had a distinctive failing, something like a barrier emerged between his brain and his tongue. His mind was filled with ideas, but his tongue did not follow suit. What escaped was a species of disjointed, unrelated words like a coded letter, that could be understood by whoever knew the key to the code, but it was exceedingly difficult for anyone unaccustomed to his speech to penetrate to the essential content of his ideas. Still, people finally did get used to it. Another personality at the Congress, and also new, was Moisey Olgin. He had not been called Olgin originally, but Olga. I don't remember exactly why the feminine name became attached to him. I think Abramovich once addressed him by that name. They were very close friends, and he had come under the strong influence of 347. Abramovich. He later changed his name to Olgin. He did possess, incidentally, a substantial degree of feminine softness which, to some extent, justified the feminine appellation. I had already heard about him previously. Central Committee people who managed to slip abroad from time to time used to tell me, "There's a good writer, a first-class writer. He can write by day and by night, standing still and on the run." When, for instance, there was need of a proclamation or an article for Die Arbeiterstimme, the Central Committee, which found itself short on polished writers, would turn to him and say, "A decision has been reached on the following matter. It is essential to write it up along such and such lines." Olgin would sit down and, within half an hour, the thing was finished, polished, in proper literary form, every T crossed and I dotted. His was the golden pen of the Central Committee. The other writer for the Central Committee was a Litvak. Here was a person of an altogether different character, possessed of a strong spirit of independence and a markedly individualist bent. I met Olgin for the first time at this Congress. He was in his 30s, a quiet, modest person, with a blonde beard. It seems to me that he never once took the floor. Equally new, to me at least, was Banish Mikhalevich. As an activist he was anything but new, indeed, he was one of the veterans. Still, until that Congress, one had had no opportunity to meet him. Mikhalevich had a bad habit of continuously getting himself exiled. On this occasion he happened, by coincidence, to be free. He presented a very respectable appearance with his blonde beard and gold-rimmed spectacles. At the 6th Congress I also met David Zaslavsky for the first time. I shall have an opportunity to deal with these individuals in subsequent chapters. The Congress opened on a hectic note. The audience was excited and tense. To the Presidium were elected, if I'm not mistaken, Rachemil Weinstein, Yudin, and myself. Rachemil chaired the opening session, his debut, I believe, in that role. He was not as yet familiar with the trade and his conduct of the proceedings left much to be desired. I had already acquired some experience along those lines, so I sat near him and tried to assist him. But such a duet served only to heighten the confusion, and the people grew still more edgy. Most of the later sessions were chaired by me alone. We encountered considerable difficulty at the very outset in the matter of determining the agenda which, initially, included among other things items pertaining to political tactics. But conditions had taken such a turn that it was literally impossible to reach decisions on tactics, and truly, the whole time the Congress was meeting in Zurich, tremendous events were happening inside Russia. The situation was changing day by day, hour by hour. What might have been suitable for the previous day had become inappropriate for today. No one could tell what the morrow would bring. Cut off from Russia, we could not rely on the reports arriving via the press. Under such conditions it would have been the height of impracticality to adopt any kind of tactical directives, and we, in fact, did not do so. We were obliged, whether we liked it or not, to exclude this subject from the agenda. The remaining issues were not so intimately linked to the situation of the moment. Foremost among them was the national question. More than 2 years had elapsed since the Fifth Congress, at which a degree of uncertainty was manifested with respect to the national question. In the interim much had changed. A considerable job of enlightenment had been carried out, there was talk and discussion around the subject, people wrote about it and pondered over it. Numerous prejudices fell away and many doubts disappeared. The general attitude within our party grew considerably firmer and clearer. Simultaneously, the impact as well of political events prompted the adoption of a more solid and determined position. 349. The Central Committee of the Bund had found it possible as recently as the year before to take an important forward step on its own responsibility. Not long after the death of Minister of the Interior von Plave, Russia began to experience a sort of political springtime. Under the combined impact of military defeats in the war with Japan and of the revolutionary movement, the new Minister of the Interior, Peter Sviatopok-Mirsky, loosened the reins a bit, and a great surge of social movement began to consolidate newly won positions. The time had come for each tendency and every party to unfurl its banners and to show its face. The need to adopt a clear stand on the national question, among others, grew urgent. Our situation was as follows: we did have a program dealing with the subject. It was the resolution of the Fourth Congress on national autonomy, yet that same Congress had decided we should refrain from advancing this demand for the time being. In truth, it was hardly a burning issue in 1901. But by 1904 circumstances had changed. The Central Committee of the Bund, on its own responsibility, issued a kind of manifesto in which the demand for national autonomy was clearly and pointedly enunciated. This represented more than a significant political step. It also indicated that the doubts and vacillation in our own ranks were gone. Our Central Committee had always been exceedingly careful, always conscious of its heavy responsibility, and it never would have taken a decisive step without first ascertaining that the mass of party members was in accord with it. Here was clear testimony that the sentiment of the party had become solidified as early as the end of 1904. A scant year had elapsed between the appearance of the proclamation and the October Congress about which I am writing. And understandably, consideration of the problem in the course of that year induced still more clarity in the minds of our comrades. The confirmation of our program at the Congress was a foregone conclusion. I was designated the reporter on this item. In my referat I elaborated upon the main contentions of our opponents and of our wavering supporters. The leading argument was an echo of the assimilationist gospel. Jewish separateness existed, it was said, solely because of the evil decrees of the Tsarist government. The Jews had 350 been confined to a restricted pale of settlement, they had been denied access to Russian life, hence their continued adherence to Jewishness. But once the pale is abolished, once the confining barriers fall, the Jews will disperse throughout the whole of Russia like so much dust, and become submerged in the gigantic Russian mass. Hence the uselessness of talk about a Jewish culture and the futility of talk about Jewish autonomy. Still another argument was adduced by those who, disdaining even to prognosticate about the future of the Jews, disliked the very form of national autonomy. I endeavored, therefore, to demolish both arguments, the latter with logical proofs, the former with facts and figures, to wit, the Jews are by nature disinclined to disperse themselves, to burst forth helter-skelter like so many dried peas poured from a sack. Even in those places where external compulsion is absent, the masses of Jewish people live together, and the elimination of the Russian Pale would not bring about an end to the existence of the Jewish people. For the rest, I cannot precisely recall the full content of my referat and the fine points of the ensuing debates. I know there were exchanges, and that a few comrades persisted in their opposition to autonomy. But they remained a small minority. Others dilated upon the features of autonomy. One point of view stressed that autonomy ought to be broader than we had contemplated. Then there was a contrary standpoint, autonomy ought to embrace schools and nothing else. Of course, in that case it hardly merited the resounding designation autonomy, for it would have represented little more than an association of schools. This was Yevgeny's position. but the large majority adhered to the idea of national cultural autonomy along the lines of our proposal. And the resolution of the Congress, reaffirming the decision of 1901, now gave expression to the latter in a new form that was both clearer and more precise. A number of other items relating to the national question came under consideration. For instance, the dispute over a constituent assembly. All of the socialist parties at this time had advanced the slogan of a constituent assembly, to be elected by the whole population with the object of determining the political future of the country. Some of the socialist parties, example the Polish Socialist Party, 351, and, one believe, also the Lithuanian, urged the convening, simultaneously with the Russian Constituent Assembly in St. Petersburg, of a totally separate and independent Constituent Assembly for their respective countries. In short, a Polish Constituent Assembly in Warsaw, a Lithuanian Assembly in Vilna. The local constituent assemblies would thus be completely divorced from the one in St. Petersburg and would decide all issues on their own, or by prior agreement with St. Petersburg. The Social Democratic parties were opposed to all this, and our Congress also voiced its opposition to the plan. Realization of the request would have been tantamount to a breaking of the revolutionary front and a splintering of forces. The initial requirement was the attainment, through unified forces, of maximum democracy by way of the All-Russian Constituent Assembly. Only after the determination of basic principles for the country as a whole would the need arise for convening local constituent assemblies. These in turn would elaborate the laws for the individual regions, within the limits prescribed by the general democratic representation of the country. The whole disagreement was actually an outgrowth of another disputed issue, whether the border regions should break away from Russia completely and become independent states, or whether they might be satisfied with autonomy. The request for a separate constituent assembly was really a disguised wish to break away. But owing to the fact that the slogan of independence had lost considerable force during the stormy months of an all-Russian revolution, it was found necessary to settle for the veiled desire. We did in fact deliberate upon the question of local autonomy for the border regions, and upon related matters. But we were on tenterhooks. We became progressively more agitated with the arrival of the news from Russia. And suddenly we read the first telegram about the pogroms. A second followed, then a third. It was as though a bloody tidal wave had gushed forth, surging onto the land and flooding the earth with a horrible deluge of destruction. The revolution had come face to face with the counter-revolution in its most dreadful, ghastly form. For many Jews who had been socialistically inclined it constituted 352. A blow that tended to disorient them completely. They had awaited for years the advent of the great day of Jubilee, and when it finally came it found itself drenched in rivers of Jewish blood, of innocent Jewish blood. Some people who lacked a firm belief succumbed to despair. This was the time when the party called Zionist Socialists, a party which represented the organized expression of helplessness, of disappointment and desperation, began to flourish. In the course of a few years it grew to fairly impressive size, only to burst subsequently like a soap bubble and to disappear completely from the scene. Today it remains a thing of the past. A movement cannot be built on a foundation of despair, it can only be built by faith. There was no despair in our ranks. But the pogroms, as well as the course of political events, clearly revealed to us that there could be no talk for the time being of a decisive victory of the revolution. The revolution had wrested concessions and pledges from the government. Yet actual power remained in the same old hands. All of us were well aware that bitter struggle still lay ahead. I gave expression to this general sentiment among us in a speech delivered at a banquet which followed the close of the Congress. The efforts of our movement, I observed, may be likened to an ascent up a high rugged mountain. We crawl foot by foot over boulders and cliffs, clambering ever higher. Then the moment finally arrives when it seems as if the very summit of the mountain has been reached. And with the attainment of the summit there finally opens up before our eyes the vista of the promised land on the other side. A straight and simple road emerges into its lush green valleys. That moment had arrived and we had reached the summit, yet, when we took the final steps and impatiently surveyed the scene unfolding before us on the other side of the rocky cliffs, we became aware that this was not yet the final peak. Indeed, it was only the Tirst mountain, beyond which loomed a savage mass of new mountains higher still and even harder to conquer. What we had achieved then was merely the first step. More roads lay ahead, difficult roads. And we were compelled to tread them as heretofore. But all of us cherished a single hope: the old would never return again. A new stage was beginning with new opportunities and new prospects. Political life became more colorful, grew richer, and more vibrant. The revolution was advancing. In the immediate aftermath of the October days, a wave of Russian emigrants headed back toward Russia. I was asked, "Do you want to go?" My answer was, "If you need me, I am ready at any moment." During the quiet October evenings, after the Congress had adjourned, Abramovich and I used to wander aimlessly about the streets of Zurich and make plans. Fresh possibilities, new tasks, broad, open. Russian socialist papers had already begun to appear in St. Petersburg. How could we stay behind? And I dreamed nostalgically of a regular position on a large daily newspaper. Our strolls ended at the railroad station, where a high iron bridge over the tracks connected two streets. We would walk onto the bridge. Beneath us ran the trains, one after another, many of them rolling toward distant places abroad, toward the north, toward the Russian border. And I thought, who knows? Maybe I will be sitting on such a train in a few weeks, homeward bound after the long Lower-year exile. And that is what actually happened. Meanwhile I headed back to Geneva to await a telegram from Russia. In the interim, Kosovsky and one were to work up the minutes of the Congress. On the way to Geneva I stopped off at Bern-Lorey. 354. Day. My visit happened to coincide with a large meeting in the colony at which I was invited to speak on the latest developments. In my address I concentrated on the pogroms. I could readily discern in the audience the terribly depressing effect induced by those sanguinary events. Words of consolation are hard to come by in such circumstances, and that was not my task. I had merely wished to set the matter in its proper light. And I said, blood is being shed, the situation is horrible, but one should keep in mind, blood constitutes that lubricant without which the carriage of history does not move ahead. Here was a thought, one would imagine, that was perfectly legitimate and plainly elementary, yet these words had the effect of stirring up a hornet's nest. The audience included some sort of Zionist who wrote a report in a Jewish newspaper about the meeting, and he put altogether different words into my mouth. According to his report, I allegedly stated that Jewish blood is the lubricant of the Russian Revolution. A brouhaha ensued. The Zionists seized upon those fictitious words and tormented me with them for years. Several weeks after the speech, as soon as I arrived in Russia, I published a denial in Der Freund. I declared that what the correspondent had written about me was a lie, and I cited my actual words. Alas, to no avail. Those nice folks simply ignored my response. It suited them better to sustain the furor. And year after year the words would be thrown up to me, words which I had never uttered. It became simply habit. A real tradition was established in the Zionist press. Whenever my name was mentioned, the following addendum would be tacked on: this is the same individual who said that Jewish blood is a lubricant for the Russian Revolution. To this very day, 16 years later, the identical statement continues meandering through Zionist byways. 4. Before my departure, I returned to Geneva and began preparations for the long journey. Actually, preparations would scarcely be the proper word. There were no formal preparations to make. I had no personal business whatsoever to straighten out. A half hour for the packing of my few possessions would have been excessive. My sole worldly goods consisted of a sizable bundle of old letters which one sorted into a smaller pack, sealed, and deposited at the Karuzhk. The rest I burned. There is always something sad about burning letters, like consigning to the flames a part of one's life, that induces feelings of melancholy in the process. I can still remember the room in which I lived at the time. It was really quite pretty, the most attractive of all the Swiss rooms in which I had lived until then. But when I muse upon that room, it becomes associated in my memory with a quiet, tender sadness. Was I not, after all, closing out a whole epoch of my life at that moment? I had spent 4 whole years abroad, during which I experienced much, observed many things, amassed considerable knowledge, and I had derived no small quantum of happiness, tasted no small measure of suffering. They were years rich in substance, colorful years, if for no other reason than that I journeyed about a great deal. I saw London and Brussels. 356. 357. Paris, Amsterdam, Berlin, Munich, Karlsruhe, Heidelberg. I traversed almost the whole of Switzerland. One obtained an abundance of impressions in the social sphere, and I had innumerable personal experiences. In the preceding chapters of my memoirs I have made few references to my personal life. I have dealt largely with social matters. But the lovely mountains engaged my personal being profoundly. A substantial part of my soul remained among the beautiful Swiss lakes. Oh, those lakes! Virtually every significant experience of mine during those years was associated with one of the lakes, and I grew attached to them. It was no mere relationship of a casual tourist, of someone reveling in the surface splendor of things. The various Swiss regions had for me the quality of living things, like old dear friends, each with a distinctive countenance, and loved precisely for their singular charms. Lake Geneva, conspicuous for its noble, aristocratic modesty, always occupied first place in my affections. But I was also drawn to Lake Vierwaldstätter, with its bright, polychromatic loveliness and its variegated, ever-changing shoreline, like the alternating scenery in a theater. There was the quiet summer resort of Weggis, strung out along the shore. It faced a low, sprawling mountain on the opposite side, a veritable dragon with long outstretched neck, which seemed as if it might, at any moment, open its mouth and devour the little boats passing by. I loved the verdant shores of Lake Thun, with the incomparably beautiful road extending the length of the shoreline. Several tall pines so rarely seen in Switzerland brought back memories of distant home. The deep green waters shimmered through the twisted branches. And off in the distance there soared the eternally white peaks of the mountain giants. The golden autumn plateaus of Geneva, the gorgeous colors of a sunset, the light blue sky peering through the white snow-covered trees of a burned forest, and more of the same. All of these were things alive, pieces of one's soul, segments of life, wedded to pain and joy. And, then, the things fashioned by human hands, the Munich. 358. Museums, the theaters of Munich, and those of Paris and of Berlin and of Brussels, the wonderful music, and the books, new revelations of a new art. How many were the new writers with whose works I became acquainted and whom one learned to love during those years. With eyes and ears wide open, I absorbed the new and the beautiful. In matters of art I had never been doctrinaire, a pedant insisting that art must be precisely this or that, absolutely realistic, or absolutely idealistic, or absolutely tendentious. A Frenchman once said, "Every kind of art is good except the boring." I would draw from all sources and from the most varied types. I viewed works of art that resembled flowers in exquisite bloom, their bright, gorgeous colors suffused with hot currents of blood. I loved them whether books, or musical compositions, or pictures, D'Annunzio and Duhamel in literature, Wagner and Beethoven in music, Boecklin in painting. There were things woven together with the finest threads, drawn with supremely delicate features, impregnated with the most intimate, profound beauty in some, the reverse of those other qualities noted above. Still, they were beautiful, and I loved them. Holding first place among them was Peter Altenberg. His were the works of a simple, benign human soul. Dear to me and close were various Russian writers and composers, Chekhov, Tchaikovsky, Orensky, and a number of German writers. And when the report arrived of Chekhov's death, I felt as at the loss of a close personal friend. There were many, so many others. Art represented for FNE no mere bagatelle, no way of just passing time. I took it seriously, probed it deeply, like something alive. My whole attitude toward life was permeated with a certain artistic element, endowing even pain and suffering with a luminous blossoming of beauty. And transcending books, paintings, and music, was the most consequential, people. Living human souls that unfolded before me, that lived with me and with me drew upon the timeless treasures. Those were rich years. I said farewell to them in a mood of subdued sadness. But the time was right for saying farewell, not only from an external standpoint because of the events in Russia but also from inner considerations. The trials of living had multiplied. 359. During the recent past, also in the area of serious personal matters. A great weariness had set in. And I craved a change. It was time to write finus to the 4-year period. I knew that the life awaiting me in Russia would be hard and somber. But it was necessary, I simply had to plunge into a new current. And I waited impatiently for the call from there. I did not have long to wait. A telegram from Russia arrived within a few weeks. Vladimir Kosovsky and I were to come back immediately. We departed. Returned to Russia. The Great October Strike had ended, as had a second strike which had been declared because of the proclamation of martial law in Poland. Conditions were in a state of flux. Although the reactionary forces had not yet fully recovered, the assaults of the counter-revolution had already begun. In the wake of the massive wave of pogroms, hooliganism proceeded to increase once again on a tremendous scale. A twilight time had set in. We decided to travel illegally early in November. It was still the more secure way. Who could tell to what extent THRD newly granted amnesty was being observed? We, in Geneva, still had in our possession a substantial supply of passports. Accordingly, I carried a passport under the name of Sobel. I cannot recall Kosovsky's alias, but he, too, used someone else's passport. In addition, each of us brought along a revolver, a Browning. There was no time for us to learn to shoot. I had in fact done some shooting during my early years while in the company of my brother at the military camp. Kosovsky, however, had never held a weapon in his hands. We took yet another precaution, due to the likelihood that the ubiquitous spies in Geneva might tail us all the way. We slipped out of Geneva into Clarens, where our comrade John Mill was living at the time. From there we made for Berlin. During our few days in Berlin we purchased 361 respectable clothes and derby hats in order to acquire a bourgeois look. Finally, one morning, I believe it was November 14th, we settled into an express train heading for the Russian border. We reached Vaisbelo late at night and stepped out on the platform. It was dark and silent, few people were about. The number of travelers returning from abroad during that uneasy period was very small. As a matter of fact, it was actually the beginning of the great exodus. A Russian nozelshchik, dressed in a white apron, picked up our things. A tall gendarme asked for our passports. The check was carried out swiftly and without problems. During the wait for the next train we went into the buffet. It was quiet. At a table near me sat a nondescript Jewish man trying to order a glass of tea in mutilated Russian. I had a craving for some kind of authentic Russian delight, I had longed for it for so many years. I called the waiter and asked for a bottle of kvass. The waiter smiled, "We have that only during the summer, it is too cold now." So I also ordered a glass of tea. The train soon arrived and we went aboard. It was a courier and express train from Vaisbelo to St. Petersburg with only cars of the first and second class. We had a whole compartment to ourselves. But, alas, how pitiful its appearance. What a contrast with the third class in the German through train, the latter, clean, neat, lit by electricity, while here, in the second class of the Russian courier, it was dark, and lit by a bit of poor candle light, and the train moved slowly, just creeping along. My heart grew sad. Voices reached us from an adjacent compartment belonging to an officer and someone else. I listened to their conversation and the first word I heard was Zhidi 1Kis. I grew sadder still. I lay down and tried to sleep, but even my sleep was penetrated by the angry, agitated voice from the adjacent compartment and the constant return of that angry hissing of the malicious word, Zhidi, Zhidi, Zhidi. The night was receding. By morning we arrived at Dvinsk, our destination and the seat of our Central Committee headquarters. For conspiratorial reasons, the location of the headquarters had been changed a number of times during the long years of our party's ex. 362. Instance. It was once located in Minsk, and in Bialystok, and also, I believe, in Warsaw. At this time it was set up in Dvinsk. Aryevka 1 was situated there, but, for similar reasons of secrecy, one did not proceed directly to the correct address. The address could only be obtained after first having reported to a designated flat and given the prescribed password, a sign that the individual was one of our own. During that year the arriving visitor was required to say Gamzia while the host responded with Litova, indicating that everything was in order. When we stepped out of the railroad car it was already daylight, about 6 in the morning. A young man was walking along the platform. He looked at me. His eyes suddenly froze. Visibly excited and joyful, he dashed over. "Pardon me, aren't you Medem?" "No," I replied, "you must be mistaken." The young man was nonplussed. He gazed intently at me, apologized once again, and departed, but I became acutely discomfited. I recognized the young man, an old comrade. We had worked together in Minsk 5 years earlier, we had spent time in prison together, indeed, in the same cell. Yet I was forced to respond with a no. I was, after all, illegal, and in possession of a false passport, and I had heard nothing about him during the past few years. I knew nothing about him at that moment. Conspiracy. We started for the city. We had never been to Dvinsk. The city made a sorrowful impression, poor, dirty, grey, lamentable. A mere 24 hours before, we had been in big, sparkling, vibrant Berlin. What a tremendous contrast! An altogether different world. We walked through the streets. Our job to find the hat, THQYevka. We asked a Jew, "Where is such and such a street?" He stopped and pondered aloud, "Such and such a street? And whom are you looking for there?" The question of a genuine provincial. After finally ridding ourselves of the curious fellow, we continued to stumble around a bit more until, a half hour later, we at last arrived at our destination. There we were, enjoying a glass of tea in the company of our old good friends of the Central Committee. An indoor meeting place or rendezvous point for the transaction of conspiratorial business. 363. Then we repaired to a hotel, reputedly one of the best, indeed, the very best in the city, one believe. But how pathetic is the room in a hotel of a Russian provincial town. The ancient sheets, the filthy wash basin resting on an iron stand, a dusty mirror, a sleepy waiter bringing the samovar in the morning, the cries of a drunken officer in an adjacent room. Provincial Russia sad, impoverished. I went into the street and strode about the city. Small, run-down houses, somnolent people. All so cheerless. A few dozen children, Jewish lads, had congregated near a fence and were playing. What kind of game do children play during a revolution? Staging a demonstration. They lined up in ranks and began to march. Then they broke into a run while shouting hurrah. That was all. As one continued walking, I encountered adults also occupied with games of a sort. I was shown a street. It was the Berja of the SS, the Zionist socialists. Young men and women were circulating about, conversing rapidly, heatedly, gesticulating, proletarianization. Emigration. Colonization. The comrade who was accompanying me shook his head, silly boys. But they kept up a noisy bustle, and not without results. It was a kind of epidemic. We moved on. A lecture was scheduled for that very evening by a guest speaker from the SS. We dropped in for a look. The audience was mostly Bundist. We knew some of the people. Whispered comments were exchanged. An announcement was made that a discussion would be held. The speaker commenced. And he talked and talked. I listened for the first hour, by the second I grew bored. It was wearying. I had spent the night before in the train compartment and craved sleep, my eyelids drooped. The speaker kept droning on. Midnight came, he announced a brief intermission. He had finished the first part of his lecture, and would resume after the intermission. I got up and left. Enough is enough. I couldn't stand any more. The streets were dark and empty. I felt for the revolver in my pocket. My thoughts turned constantly to pogroms, assaults, the very atmosphere was haunted by their specters. But no one touched me. One returned to the hotel. Kosovsky was not yet asleep. We undressed and got into our beds. Our revolvers lay on the little night tables. Kosovsky glanced at them with a critical expression and muttered. 364. Half seriously, half jokingly, can you imagine it? Going to bed armed with weapons. What the devil are we, heroes of ancient times? The days dragged on in Vinsk. The grey and lonely mood persisted. I was without any occupation. We had to mark time until the Central Committee should decide who was to do what. Meanwhile, we had to wait for the arrival of the committee members. They were constantly on the move, and only a few people remained here, on the ground. It was like being on an island. The big postal strike was just then in progress. No mail arrived. We felt cut off from the whole world. Only a newspaper could still be obtained. It was therefore necessary to go to the railroad station in the evening to meet the St. Petersburg train and snatch up the latest news. And the reports were not good. We sensed the approach of a sweeping, massive, dark cloud. We waited a few days. The decision was finally reached. Vinsk was not the place neither for us nor for the Central Committee. A larger, more vibrant center was needed. We moved on to Vilno. And here I was in Vilno. After quiet sombered Vinsk, it was like stumbling upon something of the nature of Paris. The place was alive, bustling, people filled the streets, awareness of the revolution was pervasive, and the Bund also made its presence felt. The situation resembled an armistice. There already appeared signs of a counter-offensive, of a counter-attack, albeit still weak for the moment. The foe had not yet bared his teeth. It was apparent that he was readying himself silently. But we were still living on the accumulated merit of the great October deeds, we of the Bund still savored the role of privileged characters. The whole city is filled with Jews. I walk down Die Langgasse. I come upon an office of the party with scores of individuals filing in and out, bustling about the rooms. Uli is seated at a table, signing up members, issuing cards, disposing of various matters occupied up to his ears. He has hardly a chance to say Shalom Aleichem. To Davanishsky enters, he is the most. To the universal Jewish words of welcome. 365. Popular individual in Vilno known to everyone, and jokingly called our chief of police. He is head of the self-defense organization, and his authority will actually soon be as great as the authority of the real chief of police. Out on the street someone draws my attention to a young fellow, tall, head erect, face intent. As he passes by, the crowd whispers, "That's our Las Allah." It is the brilliant young mass orator, the future Barak Charny Vladek. 3. I spot a few old familiar faces, my longtime friend, Ilyushka Vilenkin, just returned from Siberia, and his younger brother, and another old comrade. I am in my element. In this warm atmosphere, in the presence of close comrades in arms, I feel myself surrounded with love. When evening came I was taken to the Intelligentsia Club. A beautiful, spacious center on the largest and most attractive street, it served as our headquarters. Here we were truly lords of the situation. It was the assembly point for all our people, a place for consultations, for appointments, for just passing a little time of day. Here one could slip quickly into an administrative room to dash off a proclamation. The place was filled with people and with sparkling high spirits. Here was life. The evening hours passed in amiable conversation. "Comrades," I said, "I must find myself a place of some kind, it's midnight already. I've got to sleep somewhere." "Don't worry," came the reply. "Everything will be all right. It is our Vilno." We continued talking. 1 o'clock, 2 o'clock. We got up to leave. I was being taken to a lovely, well-appointed apartment, the home of a prominent Vilno attorney. "Come now," I protested. "How can I barge in on a total stranger in the middle of the night, without as much as a buy or leave?" "Don't you worry," came the reply again. "That's our concern." So we set out, reached the place, and rang the bell. The servant opened the door. The man of the house had not yet come home. Together with my comrade guide I walked into a pretty salon. "This gentleman will be spending the night here," said my comrade to the servant. He departed. There were still matters to take care of. I stayed there alone. I sat waiting. About 3 o'clock the door opened and an unfamiliar figure walked in. It was the occupant of the apartment. He looked at me, I looked at him. "Forgive me," I said, "for having dropped in on you in the middle of the night." My comrades directed me to do so. "From the Bund?" he asked. "From the Bund." "You're welcome then." He showed me to a sleeping place, and we retired for the night. I was not the only visitor. Lenski arrived later. He had been staying there regularly. In the morning we left together. It was Sunday. A large mass meeting was scheduled for noon at the circus grounds. "Come along, you'll be a speaker," he said. When we reached the site we found a large wooden structure solidly packed with thousands of people. Not a sign of police. Several comrades spoke, then I. It was my first public speech in Russia. I began with the words, "Comrades, citizens, keep yourselves in readiness." These words expressed the very essence of the speech. We were standing on the threshold of great events. It was the eve of a storm. And the outcome of the revolution, a victorious end or a defeat, would be decided by the manner in which we weathered the storm. The enemy was preparing for the great assault. Comrades, citizens, on guard. 4 in the evening we went to the theater. The bill featured Gorky's Children of the Sun. But before the curtain went up, a request arose for the orchestra to play the Marseillaise, and the Marseillaise was played. And the whole audience stood, everyone, even the members of officialdom and the officers down in the orchestra section, everyone, standing and listening to the rendition of the revolutionary anthem. And when it ended, the cry went up for an encore and still another encore. The revolution was alive. 61. December days. And so the days passed, one by one, and the storm clouds grew steadily thicker. By the following Sunday it was no longer possible to hold a meeting at the circus. Police surrounded the building and allowed no one to enter. Reports arriving from St. Petersburg became progressively worse. Everyone had the feeling that a new clash was imminent. I took part in the meeting of the Vilno organization at which plans were elaborated for the coming battle. Preparations were made for a new mass strike coupled with large street demonstrations. First aid stations were organized for relief of the wounded. We felt certain that blood would flow. I was staying at the home of a dentist on Long Street. He was a well-to-do Jew and somewhat frightened. "You know," he said to me, "I have here in my pocket a passport for foreign travel, and I wish to make this request of you: when the moment comes for the new events to break, let me know, so that I can hie myself abroad." I promised. Indeed, the time soon arrived. It was the beginning of December. From St. Petersburg came a report that the leaders of the Soviet of Workers' Deputies had been arrested. That was the signal, further waiting was out. The die was cast. The new battle was underway. I so informed my landlord, and he duly departed. I too departed, but not from the battlefield, not to foreign soil. 368. 369. The Central Committee sent me to Odessa. Our comrades there were short on speakers, and I was coming to help them during the stormy days. The journey from Vilno to Odessa lasted more than a day. While en route one feared that a new railroad strike might erupt and leave me stranded. We stopped at a medium-sized station late in the evening Luninets. A huge noise on the outside reached me through the window. I stepped onto the platform. The place was a sea of pop. A giant meeting of the railroad workers was in progress. I could not hear the speaker's words but only the furious shouting of the crowd. This, I thought, must be the strike, but I was mistaken. The bell clanged, the locomotive tooted, and we were on our way. We reached Odessa without incident. I cannot recall today the street on which our headquarters was located. Odessa's streets are so much alike, long, straight, and broad. They are laid out geometrically, according to a definite pattern, in the style of a chessboard. In sharp contrast to other Russian cities, it gives the impression of something artificial, man-made. There is a cold, ungenial quality about it. On one of those straight, broad streets stood our party restaurant, established during the free October days. It served as headquarters, the place where I was supposed to find our people. I arrived rather late, toward evening. It was closing time. I made the required contacts, talked things over with a few people, explained the reason for my trip. They were readying themselves for a strike, but I looked in vain among them for the great enthusiasm, for the spirit of combativeness one expects on the eve of a major struggle. But their wings had been clipped. A kind of pall hung over the city. Memories of the pogrom were still too fresh. Gloom had settled over Odessa. A day went by, and then another. The strike was proclaimed. Yet the only visible, distinct sign of the strike was a detachment of Cossacks riding around in the vicinity of our headquarters. Then the police arrived and closed down our restaurant. I was getting ready to give a speech at a meeting. Before I managed to do so, word arrived that the meeting would not take place. It had been banned by the police. Martial law was proclaimed. A segment of the Jewish workers struck, another part had already been unemployed. But what was happening out there in the city's environs, where the big factories, 370, were situated? There was no word. I arrived at a session of the Soviet of Workers' Deputies. The Soviet as a whole was non-existent. Only an executive committee, minionessized, was functioning. Conversation focused on the strike. A young Jewish student, a Bolshevik, was holding forth with a fervent agitational speech to his corporal's guard. Another speaker, also a Jew, assured us that the Russian workers would rise to the occasion. We parted. The death-like atmosphere persisted. The Cossacks dominated the city. Reports arrived from Moscow about the big uprising, confused reports, vague reports. Nevertheless, a single feeling was shared by all: the decisive battle was in progress. But here in Odessa everything was quiet, calm, depressed, a scene of impotence. The executive of the Soviet of Workers' Deputies convened once again. A plan was advanced to stage a massive demonstration in the very heart of the city, an armed demonstration. Resistance would be offered to the Cossacks. Some weapons were available and, it was said, a few grenades. The Jewish youths repeated their assurances that the Russian workers would rally en masse. A favorable decision was reached. The group departed. And precisely nothing came of the plan. The days drifted by. I was simply floundering about, without a stitch of activity. Not a single gathering, not a single meeting. The strike just petered out, but the unemployment remained. and increasingly in the workers' quarters one encountered the careworn faces of people stalked by hunger. It was winter tyria. The famished people would drop into a coffee house, the proprietor would allow them to warm themselves while they huddled in the corners and stared at the food with hungry eyes. Then came the report, the Moscow uprising was lost. The postal workers' strike had ended even earlier. The trains were running. Everything was in order. Odessa was once more connected with the outside world. And we knew, the second act of the great drama was over. We had suffered a defeat. I returned to Vilna. The place was unrecognizable. In the few weeks that elapsed since I left the city on the eve of the big events, it had become something else. True, the streets and houses were still the same. But 2 weeks before it was our Vilna, now it had Sud. 371. Denly become an unfamiliar city. 2 weeks before, we were still in the saddle as the liberators, the defenders, and the decision-makers, and we were surrounded on all sides by a benign atmosphere. Now our favored status was ended. The servitors of the regime sensed that the revolution had suffered a body blow. The respectable folk have a rather keen feel for such moments. And we had suddenly dropped down to the status of fallen heroes, no longer recognized on the streets by those who had jumped aboard the bandwagon only yesterday. The atmosphere around us grew frigid. I felt it acutely, as when I showed up once again at the very same club of the intelligentsia where we had appeared only a few weeks before in the capacity of most honored guests, nay, more than guests, as the real authorities. Now we no longer even went there. The place had become something alien to us. The workers, most assuredly, remained with us, and for us, there could be no question of that. Among the intelligentsia, as well, a substantial number of supporters and sympathizers certainly remained with us. The real flight would commence only a few years later. But the attitude of the city as a whole, of the broad nonpartisan mass, had changed, and I gathered it was not only in Vilna. The phenomenon was general, more pronounced in one place, less pronounced in another. This was the summation of the ill-fated struggle of December. The honeymoon period of the revolution was liquidated. On December 28, 1905, the first legal paper of the Bund began to appear in Vilna, Der Weeker. Just why the paper appeared so late was somewhat hard to understand. In St. Petersburg, for instance, the Russian socialist papers had begun to appear immediately after the October events. And we of the Bund, the experienced, the best organized, we waited 2 whole months. Why? The answer lies in the fact that it is precisely the large and powerful organization which sometimes takes more time to adapt to new conditions. Of all the revolutionary organizations in the Russian Empire, the Bund did, in fact, possess the finest organizational apparatus. But the greatest virtue of the organization lay in its remarkably effective adaptation to the surrounding conditions of life and its incomparably deep and broad roots. An organizational apparatus of such size and 372 scope has a logic and momentum of its own, and time is required for it to shift over to other tracks. Moreover, we were not in as fortunate a position as the Russian comrades. They were involved in the publication of Russian newspapers and in St. Petersburg. We were based in the provinces, and the newspaper had to be in Yiddish. While they encountered no formal obstacles whatsoever, we did. But for all that, it was our press that had singular good fortune. It made its appearance late, but it lived unusually long. Changing names, it persisted for all of 2 years, almost to the end of 1907. The Russian papers, the St. Petersburg Socialist Press, had long since been extinguished and smashed, while we still held on untouched by the gendarmerie until the late autumn of 1907. How did this happen? What accounted for it? I do not know, but that's how it worked out. However, in December 1905, when we turned to the publication of Der Weeker, we could not know that the gendarmerie would leave us alone until 1907. On the contrary, it was reasonable to assume that they would favor us with their greatest attention. After the December defeat, the repressions resumed as in the good old days. The Bund had once again become illegal and, / some of the most prominent Vilno leaders had fled and were being sought. Yet at this very time there appeared a paper which, if not explicitly calling itself the central organ of the Bund, had under its masthead the unambiguous inscription, "The program of our paper is the program of the Bund," which made it virtually certain that we could count on frequent visits from the men in blue. Hence the decision to exercise caution by carrying on our work outside the official editorial office, which was first located on Milion Street, and later on Zavaln Street. The place contained only tables and chairs. The whole editorial staff used to meet and work elsewhere. It would come together every day at one of the respectable quarters placed at our disposal by cooperating intelligentsia. One day it would be a physician's office, the next, an attorney's parlor. The place would change every day. It was all quite weird, a legal daily newspaper issued surreptitiously. But this merely reflected the weirdness of the political situation. In later years, such 373 peculiar combinations occurred more than once. On this occasion, however, the thing could not be sustained for long. Anyone who is the least bit familiar with journalistic endeavors knows the tremendous inconvenience associated with the work of such a homeless editorial staff. When one day passed, then another, then a few more, and all was calm and no gendarmes appeared, we at last decided to throw caution to the winds. Indeed, we actually moved into the quarters on Milion Street, where the work proceeded more effectively. Ours was a rather sizable editorial staff, but virtually no one was familiar with the technical side of journalism. Uden alone had had some journalistic experience, so that he became, in fact, the central figure on the staff. He was later arrested and his place was taken by Kosovsky. A second pillar on the paper was Paul Rosenthal. Although he wrote without particular literary polish, he proved to be a useful staff person. He had a splendid capacity for working swiftly and working hard, among the primary virtues on an editorial staff. The three writers just mentioned represented the heavy artillery. Heavy because they used to write the editorials, meaning the more solid component of the paper. None of them, it should also be noted, could write in Yiddish. Consequently, they would write in Russian, which would have to be translated. A few special translators were always on hand at the editorial office. Literary polish was provided by the real writers in Yiddish, above all by Litvak, wielder of the caustic, glowing, bilious pen. Aljan, with his human interest pieces, also went over unusually well with the readers. Then there was Tsivian I and his facile, authentically journalistic style of writing, and a few more feuilletonists. At a later date, the editorial staff also included Esther and Zaslavsky. I was one of those whose articles had to be translated from the Russian. But I did not provide our translator with much work. I wrote virtually nothing during all of the 5 or 6 weeks in which Der Vicar appeared. I simply could not settle down either outwardly or inwardly. Outwardly, I found it exceedingly hard to adjust once again to Russian conditions. Living abroad for 4 years is no small matter. One acquires new habits, and getting rid of them is not so simple. In particular, it is quite difficult to become accustomed to a life of illegality. Since I had been traveling with a false passport, I had intended all along to skip over to my birthplace, Minsk, at the first opportunity, and complete the necessary formalities associated with legalizing myself. In fact, I had hoped to do it as soon as I returned to Vilno from Odessa. But the news arriving from Minsk was anything but pleasant. Minsk was one of the first places in which reaction revived most rapidly. Under the aegis of the notorious Paul Kurlov of the Black Hundreds, police conditions were instituted there which were almost identical with those before the revolution. Just when I was preparing to leave for Minsk, reports reached me about mass arrests. Among those seized was my brother-in-law Zaba, who had been one of the leaders of the railroad strike. I was warned that I would surely be arrested if I appeared in Minsk. Well, better to be illegal and free than legally in prison. So I remained illegal for the time being. Asterisk, to tell the truth, there were other characters who lived illegally for years, and relished it. But I had a special headache, too many pop knew me. During my 4 years abroad I had spoken at dozens and dozens of meetings in the various colonies in Switzerland, Germany, France, and Belgium. With few exceptions I spoke under my real name and was thus known to thousands of persons. From among these individuals, masses had returned to Russia and could be found hustling and bustling about in our cities and towns. I used to encounter them everywhere, as when I arrived in Odessa and was stopped on the street the very next day by a young man who opened with a hearty Shalom Aleichem. I stared at him. "Don't you recognize me, Comrade Medem?" "No." I heard you speak in Zurich. 375. 2 years ago. Really, there was no particular reason for me to know him, but there was for him to know me. And there were thousands like him. I was walking on a street in Vilno. Suddenly I heard my name called. A young fellow was running toward me and shouting in the distance, "Medem, Medem, how are you?" Such incidents occurred again and again. Just try to function illegally under such conditions. It was thus necessary to exercise caution, which meant fewer and fewer encounters with people and isolation from the wider environment. The effect of it all was exceedingly unpleasant. And there was something else. According to the old aphorism, an individual in Russia was composed of 3 parts, a body, a soul, and a passport. A passport, whether legal or illegal, was essential. Illegal passports were of 2 distinct types. 1. A passport belonging to another person. This was a proper, genuine passport of someone who had died or had departed, for instance, to America. With this kind of passport one could live for years, one could even be arrested with it and be released. But such a passport, which would have been suitable for me, was unavailable just then. I therefore had to settle for the other type of passport. It was a bit of paper which went by the name belletristic. An empty page would be taken from a passport and stamped. A fictitious name would then be inserted. Such a passport was clearly not authentic. Should someone fall into the hands of the police for any reason, the fake character of the passport would immediately be apparent, and the consequences would be serious. I fashioned such a passport for myself and kept it in my pocket. But I avoided using it, which was why I did not rent an apartment of my own. An aunt of mine was living in Vilno. She was an elderly woman who lived with her daughter in a small wooden house on Baksh Street. I moved in with them. The dvornik was a friendly Gentile, and he did not request that I register with the authorities, so all went smoothly. Living with my aunt was really quite pleasant. We were very close friends, and I felt truly at home. But the apartment was extremely small. I had no room of my own and no place to work. All of these were external things. In addition, I found myself unable to adjust to work on the editorial staff, where I had no definite 376 specific assignment. Merely writing articles from time to time did not seem to work out. I don't know why. There are times when, try as one may, things somehow fail to make headway. Thus a few weeks elapsed. Then, the first blow, Der Wecker was closed down. Several weeks went by before a permit arrived to start another paper. Taking advantage of the interval, I made a quick visit to Moscow, where my 2 oldest brothers and my sister were then living. I had not seen them for years. It was an opportunity to spend a little time with them. Moscow, a totally different world. A real Russian city, with real Russian people, with a real Russian language. The language had a ring of rare beauty there. How could it be compared with the broken, pitiful Russian which was spoken among us in the Northwest Rayon? I was struck by something else. Incidentally, the voices of the people there were markedly different, especially as compared with those of the Jews. 90% of our Jews had bad voices, cracked, weary, devoid of spark and ring. The Russian voice, however, was resonant, unfettered, full-toned. I used to receive that precise impression whenever I came to Moscow or St. Petersburg, but I must confess that after having spent a few weeks in the Russian environment I felt a silent yearning for the twisted, squalid little Vilno streets and for the poor, unkempt Vilno Jews. The pull was homeward. Moscow was still replete with memories of the revolutionary days, full of signs of the December uprising. The shelled houses were still visible, policemen armed with rifles were still posted at street corners. My relatives had experienced considerable fear. They had not been active participants in the events. The only one who manifested an irrepressible desire to participate was my young nephew, my sister's son, Seryoza. A remarkable boy, truly a child of the revolutionary times. A mere lad of 11 years, he was already inordinately concerned with politics. He read the newspapers, indeed, twice a day. In the evening he simply had to have an evening paper. And he knew his way among the political tendencies. On general matters, he told me, I'm a social democrat, but on the agrarian question I'm in agreement with the SRS. And when the uprising started, he insisted on nothing less than mounting the barricades. They could barely restrain him. 377. Those few weeks spent in the warm and intimate atmosphere of a fine home in the incomparably lovely city were truly gratifying. One had a chance to stride about the streets, visit the lovely old churches in the Kremlin, take in the art gallery, theaters, concerts. One also attended a few political meetings. It happened to be the time of the elections to the First Duma, and there were mass meetings. With my brother, a member of the Cadet II party, I attended a cadet meeting where I heard the liberal leader, Professor Alexander Kazeviter, go to the most extreme lengths in order to prove that a monarchist system represented no obstacle to democratic development. After that one also had occasion to attend a workers' meeting. As is known, the Social Democrats, Bolsheviks as well as Mensheviks boycotted the elections to the First Duma. 3. That meeting had been called to hear reports from the factories on the progress of the boycott. The meeting, under the chairmanship of Nicholas Roscoff, the historian and prominent Bolshevik leader, took place in a large hall. It was the first time I had ever attended a huge meeting of Russian workers, and it made a truly sublime impression upon me. The audience consisted of mature, serious people. The speakers indulged in no phrase-mongering, but recounted the developments in their factories in a simple, factual manner, in popular language which was occasionally spiced with a solid bit of earthy humor. A genuinely proletarian spirit prevailed, as did excellent order. Nowadays, when I have occasion to read a description by someone or other who has made a quick visit to Soviet Russia in recent years and has come away impressed by a beautifully conducted meeting of simple workers, I recall that meeting, one of many, which I witnessed 15 years ago during the reign of Nicholas Romanov. History did not begin in the year 1917. As usual, the meeting was not complete without its Jewish student who leaped into the picture and proceeded to recite, with theatrical pathos, Gorky's The Song of the Stormy Petrel. It grated on the ears so out of place in the light of the serious, practical character of 2. The Constitutional Democratic Party, the party of the left liberals. 3. Actually, there was a limited participation in the elections and a very successful one by the Mensheviks in the Caucasus. 378. The workers' meeting, yet the audience heard him out in a composed and tolerant manner and continued with the agenda. At the meeting I encountered one of the prominent figures in the Russian movement. I learned from him that a congress of the Russian Social Democratic Workers' Party would shortly be taking place. It was to be a unification congress. The split between Bolsheviks and Mensheviks had grown substantially broader and deeper during the recent past. Parallel organizations representing the two currents existed in virtually every locality. There had been no joint congress since 1903. On the contrary, each tendency consolidated around its own centers. At the start of 1905, there took place a separate congress of Bolshevik organizations and a conference of the Mensheviks. But the October events gave a powerful impetus to unification. Federative committees embracing both tendencies began to take shape in the localities. And a large unification congress of the whole party was scheduled for the spring of 1906. There was also a question of uniting with the nationality organizations, the Poles and the Lets. The comrade with whom I spoke inquired about the Bund, and whether it still adhered to its demands of 1903. I replied that the Bund had not changed its position. In that case, he responded, it's useless to talk about unification. My feeling was, well, so be it. But when I got back to Vilno I became aware that the question of unification was in fact being discussed and discussed quite animatedly. The news about the Unification Congress had already arrived. It was decided that a conference of the Bund should be convened beforehand, one which would deal with both current political questions and with the question of our relationship to the Russian party. Indeed, I was greatly surprised when I heard, even within the most intimate party circles, voices advocating far-reaching, major concessions. The biggest apostate was Dr. Rosenthal. While actually an old-timer within the Bund leadership, he happened to have been in Siberia, far from the Bund environment, during the very years of our sharpest struggle with Iskra, the period when Bund patriotism had crystallized, hence his relative unfamiliarity with the issues, coupled with his somewhat gentilized makeup. Special Jewish Con. 379. Cerns were alien to him, even incomprehensible. I recall a characteristic discussion we once had with him in the editorial office. I had written a short article about the SS, it was a polemic against their non-proletarianization. One must confess that the article itself had fallen flat and was actually never printed. But that was beside the point. Said Rosenthal to me, your proofs are no proofs at all. I responded, perhaps. But I would be interested to know how you would prove the falsity of the SS arguments. To which he replied, there is no need at all to do so. And why, pray tell? I adhere to the internationalist viewpoint. But all of us adhere to the internationalist viewpoint. Yet we must still know whether a Jewish proletariat will exist or not. No, the question does not exist for me. I adhere to the internationalist viewpoint. Oh well, Rosenthal was an exception in this respect. His Gentile mood was absolutely uncharacteristic of our organization, all the other comrades were pretty solid Bundists. Yet the fact that we stood alone had given rise to a feeling of weariness in many, the urge to reunite with our Russian comrades had strongly asserted itself. And the issue had become rather serious. It was decided that our conference should convene at the beginning of April in Switzerland in Bern. And during the closing days of March 1st left Russia for the second time. 62. Abroad once again. Whoever has left the land of the Tsar to go abroad must surely recall the exhilarating sense of liberation experienced on crossing the Russian frontier. The final salutation was tendered by the Russian gendarme who returned the traveler's passport, and it was only a matter of minutes before the traveler reached the German frontier station at Eitkunen. Suddenly there was a sense of security, a feeling of being a free man. Walking along the platform, one's attention was drawn to the German faces and to the uniforms of the German officials, and to German order and tidiness, and to the waiting train attractive, neat, clean. The railroad officials went about their business nimbly, briskly, without the slightest sign of Russian torpor, of Russian neglect and drabness. The conductor entered the car, addressed the passenger with a courteous Guten Abend. The compartment was bright and gleaming. I had entered Europe and returned to civilization. Concern for the individual's convenience was manifest at every turn. Signs were posted all about indicating what could be found and where. A tall railroad official with a Prussian handlebar mustache, immaculately attired, moved about the platform wheeling a small wagon containing pillows and blankets. They were for rent during the run to Berlin. Ellis' voice resounded through the station, RRR Rees Kissen, RRR Rees Decken. I paid him a mark and settled back in comfort. True, most of the travelers coming. 380. 381. from Russia got by without them. In the Russian style, they were carrying their own large bundles of bedding. On the way from the border to Berlin during the first night out, the car was still full of Russian or Jewish families that had stuffed their bulky, awkward packs into every available corner. But, by morning, we arrived in Berlin, the lawn slate disappeared. Stepping out into the city, one had the sensation of finally being abroad. I knew Berlin of old, having been there several times before, but was never particularly enamored of the city. It had about it a quality of Prussian aridity. One felt like an alien in Berlin. Other cities of Europe possessed far greater charm. When I had occasion to visit Vienna, at a later date, I felt at home by the very next week. It was the same in Paris and Munich. Berlin, however, was not homey, and I found it cold and unfriendly. Nevertheless, after arriving from a poor Lithuanian city, I derived immense satisfaction from the vast seating and the gigantic crush, from the imposing, powerful culture, from the populace many thousands strong inundating the turbulent streets. There was also something tremendously gratifying in the brightness of the light, in the pronounced cleanliness, in the remarkable order. And what should one say of the unrivaled cultural treasures that were here spread out before one's eyes, the incomparably rich musical life, the theaters, opera, museums, exhibitions. During the years immediately preceding the war, Berlin was a city that was growing not only externally out, also inwardly, literally from day to day. One could feel the current of an immense power in it and a plenitude of life becoming ever more pronounced. Berlin was a city of work, of creativity, a center of a healthy, vigorous nation that found itself bound and constricted in a military uniform. Yet even this uniform was incapable of arresting the potent flowering of a fresh and forceful organism. I spent only a few days in Berlin this time. In subsequent weeks I returned to it twice. Each time I would hurl myself, like a ravenous creature, at its cultural riches, and they provided me with deep, boundless gratification. I was well aware that the time spent in Berlin constituted only a brief interlude for me, and each time I hastened to absorb ever greater numbers of impressions, accumulating a rich reserve that could sustain me later in cheerless, drab Vilno. But meanwhile I headed for Bern, a mere 24-hour ride. 382. And I was there. I felt a rather strange sensation walking the old familiar streets of Bern again. When I left Switzerland, barely 3 months before, I could not imagine that I would be visiting the country again so soon. At the time of my departure I was like someone preparing to leap into a dark abyss. I had set out for distant Russia to plunge into the revolutionary maelstrom, not knowing what awaited me in the future, great revolutionary events, pogroms, dangers. I had said my farewells to the small company of my close friends remaining in Switzerland, the kinds of farewells that suggested separation for many, many years, perhaps forever. And here I was, already back again, with nothing out of the ordinary having occurred at all. As in years gone by, I found myself striding through the quiet streets of Bern. The streets were the same, and I, too, had not changed. But for the time being I could not enter into contact with my friends in the colony. We did not dare to show ourselves in the Russian quarters because the crowd was not supposed to know that our conference would be taking place in the city. What's more, there was no time for visiting. The conference was quite interesting and spirited. Resolutions were discussed and adopted concerning the current political situation, the trade unions, the Russian party. I cannot recall the text of the resolution dealing with the latter, but I believe there were slight changes in the formulation of certain details as compared with the wording in 1903. The essential content, however, remained: we were ready to unite with the Russian party provided it would not mean the liquidation of the Bund. A delegation of 3 comrades was selected to go to Stockholm for the Unification Congress and to conduct negotiations with the Russian party. One was one of the 3 delegates. I was exceedingly reluctant to go. There were certain personal reasons at the time which required that I remain in Switzerland a few more weeks. One, it was no mere caprice or fancy, but something tremendously important. The Unification Congress was scheduled, however, for Stockholm, Sweden, and I had to leave right away. From there I would have to return directly to Russia. The situation. I see footnote p. 359. 383. Was thus very distressing. I tried to plead with our people, to point out more suitable candidates for the trip to no avail. The Central Committee proved adamant. One had to go, and that was that. An order from the Central Committee left no alternative. There could be no question about refusing to abide by its decision, and such a thought would never have entered my mind. Still my heart was heavy, very heavy. In the end, something happened. I can no longer recall what it was, which required a re-examination of the previous decisions concerning directives to various individuals. And it turned out that someone else was, in fact, appointed to replace me in the delegation. I remained in Geneva for a short time in order to organize the minutes of our conference. The delegation Abramovich, Liber, and Yoinkoijan set off for Stockholm. In a short while I received a telegram from them postmarked from Berlin. They had completed their travels and were now heading back to Russia. They requested that I come to meet them in Berlin for a few days in order to discuss their latest activities. So I went to Berlin again. The Congress had left anything but a salutary impression upon our delegates. In the essential question, the attitude of the Russian comrades to the Bund had not changed at all. They revealed the same prejudices, the same hostility, the same blindness. Nevertheless, concessions had been forthcoming, the result of the factional interplay between the Bolsheviks and Mensheviks. On the face of it, one would have thought that, of the two, it would surely be the Mensheviks who would be prepared to make concessions. It was they who were called, during those years and not without reason, the softs. The Bolsheviks, on the other hand, were known as the tough, hard as rock people. It could therefore be expected that they would hold steadfastly to their previous viewpoint. But, miraculously, the very opposite took place. The Mensheviks would have none of us. It was the Bolsheviks who made eyes at us. The reason? As already noted, factional politics. Both factions, naturally, came to the Unification Congress with the object and the desire to be the dominant tendency in the party. The Mensheviks, 384, were the stronger, so Lenin looked for allies. Whenever it was a matter of votes and credentials, i.e., questions of arithmetic, he was always a practical politician, hence his eye on the Bund. Its political line placed the Bund closer, in fact, to the Bolsheviks at the time. The main issue then in dispute was the attitude toward the Duma. The Bolsheviks favored a boycott. The Mensheviks, indeed, also arrived at the same decision, but not without a bit of wavering. The Bund, however, was determinately set on the boycott. Lenin consequently hoped that in the struggles between the factions the Bund would go along with him, reasoning along these lines: it's a large organization and will command many votes. The result should be an anti-Menshevik majority. And that's the most important consideration. As to the Bunds being nationalist and separatist and chauvinist, oh, well, all this should not be taken too seriously. Arguments are advanced when needed, and concealed under the tablecloth when not needed. Accordingly, the Bolsheviks favored making it easier for the Bund to enter the party. And they actually did agree to certain concessions. While these did not constitute all the guarantees we had requested, the development itself represented an important step forward. Our organization was now faced with the significant and serious question, to accept or not to accept the terms submitted. Discussion of this question consumed the whole summer. 63. Nash Slovo. I was back in Vilno by the beginning of the summer of 1906. This time I had already set forth with the purpose of occupying a specific position and engaging in a definite task. A decision had been reached to embark upon a new literary enterprise. It was to be a serious, scientific journal in the Russian language, entitled Nash Slovo. I was selected as one of the members of the editorial collegium and we promptly set about the work. Everything went smoothly. Rarely have I labored with as much pleasure, rarely have I felt so good in an editorial staff. Indeed, the composition of that staff was most felicitous. Abramovich was the real head, although we were all nominally equal. His output, from the purely literary standpoint, was less than that of the others. In fact, he used to write almost nothing at all. But there are times when one need not be a formal dictator, nor even a man of letters, in order to be the soul of an editorial group, and this he was. In addition to Abramovich, the staff included 3 young and talented writers, Zaslavsky, Tuvy Halikman, and Alexander Zolotarev, all 3 with significant journalistic abilities. Zaslavsky was our humorist and satirist, a person of rare wit. In later years he became one of the most prominent Russian feuilletonists. 1 Zolotarev. Zaslavsky joined the Communist Party in the Soviet Union several years after the Bolshevik Revolution, and eventually became a notorious journalistic. 385. 386. Used to write the political articles, Halikman dealt with Jewish questions. Both of them wrote not only interestingly and with solid content, but with literary flair and a polished, new-style language. Also quite modern in character were the several literary pieces we received from Sofia Dubnov. 2. Thus the journal as a whole bore a stamp of aesthetic sensibility, literary brilliance, and socialist seriousness. Collaborating with such a company was sheer delight. We were all young, fresh, alive, working as comrades, in tandem. Various articles would be read jointly, revised, and revised again, and nobody ever took offense. There could be no question of nursing anger, or of personal ambition. We got along with each other at all times in a natural, friendly manner. Indeed, I cannot recall anything having ever been put to a vote. A problem would be worked out and that was the end of it. The editorial office was located in a small flat on Chopin Street. Actually, it was not a genuine, independent flat. We acquired 2 small furnished rooms on a sublet basis. The furniture consisted of 2 or 3 tables and a half-dozen chairs and absolutely nothing else. For all that, the place was peaceful and quiet. We never saw the tenants. I believe they were away at a summer resort. I resided, as before, at my aunt's place on Baksht. I would go to the editorial office twice a day in the morning and afternoon because I took my meals at home. Walking through the Jewish streets of Vilno in the middle of a hot summer was no great pleasure. Rudnitsky Street alone, whose full length I regularly traversed, was mouthpiece of Stalin's in the columns of Pravda and Izvestia. As late as 1958, he was penning a malicious attack on Boris Pasternak for Dr. Zhivago. 2. Sofia Dubnov-Ehrlich came to know Medem well over the years and contributed a lengthy biographical sketch for the commemorative volume published by the Bund in New York in 1943, Vladimir Medem zum 20. We left Vilno during the first half of August. I traveled together with Alexander. Since we had no passports for travel abroad, we had to stop off in Warsaw for a day. It was enough to register at a hotel there, and in the course of the same day one could obtain a passport. We reached Warsaw in the morning and found the city in a state of fear and perturbation. It happened to be the day following the famous Red Wednesday. During that single day in the year 1906, the Polish Socialist Party carried out a slaughter among the Warsaw police. Dozens of assaults were mounted against the police in various sections of the city, scores of people were killed. The city was turned into an armed camp. We hired a drozhki and rode from the station into the city. At every turn military patrols, on every street corner a policeman guarded by several soldiers with rifles at the ready. The populace was frozen with fear. The streets were dead, except for the little Warsaw newsboys, nimble, animated Gentile lads, dashing about, insinuating themselves among the soldiers, leaping aboard the drozhkis and selling the Rabbonik, the illegal newspaper of the very same Polish Socialist Party. We rode up to a hotel and turned over our passports to the Hotel Schweizar. We wanted the Schweizar to report our presence and to issue us a permit to obtain a foreign passport. He refused, new regulations had been issued. Some sort of confirmation emanating from the passport's place of origin was required. A nice kettle of fish. How could I go obtain confirmation from the source? I was the source of my own passport. We left the hotel. We would have to seek out different ways and means. I dropped in on a Warsaw comrade. He lived on Gzhibowski Street, a Jewish neighborhood favored with special attention by the police. The street was deathly still. Our comrade's place had a balcony overlooking the street. In the midst of our conversation I rose suddenly and moved toward the balcony for a breath. 393. Of fresh air. Someone seized my coattail and exclaimed, "Are you crazy?" "Why? What's wrong?" I asked. "You're not supposed to go out on the balcony," came the reply. "You can get a bullet in your head." I remained indoors for a while. We decided to try another hotel. Again we hired a drozhki, and shortly found ourselves riding down some narrow street. We came upon a postal wagon guarded by a large detachment of soldiers riding on board, rifles in hand. Something happened to be blocking the road. The drozhki found itself in the middle of things, unable to move. The postal wagon was also stuck. The soldiers were angry. There was shouting. They suspected some kind of imminent assault. And they began to raise their rifles, ready, it seemed, to begin shooting. But the matter ended peacefully. We continued riding. The day was drawing to a close. It had become apparent, after all, that we would be unable to obtain any passports. An alternative course of action was indicated. Sitting around and waiting in Warsaw made no sense. It would be best to ride up to the border at Sosnowiec. Our local comrades there would manage somehow to maneuver us across the border. I parted from Alexander, who had some leftover business to dispose of, and continued on my way with the comrade from Gzhibowski Street. The train was scheduled to depart around midnight. We rode up to the Vienna station. The place was dark, empty. Soldiers, patrols, policemen. The ordinary townspeople were all safely closeted in their homes. Only occasionally would a female figure appear on the empty sidewalks. The prostitutes were the only ones engaged in their occupation. A dreadful impression. We boarded the train and left for Sosnowiec. The train was a courier. We rode second class. We dozed off, awoke at daybreak, and stepped out into the corridor. The two of us stood there alone, no other passengers were visible. The conductor came through, stopped, and struck up a conversation with us. "Yesterday," he said, "a bomb was thrown in Bendin. A Strajnik was severely wounded. He's being taken abroad, to Katowice, for an operation." Indeed, on this very train. When we reached Bendin we could actually see the whole procession from the window. The wounded person was brought in. The 394 train moved on. We were only a few minutes from Sosnowiec. The conductor came by once more, stopped near us again, and whispered cautiously, "You should know that the station at Sosnowiec is full of Cossacks, and everyone leaving the train is being searched." How this man could have known that the information would be of interest to us, I could not understand. Naturally, we feigned total indifference. Let the Cossacks search us, who cares? But we were, of course, deeply concerned. Although we carried no illegal matter with us, we were ourselves illegal matter. But the thing passed uneventfully. Cossacks were, in fact, present at the station, but they did not approach us. We went into the city to search out the comrades who were to see us across the border, located the flat and found the people. A rather lengthy consultation began over what to do next. Two young men injected themselves into the situation. One was rotund and ruddy-faced, and of happy disposition. I promptly dubbed him the optimist. The other fellow, however, was pale and thin and a terrible pessimist. He trembled over my fate. The optimist said, "I have a nice one bor der pass. With this little document you will be able to cross over as smoothly and easily as passing a knife through a pie. The pessimist declared, God forbid. Don't give the slightest consideration to such an idea. To let Medem travel with a border pass. Why, it's sheer madness. His face alone will give him away. Anyone can tell he's not local, and he'll be caught. We cannot take the risk. The two young men continued to cross swords in this fashion. One finally asked the pessimist, to what avail are your objections? Can you suggest any alternative? Not at the moment, he replied. You just have to wait a bit. There's nothing more to say, I responded. I must be in Lemberg tomorrow. Which means I leave today. Hand me the border pass. The train was scheduled to depart exactly at noon. The optimist, it was decided, would ride with us to Katowice and take care of all the border formalities. He was, after all, a local fellow who traveled about the area constantly. But the pessimist was still unable to compose himself. We had already said farewell to him and 395 were on the way to the train when, lo and behold, my pessimist appeared from a side street somewhere. He had scurried all over the place to cut me off and to plead with me once more, don't go. We reached the station. The passports had to be turned in, they would be given back on board the train once it was underway. We entered the compartment, took seats, and waited. And the longer we waited, the greater the change in my optimist's demeanor. He began to show signs of panic, his good humor vanished. He appeared progressively more agitated and frightened, so visibly distraught that I began to regret our having taken the chap along. Instead of helping us, he might only serve to do us in. The train finally started moving. The gendarme returned our border passes and we crossed peacefully over the border of the three emperors. Our fears had been groundless, at least where I was concerned. The Sosnowiec fellows were less fortunate. Both were arrested in their homes a few days later. We were abroad once again. We stopped at Katowice for 2 hours, in the course of which we dropped into a large German quay where we ordered a draught of good German beer. Then we took leave of our escort and resumed our journey into Austria. We spent the night at Krakow, and were already in Lemberg by the following noon. The Krakow comrades of the Galician Jewish Social Democratic Party had prepared attractive and comfortable quarters for our Congress. The place was a hall belonging to a Polish singing society and located in the very heart of the city, opposite the large theater. It was the first time that we held a Congress in such a lovely hall, and it was also a first time for such a large, imposing, truly European Congress. It was a period when both the strength and flowering of the Bund had reached a high point. We numbered about 30,000 organized members. Approximately 70 delegates were present at the Congress. Visitors came from fraternal parties, 2 delegates from the Russian Party, 1 delegate from the Lettish Social Democratic Organization, 1 delegate from the Armenian Comrades, and a delegation from the Galicians. For the first time we also 396 had stenographers, brought along from St. Petersburg itself, indeed, from the Russian Parliament, the Duma. As always at our congresses, the debates were for all the attendant passion serious and to the point. The major battle centered on the question of union with the Russian party. It was already clear by the very first day that the essayers had a majority, and the Congress did, in fact, decide on re-entry into the party. The naysayers submitted, only the young, hot-blooded Slavek grocer remained defiant. In the light of this decision I can no longer participate in any activity, we tried to convince him during a stroll in Kylinsky's Park, a large and lovely formal garden on the city's outskirts. We conversed the whole evening, but he remained adamant. I don't want to disturb the organization, he said, I am not thinking in terms of any kind of split. But it is simply impossible for me, personally, to engage in any activity. That's how things stood for the time being. It was, however, only a transitory mood. Slavek was too faithful a Bundist to stand aside for any length of time, and he soon returned to work. The next important issue was a political one. It was anticipated that the Second Duma would be convened in the near future, which gave rise to the question, should the Bund boycott the new elections as it had the first, or should it participate in the elections? I believe there were no substantial disagreements among us on this issue. The boycott tactic had few supporters. The first Duma had been boycotted because of the supposition that the great W-VE of revolution would soon surge up anew and proceed, by its own direct momentum, beyond the Duma. But it turned out that the situation had been estimated incorrectly. The boycott proper proved unsuccessful, the interest of the populace in the election had been too strong. True, a segment of the working population had abstained from voting, but this did not coincide with our intention. We were concerned with an active boycott, with interference in the voting, etc. And here the result was precisely nil. Thus, when the Duma assembled, it became apparent to everyone that the Duma was in actual fact, and whether we liked it or not, the focus of general attention and the center of political life. The stream of events flowed not past but through the Duma. In that case, our attitude should become a different one. We 397 should go there and utilize the new arena in the interests of the revolution. Such was the sentiment of the large majority among us, and such, likewise, was the decision of the Congress. A number of other matters were discussed, among which was autonomy for Poland. A resolution was adopted on the subject. It was actually not a new decision. The Sixth Congress had already adopted a resolution on territorial self-government, but it dealt only in a general way with various border regions, and made no specific reference to Poland. Now, however, the comrades who were active in Poland came to the Congress with the request that the resolution be interpreted explicitly in the sense of meaning autonomy for Poland as well. The issue was especially acute in Poland, an unambiguous response was essential. The Congress acceded to the request. Discussion of the organization statute occupied a substantial amount of time. The Bund had had no written constitution until then. It was merely, so to speak, a Torashabilpe, hence the need to create also an organizational Torashabiksav. Our specialist in such matters was Yoin. He gave the report on that agenda item. His presentation actually turned out to be somewhat boring. But for that very reason the stenographers were highly satisfied. Comrade Yoin, they chuckled, is the best speaker among all the delegates. Why? Because he speaks slowly. Indeed, they would complain that their work was much more difficult at our Congress than in the Russian Duma. Jews have a habit of speaking terribly fast. A new Central Committee was elected at the conclusion of the Congress. As expected, the slate prepared in advance was accepted without any opposition at all. The 9 members of the Central Committee, if I recall correctly, were Nwayak, Yudin, Rakamil, Kosovsky, Liber, Abramovich, Ezra, and myself. The first 7 were Central Committee incumbents. A closing banquet was the scene of much humor and hearty good fellowship. Then everyone returned home. I managed to stop off at Berlin for a few days on personal matters, after which I returned to Vilna. For the trip back across the border I finally obtained a solid passport. On this occasion as well I had no difficulty at all in vase below. The border official looked at me and said, "You're so pale, you must have gone abroad for a cure." "Yes," I replied, "but it didn't do much good." The official nodded compassionately, and thus ended the ritual. 65. In the South and North. At the time we departed for the Congress in Lemberg, Nash Slovo ceased publication. We intended to resume publishing the journal when we returned, but it never happened, for reasons I cannot recall. At any rate, we finally decided to wait a while. In the meantime I set out on a lecture tour of several cities. My subject: the political situation and our immediate tasks. The first city in which I delivered this lecture was my dear old familiar Kiev. I had left Kiev 7 years before. I felt both joy and pain upon visiting a city I had come to love and from which I had been separated for quite a number of years. 7 years earlier one had parted from the cozy surroundings of my uncle's beloved family. Now I found the family dispersed, my aunt had died, my uncle had aged and turned grey, his son, a student in the gymnasium when I had last seen him, had become a solid gentleman with a respectable bald spot, the older daughter had left for service as a nurse in a hospital. Everyone was living apart. It was sad. My encounter with their youngest daughter, a cousin with whom I had once been really close, was particularly depressing. In the days when I was still living in Kiev, she had been a mere child of 14, now she was a grown-up young woman. My uncle and I were walking along the Kreshchatik, the city's main street, when we met her. She knew nothing about my arrival. I greeted her with a Shalom Aleichem. She 399 400 looked at me, at a loss for words. Don't you recognize me? No. Look at me closely. Doesn't it remind you of anything? No, I've never seen you before. Not until I addressed her by her name did she respond with a warm greeting. We started to renew our old friendship, but it was sad to learn how greatly I had changed. True, I wore a beard at the time, and this would, of course, markedly alter one's appearance. I spent a few days in Kiev. They were lovely, sun-drenched autumn days. I traipsed about the city, seeking out all the endearingly familiar places. I gave my lecture at the Polytechnicum, in the largest auditorium. The place was filled. After attending a few meetings of our committee, I moved on to Zhytomyr. I was told that auto omnibuses were traveling between Kiev and Zhytomyr and I decided to take one. The bus station was located far out, somewhere near the end of Bykovsky Boulevard. I went there, examined the machine, and purchased a ticket. The omnibus had a peculiar characteristic, however: just when it was time to depart, it broke down and wouldn't budge. I waited one day, and another, it was still out of commission. Nothing remained but to simply travel by train. Concerning the train itself, it, too, was something out of the ordinary. As far as Berdychev the trip was quite decent, but at Berdychev it was necessary to change for the Zhytomyr branch train. Now that was a train. It conjured up a vision of how trains must have operated during the first half of the 19th century. It knocked and it shuddered and it shook, and it crawled so slowly that for anyone in a hurry it would have been better to travel on foot. I was on the way to the home of one of our comrades, a bank employee. I had known him during the earlier years in Minsk. The referat, an illegal one, was scheduled to take place there. The audience assembled in the evening, about 60 or 70 people. The room was not large enough and the crowd spilled over into an adjacent room. I climbed on a chair in the doorway between the two rooms and began to speak. I had scarcely been speaking more than a few minutes when the occupant of the apartment entered and said, "We must disperse, we've received word that the police are on the way." 401. I grew silent. There was no panic. People were accustomed to such surprises in those days. First, I was told to depart from the premises. An illegal personage, a visitor, must leave before anyone else. One stepped out into the street and proceeded toward the heart of the city. One of the comrades accompanied me. There we were, walking the streets at an already advanced hour, around 11 p.m., and there was no train on which to leave. Where to spend the night? My comrade pondered the matter. It was a sticky problem. The leading comrades were still at the lecture site, and who knew whether they had succeeded in dispersing before the police arrived? It was altogether a most precarious situation. Very well, let's try someone not too close to the movement. Let's go to Dr. So-and-so. You mean, without a by your leave, dropping in on a stranger in the middle of the night? Don't worry. He'll open his door. And he did, in fact, let us in. Indeed, he received us most warmly and I spent a restful, satisfying night. The following day I boarded the shaking, knocking railroad car once again and left Zhytomyr. The police had actually shown up on that occasion. Although the occupant of the apartment experienced a few bad moments, the affair ended without incident. From Zhytomyr I went to Odessa. It was the time when the foul gangs of the Union of the Russian People had begun to proliferate. The notorious tea houses of the Black Hundreds made their appearance, nests of hooligan patriotic bandits. Those respectable gentlemen, armed with genuinely Russian rubber truncheons, would pour out of the tea houses and mount their assaults upon Jews and intelligentsia. The city was terrorized. But one red island persisted amid the reveling of the Black Hundreds: the university. Student autonomy was still alive. The university was a city in itself, a place in which the students ran the show. The four walls of the university enclosed their kind of sacred precinct. Meetings would be staged without let or hindrance. The various socialist factions carried on their activities quite openly, each in its separate room, each posting its official announcements. And no one interfered with them. Although there remained just a few months more of this kind of freedom, it was still being exercised at the moment. Thus my lecture could also take place in the largest university hall, under conditions of calm. 402. Plot freedom, without any obstacles. The only interference was offered by darkness. The Nakolstvo had turned off the electricity. A few candles were obtained and placed on a table beside me, creating a rather romantic aura. The candles could only illuminate the faces of those closest to me, in the front rows, and the whole large auditorium, which accommodated 1,000 people, was enveloped in darkness. I delivered another lecture in the women's division. There in fact it was light, but, on the other hand, it was so cramped as to make movement all but impossible. The audiences in those days were visibly actuated by a great spiritual hunger, and throngs descended upon the lectures. I delivered a third lecture in wholly different surroundings to the workers. The workers' environment was located outside the bounds of the island of freedom. Party activity that was conducted there was carried on under strictly illegal conditions, in the face of stringent repression. Anything like a large mass meeting was out of the question. Consequently, only a few dozen of the closer comrades were brought together. The setting was the Jewish quarter, on Moldavanka. The meeting took place in the evening, in an empty apartment, totally devoid of both residence and furniture. An arrangement of some kind had been worked out with the dvornik so that he would allow us to assemble there, but great caution was still required. To avoid arousing the suspicion of people nearby, lights could not be turned on. So the comrades stood in a dark, empty room. Those who didn't care to stand sat on the floor, but most stood, unable to see anyone else, listening to a lecture that ran for an hour and a half. After Odessa one made a sudden leap into an entirely different world, from the far south to the far north to Finland. One had returned to Vilno, where I was informed that a conference of the Russian People's Party would be opening in a few days. The Russian Social Democratic Workers' Party would be. The Trudoviki, neo-populists, were known as the Laborite or Toilers faction, a loose grouping with a strong peasant orientation, politically close to, but to the right of, the SRS. Alexander Kerensky was one of the more prominent members of his grouping, which had a substantial representation in the Duma. 403. A legendary Jewish socialist. Sending a delegation there as guests, and since we, the Bund, were already back inside the Russian party, it was felt that a member of the Bund Central Committee ought to be included in the delegation. Hence the decision that I should go. The conference took place at Imatra, a location famous for its giant waterfall. As was customary, I traveled there via St. Petersburg, where Alexander had settled a few weeks before. After the Bund had re-entered the Russian party, Alexander was appointed one of our two representatives on the RSDWP Central Committee, so that he had to live in St. Petersburg. Our other representative at the time was Abramovich. I dropped in on Alexander, obtained from him the address and instructions about whom to see, and resumed the journey to Finland the same day. The Finnish railroad train which I took from St. Petersburg reminded me of that provincial train I had used not long before on the way from Kiev to Zhytomyr. Once again the same pounding and shaking. It seemed as if the car would disintegrate completely at any moment. The car was small and narrow. An iron stove stood in the center. All was dark and empty on the outside. The train passed a succession of tiny stations with Finnish names strange to my ears. Tirioki, Kolomaki, Mistamaki, Juakala. Small wooden structures, feebly lit with night lamps, a few silent people on the platform, and between one stop and the next, thick, black night, darkness and emptiness. The longer the ride and the later the hour, the deeper grew the silence, broken from time to time by some words in a totally unfamiliar language, unlike any other more familiar language I knew. Not a single word was intelligible to me. And the darkness grew ever more pervasive. It was as if I were riding into a forbidding, black desert, homeless, abandoned, all alone, at the end of the earth. I arrived at Imatra and found not a city, but only a railroad station and a few hotels set in the surrounding emptiness. I checked into one of the hotels. When daylight came I looked over the new place. Another world indeed. What a contrast to the South-S Odessa, whence one had just arrived. Not only were the people dilerant, and the houses, but the food was wholly new and different. Rocky soil, little anemic white birches, a pale, delicate sky, not a sign of the striking antiquity of the South. Half-colors, pastel colors, calmness and 404. Silence, a respite for the eyes and ears, a greater modesty and gentleness, the sweeping beauty of the North. I ordered breakfast at the hotel, clean, neat, tasty. The Swedish bread especially appealed to me. It was something like matzah, the unleavened bread eaten on Passover, but made from dark flour. I then went to the other hotel, where the conference was taking place. Several dozen delegates had assembled, the Trudovik faction of the first, recently dissolved, Duma. I was witnessing for the first time a purely Gentile Russian conference. Only a single Jew belonged to this group, the lawyer Leon Bramson, and he was actually the only one at the conference who displayed a modicum of practical sense. The remainder were largely village intelligent, a name derived from the ownership of the largest house on that small street by a certain woman named Katshir, where we actually took up residence. It was a capacious and fashionable house of 6 or 7 large, indeed unusually large rooms, and completely vacant. Bare, dark, and cold. The woman rented us the 2 front rooms in that empty house. 2 beds, a large table, and a couple of chairs were placed in one room, in the other a table, and nothing else. An old lamp hung above the large table. The lamp had certainly seen better days. By now it had grown old and weak and dripped kerosene constantly, splattering drop by drop upon our table. We finally located a clay pot and tied it with strings beneath the lamp. The kerosene thus fell into the pot, and all was well. The front rooms were heated. The owner's servant girl would come in the morning. She was an old Catholic spinster, one of the so-called devotkis who spent every free moment in church. Extremely ugly, she was also half-deaf and understood no Russian. She used to heat the stove and bring us the samovar. The other rooms remained bare, dark, and cold. There, in that extraordinary house, is where our editorial office was located, and there we lived, the 2 of us, Zaslavsky and I. The third member of the editorial staff, Yudin, found a place in some other part of the city. It's easy to see that the house was not especially cozy, and the reception we got was anything but pleasant. The day we moved in, we 409 stayed up late into the night. Suddenly, around 1 o'clock, we heard a knocking at the door. Such knocking during the old days in Russia spelled something bad. We sat there looking at each other. "Someone's knocking," said Zaslavsky. "Someone's knocking," one responded. "It's pretty sad," he went on. "It's disgusting," I replied. "But someone's got to open the door." Certainly someone's got to. I went into the anteroom. Who's there? The night watchman. What do you want? Open immediately. I opened. In the doorway there appeared a figure in a sheepskin coat together with a policeman. I looked at them, they looked at me, and both sides felt somewhat uncomfortable. What do you want? I asked the gentleman. And what are you doing here? They asked me. I live here, I said. You live here? Really? Since when? Since today. Really? Yes. Well, in that event, everything is satisfactory. Why the inquiry? Forgive me, said the watchman, I made a mistake. I noticed light in the window and knew that the house had been empty. I was puzzled. I thought perhaps robbers had gotten in. So I called a policeman. Good night. Good night. And we dropped off to sleep. Our activity began. Living and working with Zaslavsky was sheer delight. He was a happy, vibrant fellow, the source of boundless jokes and pranks. The four walls of our sanctuary constantly resounded with laughter. The electoral campaign was underway and our paper adopted a fresh, pointedly militant tone. Whenever a new edition was being prepared, Zaslavsky would seat himself at the table, roll up his sleeves, and, all smiles, ask, well, who's in line for a beating today? And, indeed, he would beat with relish. We had enemies on all sides and the blows rained down so that sparks flew. One day it was the Jewish liberals who needed a cuffing, next, it was the Zionists, and the following day, the Zionist socialists, the SS. Coincidentally, we received a Jewish newspaper from America at that very time containing a picture of a certain prominent SS leader traveling overseas. He was a young man with a pointed beard and a shock of long, unruly hair. Beneath the picture was a typically American advertising caption, a face of Jesus, a temperament of a volcano. Zaslavsky took the paper, cut 410 out the picture with the caption, and pasted it on the wall in our room. And whenever he had to do a piece on the SS, he would walk up to the picture, gaze at it, and derive from it the inspiration for a few stinging witticisms. We used to prepare the edition on the day before, or, more correctly, the night before it was scheduled to go to press. Consequently, a definite routine evolved. Yudin would come to us in the evening and join us for supper. Then we armed ourselves with the requisite instruments, to wit, first a samovar, second a few bottles of soda and a package of small, round, hard candies that served us in place of cigarettes. Equipped with these tools, we would seat ourselves at the two tables and go to work. Yudin would do a major political article very long, a bit ponderous, but well liked among the readers. I would analyze various tactical questions. And Zaslavsky would mount his brilliant cavalry assaults. Then we read the several articles, corrected and polished them, and at about 2 or 3 in the morning wound up the work. Yudin would then lie down on the large table in the other room and take a nap. I would also snatch some sleep, but only for a few hours, since the train left for Vilno at 5 in the morning and I had the job of bringing the paper's copy to Vilno for printing. It was quite some distance to the railroad station and one used to hire an izvozchik in advance. He would arrive between 4 and 5 o'clock and knock on the window. Tired and still sleepy, I would rise from my warm bed and take a seat in the sleigh. It was a very severe winter, the days were bitterly cold, and my feet nearly froze more than once. I suffered greatly from the cold. Arriving in Vilno in the morning, I would remain there a few days, correcting proof and taking care of the print shop. The edition completed, I would return to Kovno and the work would resume. During our free days we participated in the electoral campaign. In Kovno we put forward our most important candidate, Abramovich. Our activity was conducted vigorously and in high spirits. We used to deliver speeches in synagogues, and large meetings were held in the chamber of the City Duma. Superficially, conditions in Kovno were quite favorable. The police did not bother us, and if a policeman should by chance appear at a meeting, we would slip him a few rubles or invite him into an adjacent room to be treated there to a 411 little bottle of whiskey. That was enough for him to leave us alone. I recall the first big meeting at which Abramovich delivered a lengthy and appropriate speech. It included a well-rounded treatment of current political questions and an explanation as to why the audience should vote for the candidates of the Bund. Thereupon a youthful adherent of the SS stepped forward, a lad of about 17 or 18 and a very attractive speaker himself, and launched into some extraneous babbling. He came up with one story, for instance, to the effect that the Central Committee of the Bund had sent a memorandum about emigration to the Congress of the International. He continued in like vein. The audience, composed largely of ordinary, unsophisticated people, workaday Jews, looked on without the faintest notion of what he was after and what relationship his various stories might have to the Russian Duma and the elections. It was a characteristic example of the patent impracticality of the SS. The young man, it goes without saying, received a suitable what for. In later years he grew much more serious too and, as commonly occurred, parted company with his pedantic party, which, I might add, no longer even exists. While on the subject of the SS, I ought to relate another story involving their candidate from Kovno, that same ludicrous figure of whom I previously had occasion to speak, Nachman Sirkin, the present-day Pole Zionist. He happened then to be an SS. In Kovno, as in other cities, there existed at the time a Jewish electoral committee, a committee of the Jewish people made up of local notables who conducted a campaign on behalf of the respectable candidates. The committee, accordingly, organized a meeting of the representatives of the whole Jewish population for the purpose of discussing the matter of candidates. The socialist candidates were invited to present their platforms at the meeting. How such representation from the Jewish people is produced is well known. Representatives are picked in the synagogues. Thus, all manner of trustees and sextons showed up. The reference is to Dr. Aaron Singalovsky, later a prominent figure in the ORT organization. At that time he used to be called Aaron Chestachauer. 412. Few dozen colorless, ordinary Jews, and a handful of busybodies from among the leading intelligentsia. Several representatives from the parties were also admitted, which was how I came to show up there for a look at the interesting spectacle. The socialist candidates also appeared. Abramovich took the floor and delivered a brief address in which he expressed his viewpoint. Naturally, he spoke in Yiddish. Who would have thought for a moment of addressing such an audience in any other language? Then Sirkin was recognized. He stood up in his long black doctor's suit coat, straightened out his broad, flowing beard, and launched into a sermon in German. I sat there, listening, and wondered whether I was dreaming. Could it perhaps be a mistake? No, he was speaking, pounding away in a pure, genuinely literary German, not at all as if he were addressing the Kovno elite, but rather an assemblage of Berlin Yehudim. From time to time he would inject a passage in Hebrew and then resume his sermonizing in Hochdeutsch. Didn't he know any Yiddish? Of course he knew it. Why then the German? Apparently from a desire to impress the crowd. After all, here was a doctor who could command German and Hebrew. How could such a savant not be elected? Still, the audience was wiser than the speaker, and the German speech failed to produce the overwhelming impression on which the learned doctor had counted. I had the opportunity at that time to participate in several electoral meetings beyond Kovno. I spoke in Vilno. I went to Ponevas. The meeting there took place in the main synagogue. The place was so solidly packed and the air so stifling that the lamps flickered and almost went out. Our adversaries suspected my identity, despite my having to speak there, as elsewhere, under an assumed name, and endeavored to discomfit me. No sooner had I begun to speak when they commenced to shout, "Yiddish! Yiddish!" But they were made to quiet down. The funny thing was that their own candidate, the attorney Naftali Friedman, also spoke in Russian. I had a rather odd experience in Grodno, where we put forward our comrade Shmuel Gazansky as a candidate. One came to speak at an electoral meeting. At the speaker's table, no less, there sat a police inspector hanging on every word. I adopted a humorous tone in the polemic with the other parties. The audience laughed uproariously. The inspector too was convulsed with laughter. After I finished my speech, our comrades approached me and said, "It will be healthier if you leave by a back door. The inspector may be laughing, but when you go he may arrest you nonetheless." So one sought to depart by the back door. But alas, the door was locked and there was no key. Without much ceremony, our lads applied a little push-knock-pull and broke in the door. There was a minor hubbub, but we were already out and on our way. The following day I learned that the inspector had told the organizers of the meeting, that Bundist was a pretty nice speaker. But what need was there to break in the door? Do you really believe I would have arrested him? Heaven forbid. I know who he is. His name is Medem. I even knew his father in Minsk. I wouldn't have touched him. So that's how a door was ruined needlessly. But there is an old German expression, sicker is sicker. For the gendarme who had arrested me in Minsk years before also claimed he knew my father. And still I went to prison. 67. The London Congress. The electoral campaign ended. Immediately afterwards we were forced to cease publication of our weekly. The reason was most prosaic: inadequate funds. The Yiddish daily, Die Volkszeitung, also had a substantial deficit, and the very limited financial means at the disposal of the Central Committee did not permit us the luxury of 2 newspapers. We were thus compelled to dissolve our editorial staff. A few days after we left Kovno, the police staged a raid on the house in which we had lived. But they made a minor error. They went to the floor above and arrested an innocent person, someone who had no connection at all with the editorial staff or with the Bund. I left for a brief visit to Moscow. Now I had enough free time for a leave of several weeks, during which politics was set aside and the time devoted to my private life. It was only by coincidence that I met a number of Russian comrades on several occasions. A large Russian publishing house run by the Granite brothers had decided at that time to issue an extensive history of Russia during the 19th century, a collective product. The leading collaborators were 2 well-known Bolshevik writers, the Privat Dozent and one from Moscow, Nicholas Roscoff, and 1 individuals who have met the requirements for official recognition as university teachers. 414. 415. Michael Pokrovsky. Through my former editorial staff colleague, Halikman, who lived in Moscow, I was invited to take charge of the Jewish section. I agreed to do so, and was asked to meet with Pokrovsky for a discussion of the details. I went to see him. He was a congenial, serious, modest person, who, if I'm not mistaken, is at present working with Lunacharsky in the Soviet Commissariat of Education, and we quickly agreed on terms. While I was with Pokrovsky, 2 other comrades came in whom I had not previously known. One was a young man of moderate height, with blonde hair and a round little beard, the image of a Russian intelligent. I later met him abroad. He was one of the few Bolsheviks whom I found personally quite affable. Despite his typically Russian face, he was a Jew. He is the present chairman of the Moscow Soviet and one of the most important Russian leaders, Leo Kamina. The other was a less intellectual Jewish fellow, also a Bolshevik and a rather important leader in the Bolshevik faction. He was decidedly not one of the most pleasant specimens. I also had occasion to meet him abroad subsequently, and I used to hear stories about him that were not especially pretty. He was the object, for a time, of some really ugly suspicion, but it remained only suspicion. He was a truly small-minded, faction Bolshevik with the characteristic narrow view of the sectarian. While we were seated at Pokrovsky's and chatting, the conversation also turned to that history of Russia in the publication of which I was to participate. The collaborators whose names were made public included not only a number of accepted social democratic writers, but also several SRS and nonpartisan people as well. This prompted the Jewish fellow to grimace at the prospect of the Social Democrats and Lenin in particular participating in the venture. "It's nothing but a compromise operation," was the way he expressed it. To tell the truth, I thought he was making light of the whole thing, and I looked at him with a smile, but he meant it seriously. Kamina, who was more intelligent, understood that his comrade had gone a bit too far, and tried to smooth over and explain away his words. "There can be no objection," he said, "to social democratic writers participating in such a serious, scientific effort. But in the case of Lenin it's somewhat different. His name has the significance of a party standard bearer, and for that reason it would be better for him to abstain." In the end, as a matter of fact, Lenin did not participate. But my work was not crowned with good fortune. Some time later, after having prepared a portion of the material, I received word at the editorial office that the various articles had expanded greatly and that space had grown scarce. There was not enough room. Who gets thrown out? Naturally, the Jews. I was even assured that the Jewish section would be included in a second compendium, the history of the 20th century. But this second compilation has not yet seen the light of day. Although I had no direct connection with the local movement, my life in Moscow was anything but calm. Living illegally leads to trouble in any case. As usual, I had not reported to the authorities. I was living in my brother's house, although he himself had already left Moscow and moved to Kovno. But my sister and her husband were still there. I lived quietly for a few days, bothered by no one. Then, one evening, a relative of my brother-in-law, a boy of 16 and a conspicuous ne'er-do-well, came rushing up and informed me that he had an acquaintance who was serving in the secret police, and that the acquaintance had allegedly spoken to him about me. He knew I was here in Moscow and was looking for me. Well, I had no confidence in this lad and even suspected that it was no more than bluffing on his part, but what if it were true after all? I therefore went to an acquaintance and stayed with him for a few days. Meanwhile everything was calm at my brother's house. The house was located on a small, quiet street, and any suspicious individual loitering there would have been noticed. No one appeared, so I went back. Some 417 days elapsed. Everything was in the best of order. I used to visit the large Moscow library every day to gather material for my Jewish history. One day, when I was seated quietly in the library reading a book, I happened to raise my head and saw my brother-in-law seated directly across from me at the same table. I gazed at him. What could have brought him here? Something must have happened. He wrote a note and slipped it to me. It read, "The police have interrogated our dvornik. They want to know who's living at our place. Trouble again." With this kind of information I could not, of course, go home, so I spent a few days with other acquaintances, after which I left directly for the station and departed from Moscow. It was the end of April. The Congress of the RSDWP was scheduled to open in Copenhagen at the beginning of May. Without returning to Vilno, I went straight from Moscow to the Congress. I had already prepared myself in advance with a foreign passport that had been assembled in Vilno. How such passports were made at that time was quite interesting. As previously noted, my passport for travel within Russia was belletristic, fashioned by myself with a fictitious name. But in Vilno, as, presumably, in every city in the Pale lived a Jew who was known as the Governor-General. This person was an operator, with frequent entree to high places and access to various administrative offices, where he would carry on all manner of shady transactions. Thus he would take such a falshivka and bring it to the administrative office of the governor, where he would exchange it for a foreign passport. The falshivka would remain at the governor's as security, and in its place one would obtain a genuine, legitimate foreign passport with a fictitious name, such as the kind of passport I acquired. With it, I crossed the border in both directions. The trip abroad from Moscow goes through Minsk. 5.5 years had elapsed since that autumn night when I left my hometown and fled to Switzerland. They were such long, long years. The 4 years I had spent abroad seemed to me an eternity. It's strange, if I now take the same span of 4 years, but at a later period, when I recall, for instance the year 1917, a comparable period of time, after all I have the feeling, nevertheless, that it was just a short time ago. But those first 4 years appear to me as HAV 418. Been almost like time out of mind. When I returned to Russia in 1905 I had the impression that something like a whole century had elapsed. Since that time another year and a half had gone by, and my earlier life in Minsk had faded into a truly distant, deep, and hazy past. Much had actually changed. Of my relatives, none were left in Minsk, my old friends, also none, or virtually none. But when the train on which I was traveling from Moscow approached my hometown, I peered out of the window, my heart pounding. The old longing had revived, with all of its acute poignance. I dared not stop off in the city. I was, after all, an illegal person with an assumed name and a false passport, and there were still enough people left in Minsk who would have recognized me immediately had I merely shown myself on the streets. So I sat at the window of the car and looked out with yearning and anguish. The Moscow train did not cut straight through the city proper, but passed by, quite some distance away. One could see only the periphery and, off in the distance, only the very tallest buildings. Yet how near to me were the places on the outskirts, how familiar. Here was the passage of the railroad crossing with the guardrail and the watchman's little house. How often had I passed his house on the way to the Antonov woods, to the bishop's dacha, amid the broad fields and the tall pines, on the soft white sandy road. How often had one stopped at that little house for a glass of cold milk, reinforced by a piece of black bread encased in oak leaves and baked at home by the watchman's wife. Here was the railroad bridge across the Svislok. Crossing that particular bridge used to be forbidden, but we would cross it, there was no other bridge in the vicinity. Here was a little wooded area reaching to the very tracks where we had held a meeting of the Bund Committee a mere 7 years ago. There was the road leading to our summer residence beyond the city. All of them beloved, cherished places evoking so many associations, places with which were bound up the finest and loveliest gift that anyone can possess, youth. The train pulled into the station. I could not restrain myself and stepped out onto the platform. The same old Brest-Litovsk station. The same small wooden structure, and a second wooden building containing the eating counter. The platform was nearly empty. 2 people walked out of the station toward the train. 2 familiar faces. 419. 1. A bank director, a Polish Jew. I recall how the story of his truly aristocratic way of living had made the rounds in Minsk. The proof? He used to have fresh bread delivered every morning all the way from Warsaw. The other was a Polish attorney. I had even known him personally. But he didn't recognize me. Both entered the train. The platform remained empty. And I said farewell once more to my old beloved Minsk. Indeed, I was never to see it again. To be sure, one was to follow that same route again in later years, but on that occasion I did not step out on the platform. I was seated then behind the iron bars of a prisoner's car, guarded by armed soldiers and being taken from Orel to stand trial in Warsaw. The year was 1915. After crossing the border without incident I arrived in Berlin, where I met Liber. The 2 of us left for Copenhagen together. We registered at a large, attractive hotel and met some other delegates. Trotsky, for one, was staying at the same hotel. He soon came into our room. I had not seen him for several years and he had changed considerably during the interval. Trotsky lived through a great deal in the course of a few years. In 1905 he left Switzerland for Russia, played a significant role in the St. Petersburg Soviet, was arrested and exiled to Siberia. He had only recently escaped and returned abroad and, still weary from the journey, he was emaciated and pale. He had also changed inwardly, having grown more mature, solid. In the old days, when I used to see Trotsky abroad, there was still much about him that was boyish. After the discussion in which we had engaged in Karlsruhe, I met him again in the same year, 1903, at the Congress of the Russian Social Democratic Workers' Party in Brussels and London. Later on we participated together in a large Russian meeting that took place in Geneva right after the beginning of the Russo-Japanese War. I served on the presidium at that meeting. Trotsky was the principal speaker. I still recall his speech very well, and the strange impression it made upon me. He argued that, objectively, the great West European countries were in 1904, no less, already ripe for the social revolution. Trotsky generally gave the impression in those days of someone with little sense of responsibility, someone exceedingly pompous and in pursuit of the pretty, pungent phrase. The humorous and acerbic Ryazanov at the time tagged him Balalaikhin. Another nickname he 420 gave Trotsky because of his attitude at the Congress was Leninskaya Dyubinka. But as already noted, Trotsky had changed markedly. He had matured, and it seemed to me that he had grown calmer and more serious. He moved far from Lenin and broke with Bolshevism. He did not actually become a Menshevik, but occupied a middle position that was close to the political position of the Bund. He wished to form a faction of his own in the party and evidently counted on the support of the Bund, thus he began a rather strong flirtation with the Bund and the Bundovces which continued for years. In earlier years he had been a bitter opponent of the Bund. At the Congress in 1903 Trotsky had engaged in the sharpest clashes with Liber. But the situation had changed and he endeavored to establish a relationship with us of some considerable intimacy. Personally, I had never believed in the sincerity of this new friendship. From the first moment that I set eyes on Trotsky, he became distasteful to me, and as far as I know, his attitude toward me was precisely the same as mine toward him. This was confirmed, incidentally, on the very morning after our arrival in Copenhagen. During the time we were publishing Nash Slovo, I had written an article on the political situation, touching on the reasons that the revolution was not yet victorious. I stressed, in particular, the significance of the Russian peasantry. Trotsky was in prison at the time, occupying himself with literary work, in the course of which he had happened to express himself along the same line. When he came into our room in the Copenhagen hotel, he immediately asked Liber, "Say, which of your people is Vinitsky?" From the tone of the question it was apparent that the article had strongly appealed to him and that he was prepared to look upon the author as a kind of partner. Liber replied, "That's Medem." "Really?" rejoined Trotsky. And he grew silent. It was clear from his demeanor that he was not especially delighted with this revelation. Medem here uses the charming Yiddish expression to describe Trotsky's overtures to the Bund, hat sich bamelt zu vern mil uns ganzer kutun. 421. We spent a few days in Copenhagen awaiting the arrival of the other delegates. Suddenly one morning we received a piece of bad news. The Danish government notified us that it could not tolerate a Russian Socialist Congress on its soil, and we were directed to leave hospitable Copenhagen promptly. It was a severe blow. Everything had already been arranged, the delegates were present and they represented no small host. About 300 persons had arrived. But we had no choice. It was decided to shift to the one and only European city in which it could be certain we would be left alone, London. And it was there, in fact, that this large and interesting Congress took place, a Congress that ran on for weeks. The surface aspect of the Congress was interesting and noteworthy in itself. Our sessions were held in a church. London has very few large public halls for the holding of mass meetings, hence the recourse to churches. Some sort of liberal brotherhood, with a church of its own, had placed its church facility at our disposal. The arrival of Russian revolutionists was well known in the city. The newspapers had learned of our expellees Congress and of our shift over to England. Reporters with cameras stood at the entrance to the church and succeeded in photographing a few female delegates, whose photographs appeared in the newspapers accompanied by fantastic inscriptions. A policeman was also posted at the gate to see to it that we were safe from any assault. It was the first time in history that a Congress of Russian revolutionists took place under the protection of the police. The church was not particularly spacious, but there was ample room for the 300 delegates. It also contained a gallery to which selected guests were admitted. The delegates seated themselves according to factions. The Bolsheviks sat on one side, the Mensheviks on the other, in the middle the three nationality factions, the Bund, the Lets, and the Poles. It was a real parliament. Each faction was tightly organized and led by a forceful faction committee, and fairly strict discipline prevailed. A formal decision of the Polish faction, for instance, had affirmed that everyone was obligated to vote as a solid unit. No such formal compulsion was operational in our faction, but in point of fact, it turned out that way on virtually every vote. The Bolshevik and Polish factions had special conductors who in 422 indicated to the people how to vote, since not all the delegates had sufficiently oriented themselves about what was happening at the Congress. A large number of Polish delegates had not even understood or had poorly understood the Russian language. So that, with each vote, the conductor would mount the dais and announce, "Our faction votes such and such a way." And the people would know how to raise their hands. As a consequence, there could be no question of one side convincing the other. There was actually discussion aplenty, but the result was a simple arithmetical calculation: how many votes from this faction, how many from that, how many from another, etc. The conductor of the Bolshevik faction was the Moscow historian Roscoff, the conductor of the Poles was Marchluski. The Lets themselves were split into two sections. The Bund and Menshevik factions carried on without a director's baton. The pick of the whole movement was represented among the delegates. Almost all the important leaders were there with the sole exception of those who were in prison and could not attend. On the benches of the Bolshevik faction sat two distinguished guests whose arrival created quite a sensation, Maxim Gorky and his wife Andreeva, and visible in the gallery was the attractive grey head of the renowned old revolutionist, Aaron Zundalevich. The Congress was opened by Plekhanov. Election of a presidium followed. In line with prevailing practice at Russian Congresses, no single chairman was elected but rather a whole collegium. Agreement on the composition of the presidium was reached in advance by all sides. Because there were 5 factions, it was decided that 5 chairmen would be chosen, one from each faction. These were, for the Bolsheviks, Lenin; for the Mensheviks, Dan; for the Poles Jantisko; for the Lets, Azis; and for the Bund, myself. We took our seats on the dais. The first session was to be chaired by the one among the 5 who had received the largest number of votes. That was Azis. But even before the proceedings got underway, the first flare-up had already erupted. The incident involved Lenin. He had written an article some time before which had highly offended the St. Petersburg Menshevik organization. Consequently, the Mensheviks pressed charges against him before a party court. The incident dragged on. The court had not 423 yet convened, but the Mensheviks contended that Lenin was under a cloud of suspicion for unbecoming conduct. Now, at the very opening of the Congress, they promptly submitted a written protest against the election to the presidium of a person facing a party court. The protest was submitted directly to Azis. Azis glanced at the piece of paper and turned toward us with the question, "What do I do with this?" We all looked at each other. What should be done with the protest? It should be read. So Lenin was asked. He was after all most directly interested in the matter. He said, "Certainly it ought to be read." Azis thereupon stood up and proceeded to read the whole story aloud. As soon as the audience heard the opening words and realized what was involved, there arose a tremendous hue and cry. The Bolsheviks started screaming, but really screaming. At first, only a few people in the front rows began to stir, then more and more, and finally the whole place was in a wild uproar. Seated in the first row among the Bolshevik benches was an old party activist named Lindov. He leaped up from his place, pale, shaken, half mad with anger, and yelled toward me, while pointing a finger at Aziz, "Tear the piece of paper away from him." "Don't get excited," I urged. "If Lenin himself concurred in the reading, then you ought to calm down." But, alas, it was all in vain. The screams literally bespoke danger. Poor Aziz, a quiet, modest man, became confused and lapsed into silence. The Presidium walked off the platform, and the inspiring opening session was suspended. The crowd dispersed. The next session was scheduled for the following morning. It was quite clear that the Congress would be unable to function without the adoption of drastic methods. The Presidium met, and we discussed the question of how to avoid scandalous episodes in the future. We drafted a special set of procedures for the Congress. Among others, we adopted one item which affirmed that the various statements and reports, both personal and collective, were to be read only at the conclusion of each session, and then only after having been passed through the censoring authority of the Presidium. Should the latter determine that any particular statement would be likely to evoke indignation and produce an eruption, the reading of such a statement would be disallowed. 424. The people came together the following morning and waited for further developments. Somewhat wrought up and chagrined over the hapless beginning, they looked forward to the course of the session with anxiety. Tizko was next in line to chair the session. But that wise and clever man had no desire to be the first to plunge into the maelstrom. "I'm not at all familiar with your customs," he said. "Let someone else chair today's session." So I had to do it. I had already acquired substantial experience as a chairman. I know that the main thing is not to be afraid of the crowd and of the noise, and, in actuality, I am not afraid of them. Thus I opened the session, spoke in a calm but deliberate tone, and asserted that we considered yesterday's incident closed, that there would be no return to it. I reported on the items for the agenda which the Presidium had drawn up, and requested the Congress to approve them so that we might be given the opportunity to conduct the session in an orderly fashion. The Congress approved our proposal unanimously and without debate, and the proceedings got underway. The session was completed in peace and quiet, the audience breathed easier. The crisis had been successfully surmounted. When the session ended, many people came up to me and expressed their satisfaction at my conduct of the meeting. The diminutive Angelika Balabanov voiced the supreme compliment. "You are the Russian singer," she said. The endless series of sessions had begun. Russian congresses had a habit of forever starting with ABCs. Thus, the first item on the agenda was the point about the current political situation, then came other general questions. Only at the very end, after several weeks of hair-splitting and theorizing, did the Congress get around to more practical questions. And all the while an embittered, stubborn battle was being fought between the Bolsheviks and Mensheviks. Only the Bundists and the neutral Trotsky would, from time to time, introduce a third note into that duet. They constituted the center. A very small portion of the 300 persons at the Congress actually participated in its deliberations. Each faction had several speakers. 425. Who would invariably take the floor, the rest of the audience sat silently, participating only in the voting. The members of the Duma were a source of great interest, a new phenomenon at a Russian Congress. The Duma group was also split into Menshevik and Bolshevik segments. Before the outside world, in the Duma, they presented a solid front, but internally there were constant clashes. Those clashes were also carried over to London. The leader of the Menshevik wing of the Duma group was Iraklit Tsereteli, the Bolshevik leader was Gregory Alexinsky. I saw them in London for the first time. Tsereteli made a very fine impression. A young man of about 26, handsome, composed, with a wise and appealing face, and judicious in speech, he was well received by everyone. Alexinsky was an altogether different type. Also young, but not at all attractive, short, and minus beard and mustache, his back slightly twisted, a high-pitched, feminine voice, he created an image of a semi-cripple. He was no fool. Aleksandski's speeches in the Duma occasionally created a tremendous stir. But there was something repulsive about him. I also used to encounter him later on, after the close of the Congress, when the whole Duma faction had returned to Russia and when all of its members had been arrested and sentenced to hard labor, while he by some remarkable coincidence remained abroad. He acted the part of a fervent revolutionist. Even Lenin had subsequently gone too far to the right to suit Aleksandski. But I never had any confidence in him either personally, or in his extreme redness, and it came as no surprise at all when I learned during the war years that this dangerous revolutionist had become a partner of Denikin. For it should perhaps be noted that he was not the only one who made such a revolutionary transition from dark red to dark black. 5. I fear he won't be the last. But a capable individual he was, and a good speaker, more accurately, a good polemicist. I once heard him deliver a festive, sentimental speech. It was pathetic. But when it came to telling someone off, he was in his element. Brash and impudent, he possessed a caustic wit and a nasty, cutting tongue. Even his effeminate voice could be as piercing as a sharp knife. At the Congress he wrangled constantly with Tsereteli. But all in all, the calm and quiet Tsereteli more than held his own. Aleksandski also sought to take on Plekhanov, despite the latter's standing as one of the keenest wits in the international socialist movement, and Plekhanov did, in fact, find himself on the receiving end of some sharp thrusts from Aleksandski's pointed tongue. One remember one such episode. Plekhanov had developed an unfortunate habit in his later years. He used to talk about himself too much. In one of his speeches at the Congress, he said, "When I was preparing to come here, the doctor said, 'You are ill, you should not go.' But I replied, 'Even if I were lying on my deathbed, I would still get up and go there to defend my political line.'" Several days later, Aleksandski was giving a speech in which, as was his wont, he assailed the Mensheviks. Plekhanov could not contain himself, and he shouted an interjection of some kind. Aleksandski stopped speaking and turned his eyes, those small, piercing eyes, toward Plekhanov. Twisting his mouth into a sardonic smile, he responded in his thin, high-pitched voice, "Comrade Plekhanov, you're a sick person and getting excited might do you harm." "Comrade Aleksandski," replied Plekhanov, "you can never excite me." Aleksandski's thrust was actually quite witty, but he ought to have displayed somewhat more respect for the old, venerated founder of Russian social democracy. Plekhanov himself knew how to pour on the jokes. Many of them were old, but many were new and brilliant. Rosa Luxemburg was the recipient of one such pungent sally. During a speech on political tactics, Abramovich had expressed the view that Luxemburg was sitting between two stools. Plekhanov got up to speak next. "Comrade Abramovich is not correct," he said. "Comrade Luxemburg isn't sitting between two stools, but floating among the clouds like a Raphael Madonna." Anyone who had seen Luxemburg, neither young, nor attractive, and with a limp to boot, could appreciate his piercing thrust. But the wise woman joined with the others in laughter and in the applause punctured by bravos. Luxemburg became involved in a major flare-up with the Bund faction. While polemicizing against a speaker for the Bund, she allowed herself to say that the behavior of the Bund in politics was like that of a shopkeeper who sits and calculates whether the sugar is becoming costlier or cheaper. This witticism had about it a specific, exceedingly unappetizing flavor. I happened to be German on that particular day and, wishing to be impartial, I did not call the speaker to order. Moreover, when our faction started to protest, I quieted the crowd, refusing to permit any outbursts. Our faction held a meeting after the session and drew up a protest against Luxemburg's language. The protest was extremely forceful. According to the procedures set up for the Congress, the statement had to pass the censoring mechanism of the Presidium. The members of the Presidium were prepared to render us the proper satisfaction and admitted our protest. They appreciated that Luxemburg had overstepped the bounds. The only one who might in fact have exercised a veto on our protest was Tisko, the representative of the Polish faction, but it just happened that he was not present at the consultation of the 429 Presidium. The protest, therefore, was read from the platform toward the close of the second session. The Polish comrades rose to the defense of Luxembourg, and, on their part, also submitted a protest. I cannot recall the contents of their statement, but I do know it was far more cutting than the Bunds and embodied a massive insult to the Bund faction. By a majority vote the Presidium decided that the protest should be read. At that point I announced I was resigning from the Presidium. The Menshevik Dan likewise resigned. This had its effect. Negotiations followed, and it was finally agreed that all the insulting words from both sides would be expunged from the minutes. This was not the only clash between the Bund and the Polish delegation. On another occasion involving the case of the Lodz mandates, things almost reached the point of actual blows. The incident originated in the selection of delegates to the Congress. Each faction, quite understandably, had wished to maximize its number of delegates, yet the indiscriminate selection of delegates was naturally forbidden. Certain rules had to be observed. If I'm not mistaken, the practice was one delegate for each 300 members. Fair enough, one would imagine. But not entirely. What assurance was there that all sides would submit accurate figures on membership? After all, the organizations were illegal, precluding membership lists and addresses, which left a big opportunity for minor and major deceptions. And it must be said that the relations among the factions were such that mutual suspicion did exist about some rather ugly tricks. And what was most important, the suspicion was often justified. Hence the decision to establish a joint control commission in those cities, and this was the case almost everywhere which had two factions. The commission's task was to supervise both sides, to the end that each would conduct itself decently in the elections. The Polish Social Democrats, unable to boast a particularly large organization, nevertheless desired a large delegation. Consequently they had recourse to a variety of means designed to thwart the formation of such a commission in the large working-class city of Lodz. They blithely violated the prescription and conducted their elections without any outside supervision. The result? From that blessed city, where they were entitled to only a few delegates, they sent along all of 413 people. The Bundists of Lodz knew full well that the operation was highly disreputable, but they were unable to do anything about it. Thus the matter became a subject of discussion in London, and people grew exceedingly agitated over the ugly deed. As a result, the expression Lodz mandates assumed something of the character of an epithet. One of the delegates from Lodz was the well-known Maxim, our very own Maxim, who had played such a tremendous role in the October days when he functioned as a veritable dictator in Riga. 6. He later escaped from Riga and worked in Lodz in 1907. For reasons of conspiracy he had changed his name, he went by a different one in Lodz. An easily excitable fellow, he arose after a particular vote at the Congress which was won by the Bolsheviks, thanks specifically to the 13 from Lodz, and shouted, "Lodz mandates." The Poles grew terribly indignant. First they started to shout, "Maxim! Maxim!" Itself detestable, for it meant revealing the identity of someone much sought after by the police. But that did not exhaust the scandalous matter. The Lodz mandates themselves joined in the affray. Of the essential subjects discussed at the Congress, they understood very little, but raising one's hand to vote demanded minimal talent. Mostly simple workers of limited social consciousness, corralled and taken across the sea to serve as voting tools, they now joined in the assault upon Maxim and the Jewish faction in general. They hurled imprecations of the kind one might hear in a Russian army barracks, but surely not at a socialist congress. People who found themselves in the very thick of things stated that the word's hid was also not missing. The Bund faction and the Poles had been seated cheek by jowl. Both sides leaped up. People could already be seen waving fists in the air. Another minute, and there would have been a regular brawl. With considerable strain and effort, the crowd was finally quieted. Another terrible outburst erupted at one of the final sessions of the Congress. I can no longer recall what the scrapping was about, but it involved plenty of passion. The session had been unusually long, and Lenin had tried all afternoon, with iron stubbornness, to force through a certain resolution. The discussion had taken an exceedingly complicated turn. The audience grew very weary, extremely tense, and wrought up. When, finally, the resolution was on the verge of being adopted, Lenin declared that he was withdrawing the motion. Thus, as it turned out, a whole day had been wasted on nothing. Here was the drop which caused the cup to run over. Delegates became infuriated. The Mensheviks raised a tremendous clamor. One of them, a quiet, composed, elderly man now beside himself, sprang up, and with fists at the ready lunged toward the platform. It looked as if he would, at any moment, begin beating Lenin. He was held back. The tumult mounted. Another Menshevik collapsed in a faint and was carried from the hall. The frenetic crowd was a picture of motion and commotion. I happened to have had the good fortune to be chairman. There I stood, upon the platform, in the center of hysterical screams on all sides. The more composed comrades of the center came rushing up and told me, "Adjourn the session, this cannot go on." But I did not do it. I knew that, had one adjourned the session, both sides would really have sprung upon one another then, and a battle royal would have been underway. It was thus necessary that things first be quieted down. This was my first task and I was successful. I have already noted more than once that the most tumultuous audience can be quieted down as long as one remains calm and steady oneself. The place grew quiet. I continued chairing the session. I recognized the next speaker, determined not to let up on the reins. But my comrade Slavek got up and, speaking calmly and to the point, he directed my attention to the terribly stifling atmosphere in the hall which made it literally impossible to remain seated. It turned out that something had gone wrong in the gas line and that gas was escaping from a break somewhere and spreading through the hall. This explained, in part, the great hubbub. At this point, the session had to be adjourned. One indicated to the audience my decision to do it, requested of both sides that they disperse promptly, without starting any new arguments, made a few routine announcements, and the thing was finished. The crowd departed. It was the last big storm. The Congress dragged on week after week after week for 433. Almost a whole month. A West European socialist once said to Plekhanov, "No wonder there's such great conflict at your congresses. After debating among each other for weeks, people must become fed up with each other." And, indeed, the spirited debates continued rolling along. In the final analysis, it turned out to be superfluous exercises, for the results were already known from the very first day. As soon as the factions had been seated and a head and hand count taken, the Bolsheviks, together with the Poles and a number of the Lets, had the majority. And as long as the majority was theirs, they would be able to carry through whatever they wished. And that's how it was. Regardless of all the talk and disputes, the result was always the same: the Bolsheviks would get their compact majority. I recall one decision that bore no special Bolshevik imprimatur and which did not even satisfy most, if not all, of the Bolshevik faction. This was the decision about the so-called partisan actions. I have already alluded to the subject of partisan actions in one of the earlier chapters. Those were armed undertakings, conducted by small but well-organized bands, and involving assaults on post offices, banks, railroads, the monopokes for the purpose of expropriating government funds. These expropriations, or X's, as they were called, had never been acknowledged by the Social Democratic Party as official modes of struggle, but their occurrences were very often overlooked. And the armed fighting detachments which did exist in the Social Democratic Party more than once pulled off a little job, taking advantage of that to which the party benignly shut its eyes. The X's assumed the nature of a real plague during 1906 and 1907. Other, non-social democratic organizations used to occupy themselves with it quite officially. But as already indicated, even many social democrats, unable to resist the temptation, succumbed to it. This plague became something terrible and contributed to a tremendous demoralization. Initially the X's used to be carried out in order to provide money for the party treasury. Later, an ever-increasing portion of the stolen money would be held back for the needs of the fighting detachment itself. Finally these particular expeditions became ends in themselves, and the boundary between ideological undertakings and just plain professional banditry began to disappear. The danger had not yet become very acute in Central Russia, but in the Urals, in the Baltic region, and in Poland the harmful results of this bloody game could be clearly observed. At the London Congress the majority of delegates understood that the time had come to adopt energetic measures against this disease. I can't recall the official position of the Bolshevik faction. Within the faction itself, the X's enterprise certainly had a substantial number of defenders, but such elements found themselves isolated on this question. The Poles, who had a first-hand picture of the sad example in the Polish Socialist Party, emphatically pressed for the termination of the X's. The Lets had already lived through their own melancholy experience and learned their lesson sufficiently. As to the Bund and the Mensheviks, there could be no question. Hence the Congress decided by a large majority that the partisan actions would have to stop, and that the fighting detachments, to the extent that they still existed as party instruments, would have to be dissolved. The degree to which the decision was actually carried out is something else again. I shall have occasion to deal with this subsequently. But the decision had been made. Another matter which was decided not precisely as the Bolsheviks would have wished involved the elections to the Central Committee. What the dominant faction would have most preferred was a Central Committee composed exclusively of its own people. But here the nationalities stepped in once again, and a sort of coalition cabinet was chosen in which all factions were represented. During the final week of the Congress the delegates found themselves acutely distressed. No one had reckoned, at the time the Congress was being planned, that it would run so long. And no one, 435, had known that it would be necessary to shunt 300 persons from Copenhagen to London. As a consequence, the funds were exhausted. Not only were expenses missing for the return trip, the funds had even run out for living in London. It was a most lamentable situation. What to do, where to float a bit of a loan, became a gnawing problem. Our London friends suggested that we send a few of our people to a group of progressive Englishmen and make them aware of our plight. Perhaps they might be induced to respond. There was no other alternative. It was therefore decided that the top celebrities should go, Lenin and Plekhanov. They went. I remember well the report on the trip delivered by Lenin the following day. We thought, said Lenin with a half-embarrassed smile, we were headed for a private home where we would encounter a few people and talk things over with them in an informal manner. But what we found upon our arrival was this: a large salon, full of people, rows of seats arranged as in a theater, and a dais in the center of the room. We were invited to step up to the dais and speak. Alas, we were already in the very midst of the group. So Plekhanov mounted the dais and delivered a speech on the Russian Revolution. He was thanked, and that was the end of the performance. I must confess, observed Lenin, concluding his report, that we felt very silly. The first attempt thus ended in nothing, yet the need for money persisted. It became a matter of seeking out some wealthy radical individual willing to risk about 20,000 rubles for the honor of assisting a revolutionary congress. One such radical was in fact located. He merely requested of us that all the delegates give him their autographs as a keepsake. In addition to this, a subcommittee made up of one member from each faction gave him an official note and promised to reimburse him at the earliest opportunity, an opportunity that never arrived. 68. Another trip to Finland. One felt very much out of sorts while in London. The Congress itself was a most trying affair, and, in addition, I had received very distressing personal news from Russia. Participating in the work of the Congress thus involved a tremendous demand upon all my energy. After weeks of great strain I sensed that I must find some rest, else the consequences would be bitter. I could scarcely wait for the Congress to end, and left London the very next day. But I did not return directly to Russia, the climate was unhealthy for conspiratorial reasons. Instead I detoured to Geneva. There, in my beloved Switzerland, I spent a number of weeks for rest and rejuvenation, rambling a bit through the hills, engaging in conversation with old, dear friends. Then I returned to Vilno. What followed was a sequence of long, boring Vilno months. Only once before the year ended did one manage to leave on a Komandirivka. I was off to Finland once again to a conference. It was a kind of supplement to the London Congress. As soon as the latter had ended and the crowd had returned to Russia, the Second Duma was dissolved and the Social Democratic faction was arrested. The elections to the Third Duma were scheduled to take place in a few months, on the basis of a revised electoral law. Thus a new political one, a mission at the behest of the organization. 436. 437. Situation had been created which was not foreseen in the decisions of the Congress, and hence the need to convene a special conference. It was held in a small Finnish city named Kotka. I attended as one of the Bund delegates. Back again in Finland. Again the rattling railroad cars, the small wooden stations, and the dachas in the environs of St. Petersburg. But this time I traveled deeper into the interior. Past the car windows swept the broad, dark forests, studded with rocks and cliffs, a beautiful and fascinating sight. No less interesting were the practices at the Finnish railroad stations. There stood a large table loaded down with various delicacies, innumerable types of fish, boiled, fried, marinated, salted cold meats, and goodness knows what else. You paid 1 Finnish mark and were free to choose and consume as much as you wished of all those delightful things, in addition to being served either a glass of tea or a bowl of soup. The local people, however, did not abuse the opportunity, but ate in moderation. Each one knew his capacity and was well aware that what was offered was no more than an appetizer. But traveling together with me were our Russian comrades. When the train stopped for quite a while at one fairly large station, they stepped out and descended upon the table like a swarm of locusts. In a matter of minutes, everything was stripped bare. Well, to the Finns it was a basic custom that the table must always be full. After all, new travelers would be arriving. Additional shipments were accordingly dragged from the kitchen, boiled fish and fried fish, sardines and pilchards and herring. Alas, to what avail? In a minute everything was cleared away once again. Happily the train had begun to pull out and the human locusts were forced to pile back into the cars. Kotka was a small port city on the ocean. I spent 2 or 3 days there without managing to see the city. I had, indeed, a strong desire to stroll through the streets and obtain a closer view of the Finnish city, but we were notified that it would be undesirable for reasons of secrecy. We were not to make ourselves conspicuous. So I resigned myself to staying put and all I saw was the small house in which we slept. There were 2 on a bed and 2 on a mattress laid out on the floor, there may even have been another 2 on a small sofa in the same room. I can no longer remember. But I do recall the 438. Presence of a large mass of special diminutive occupants, on the bed as well as on the mattress and the sofa, so that the whole night was spent in ceaseless, vigorous scratching. However, the sessions of the conference took place in an attractive facility in the People's House. The whole of Finland was even then covered by a network of people's houses, built and administered by the labor organizations with the financial assistance of the city governments. And a city as small as Kotka also had a people's house. It was brand new and still in the process of being completed. All of us admired this lovely symbol of Finnish popular culture and workers' power. The conference ran its course quickly and smoothly. Lenin's address on the political situation and the election proved interesting. On this occasion he turned not against the external enemies, but against the internal ones, against a segment of his own people. There had appeared at the time in the very bosom of the Bolshevik group, an extreme left faction, the so-called boycottists. Actually, this was nothing new, quite the contrary. During the elections to the First Duma they had all been boycottists, but for the Second Duma they did choose candidates, and the boycott was abandoned. Now, however, in the wake of the dissolution of the Second Duma, a portion of the Bolsheviks desired nothing but a reversion to the boycott. In his presentation Lenin adduced various citations from Engels, and with the aid of those citations he sought to make clear to his comrades the simple and self-evident idea: a tactic appropriate in 1906 might be bad in 1907, when conditions change, tactics ought to change as well. The boycottists apparently did not hold with this argument. In the end, as might easily have been predicted, it was decided to participate in the elections. Of the individual episodes, one very small scene has remained etched in my memory. It took place at the final session of the conference. Since the time for the group's departure was approaching and there still remained some unfinished matters, it was decided to convene an evening session. Night sessions, however, tend to induce a feeling of acute exhaustion, and under conditions of exhaustion something strange happens. One may start to laugh uncontrollably at something quite trivial. 3 of us were seated at the presidium table, Lenin, Adolf Dvorsky, and I. Lenin was conducting the meeting, when he suddenly began to laugh. He had made some quiet remark to me concerning a delegate. There was really nothing about the matter that particularly justified laughter. Under different circumstances it might have elicited a smile at most, and nothing more. But Lenin apparently felt a need to laugh. He burst out laughing and continued laughing, meanwhile passing along to me the piece of paper with the list of speakers on it and signaling with his hand for me to take over the chair from him. Laughter, however, has a contagious power, and I too began to laugh and was also unable to conduct the meeting, and I shoved the piece of paper over to Dvorsky, who in turn became infected by both of us. The speaker grew silent. Everyone at the conference sat there gazing at us, waiting for the presidium to finish laughing. Then the whole crowd in turn succumbed to laughter. It continued that way for a few minutes, and only after we had had our fill of laughter were we in condition to resume the session. 69. Downhill. A sad and cheerless period now opened. I was based in Vilno serving as a member of the editorial staff of Die Volkszeitung, participating in the meetings of the Central Committee, engaging in routine daily work. But the work was going badly. It had nothing to do with my own personal mood. The period of the Great Reaction had commenced. Reaction crept in gradually. It would have been hard to say precisely when it began, yet one sensed, with each passing day, that the direction of things was downhill. The massive shocks of 1905 and 1906 were followed by the beginning of the pervasive weariness. All of us at the center of the movement could see and feel it in the most varied signs. Maintaining the circulation of the newspaper proved steadily more difficult. The press run in the autumn, if I am not mistaken, was about 8,000 copies. Finances became exceedingly slim. Organizational life grew weak. The number of people under the sway of our movement had begun to decline. The prevailing mood was one of depression. I can recall the last days of September, when we were supposed to celebrate the 10th anniversary of the Bund. An anniversary edition had been planned and one was asked to do a festive article. But I was unable to. I remember going to the Bernardine Gardens to clear my mind. A lovely, quiet park located off the beaten path, and only rarely frequented by people. 440. 441. It was a beautiful autumn day. The trees were decked out in their yellow and red autumn finery. The air was crisp, clean, and transparent, with a bright, silvery autumn sheen. I sat on a bench and tried to gather my thoughts, but I felt I simply could not write an anniversary article. Let it be said that I am not one of those who falls into a state of despair because of a passing mood. I was far from losing my faith at that time, but an anniversary article should perforce be cheerful and I was without any feelings of cheer. To write just for the sake of writing, to coin phrases one doesn't feel, is falsehood, and I am incapable of it. So I went up to the editorial office and told our colleagues that I would not write. I found myself new quarters with so-called furnished rooms. The place was a large house on the Cathedral Square, situated in a Gentile neighborhood. The apartments on the lower floors were fully furnished. On the top floor, a long corridor extended the length of the house, with smaller and larger rooms on both sides. My room wasn't too bad, but in a house made up of furnished rooms there is always something tragic to record. It's a place for homeless people, and mostly unhappy people. How often would I hear late in the night, through the thin walls, the silent, hear trending weeping of a woman, some forlorn girl living in the adjacent room. And everything bore the mark of homelessness and loneliness: the sleepy waiter, with the long mustache and disheveled hair, who brought the samovar in the morning and heated the stove, the voice of a drunken officer somewhere on the opposite side of the corridor, dark, empty walls, the pathetic little lamp, the infinite number of petty and inconsequential things. All of this became woven into a massive grey cloud of sadness and desolation. And it corresponded closely to the depressed social mood. The Volkszeitung had been seized by the government. We immediately began to issue another newspaper called Hoffnung, Hope, but the cheerful name somehow failed to harmonize with the actual situation. The paper barely managed to stay alive. The deficit grew steadily and there was no way to cover it. The staff could not be paid. One remember how Anki, the talented young writer, used to come into the editorial room and literally plead for at least 1 ruble so that he might go to a dentist for his 442 toothache, but he could not be paid. At the meetings of the Central Committee we would rack our brains trying to figure out how to extricate ourselves from the horrible situation. It was suggested that we stop publishing the paper. Liber was a strong supporter of this proposal. I was against it. At one of the meetings I offered some calculations on the basis of which it appeared that even from a purely commercial standpoint it would pay to try again, to endeavor to issue the paper at least for another few months. After that, we'd see. Liber declared that I had convinced him and a favorable decision was reached. But we simultaneously arrived at another decision, to change the character of the paper. It would be converted into a small penny sheet, written in a highly popular, down-to-earth fashion. Perhaps that was the way to attract a broad circle of readers. One embraced the proposal wholeheartedly. I had long dreamed about a paper of that kind, one that would transcend the narrow circle of the initiates and reach out to the very broadest mass of readers. Having decided to make the attempt, the Central Committee appointed a small editorial staff of 3 persons, Esther Frumkin, Litvak, and myself. But the plan was not destined to be realized. On the very first day that we were supposed to begin working, I headed down Zavaln Street, where our editorial quarters were located. But on the way I was stopped by a comrade especially posted for my protection. "Don't go up to the newspaper office," he said. "The place has had visitors." The visitors were gendarmes. They had shown up in the morning and had apprehended everyone they could find there, and they found quite a number of people. These included my 2 staff colleagues, Esther and Litvak, 2 members of the Central Committee, Alexander and Yoin, and several other active comrades. All of them were seized and taken off to prison. By a lucky chance I had come late. Had I arrived a half hour earlier, I too would have been arrested. The Central Committee gathered and deliberated upon the situation. Further publication of a daily paper was out of the question. The decision was reached to shift to a weekly Der Morgenstern. The new staff included Yudin, Zaslavsky, A. Vader, and myself. During the discussion about the composition of the editorial staff, a wholly new question surfaced for the first time. 443. Liber was the one who raised it. There were among us, he argued, individuals with various approaches to current matters of political tactics. But our organization had its official position, and it was necessary that the paper be operated in agreement with that official position. To that end it was necessary to appoint someone as editor-in-chief whose political line would be in accord with the line of the majority. The stumbling block lay in the fact that, during the preceding months, Juden had been the tone setter on Die Volkszeitung, and Juden had, at that time, certain Bolshevik inclinations that did not correspond with the position of our organization. Lieber's proposal was prompted by a desire to avoid creating a similar situation under Morgenstern. The proposal was favorably received, and one was appointed editor-in-chief. The new collegium functioned harmoniously, although I recall one instance when I was compelled to make use of my special authority. It involved an article by Juden. If I am not mistaken, my editorial notation proved sufficient. The staff moved to new quarters also on Zavaln Street. During the first few days we acted, for reasons of caution, precisely as we had 2 years or so before. At the time of the establishment of our legal press, the editorial office served merely as a location with an address. We used to meet somewhere in a private residence. And just as at that earlier date, we tired of this very quickly, and moved into the official quarters of the editorial staff. But this too did not last long. A total of 3 issues appeared and then the visitors arrived once again. They showed up late at night, about 1 o'clock, and it was once again a fortunate coincidence that saved me. We had left 15 minutes before, so that no one was found on the premises. But the paper was closed down and it had become clear that for the time being we would have to give up the idea of a paper. The fact that our press had been tolerated for so long was in itself amazing. In St. Petersburg and Moscow the workers' press had long since been stamped out. Now the new course had finally reached Vilno too. We understood this and refrained from further attempts. After scarcely 2 years of existence our legal press, 444, was to become silent, for 4.5 years. In place of a newspaper, we decided to issue small Sammelbeek/Ek. I continued as editor. The title of the first series of collected writings was Die Nachtzeit. Later on, over the next 4 years, the names changed continuously. The content of these anthologies was supposed to reflect the new social situation. It was not a time of great political issues. The earlier spirit of elation had been superseded by a general feeling of resignation. Under the circumstances, I held that we ought to become more deeply involved in the more sober and prosaic questions of daily life, particularly in those questions bearing upon Jewish life. Special attention was directed to the problems of the Jewish Kehillah. We had already come to appreciate the great power in Jewish life of the communal notables the Piny during the elections to the Second Duma. I used to write about it in Nasha Tribuna, emphasizing that in order to oppose their power, we had to plunge into the very thick of Kehillah affairs, seeking to fight the patrician leadership in the area of the practical, daily concerns of Jewish life. To do this, we ourselves had to become distinctly knowledgeable about such concerns, and also enlighten the working masses about them. In Der Morgenstern, Banish Mikulevic wrote a series of articles on the Kehillah. The first articles on this subject to appear in our literature. However, the articles merely approached the question in general terms, on the level of principles. And this was insufficient. It was necessary also to develop concrete, practical material. This was done in the first 2 issues of Die Nachtzeit. I had no permanent group of collaborators. I functioned substantially alone. My only regular assistant was my old friend Tiamin, who worked as a translator and who helped me edit the articles. I thus found myself requesting various articles from one or another comrade who just happened to be on hand. One local leader in Vilno at the time was strongly concerned with precisely those everyday problems of Jewish life. I asked him to do a few articles on the Kehillah. He gathered the material and wrote the articles. He is the present-day communist, Moishe Rafes. His older brother, Dr. Michal Rafes, wrote a few articles about the special Jewish taxes. Several additional articles were submitted by our writers. Accordingly, the socio-political part of the anthology was completed. Yet this was not enough. A literary section was also needed. Vilna was a center alive and astir in those days with youthful, talented Jewish writers, but I was quite removed from the literary circles, and needed an intermediary who would be concerned with the literary material. Barak Charny Vladek, who was living with Hirsch David Namerg at the time, became such an intermediary. He was intimately associated with the literary element, and through his encounters with the various literati, he would obtain stories and poems and turn them into me. So that prior to the appearance of the first issue, I received a lovely story by Moishe Zilberg, several wonderful poems by David Einhorn, a poem by Vladek's younger brother Daniel Charny, etc. This was literary material of a very high order. I also addressed a letter at that time to I.L. Peretz in Warsaw, with a request for a contribution. Still unable to write in Yiddish, one wrote the letter in Russian, asking his forgiveness for my use of that language. A reply from Peretz came quickly. "I forgive you your Russian," he wrote. "But your illegible handwriting is far more grievous." Peretz himself used a typewriter. "My handwriting is frankly not of the best." I began to establish some contacts with the literary people on the occasion of the founding of the Vilna Music and Drama Society, toward the end of 1907. This was the modest start of a Jewish cultural movement. It was a workers' society, boasting a rather attractive workers' chorus and sponsoring literary evenings which featured the reading of their works by the finest Jewish writers. Thus, a reading was held there of Yitzhak Meyer Weissenberg's Der Late Mill de Bonum. Weissenberg, no declaimer himself, sat by and listened to someone else read, laughing heartily at the humorous passages. Shalom Ash arrived and read his Shavstzvi. Then the group of 446 literati repaired to the Hotel Continental for a banquet. I delivered an address there on the Jewish cultural revival, the Renaissance. Still the political movement continued to slide downhill. I could feel it clearly when, in my capacity as member of the Central Committee, I had occasion to spend frequent evenings at the Yivka, i.e., an apartment to which representatives would come from the Bund's provincial centers to meet with a representative of the Central Committee for discussions on various party matters. I cannot recall the name of the street where this particular Yivka was located, but I remember its location and would be able to find it even today. It was situated in the midst of the Jewish quarters, not far from Rudnitsky Street. One entered the courtyard, turned right at the far corner, walked up a long, dark stairway, and passed through the occupant's apartment. There, in a tiny room, I used to sit and wait for the visitors. During the cold winter evenings 2 of us would be there together, the secretary of the Central Committee, my old school comrade Yashka Kaplan, who now bore the conspiratorial alias Harotzi, and I. We would sit and wait. It was silent and depressing. Earlier, as recently as the year before, people from various cities and towns had come by the dozen. We possessed a large and very extensive apparatus. There were scores of professionals under the jurisdiction of the Central Committee, that is, persons who devoted themselves explicitly and exclusively to revolutionary activity. It served as a kind of ministry, surrounded by literally masses of agents. At every meeting of the Central Committee it had been necessary to deal with the distribution of our substantial human resources among the different cities. Reports and requests arrived almost daily. Someone had to leave a certain city because he was under too close surveillance, someone else had to change his name, and another individual might complain about having been on duty too long in the small lonely town, and request a transfer to a different position in a larger city. Then there were the people who would come with problems that had emerged in their local organizations. The Central Committee was asked to render the judgment. And so it went. It was an endless clatter, a constant seething. But now things had grown quiet, subdued. Very often only a single person would arrive, at most. 447. 2. And we frequently found ourselves waiting there a whole evening while no one arrived. Bitter, sad times. Such was the tenor of life during those lonely months. One had very few personal acquaintances. I also felt a reluctance about staying at home in the alien, ungenial furnished room. Hence I would spend whole days in a coffee house, at Marix's place. Marix's coffee house was one of the typical institutions of Vilno. I had a great fondness for it, and one must tell about it. The way I discovered the sanctuary is interesting and characteristic of Vilno. It was still 1906. I was on the street with Zaslavsky, I believe, and with a third party. The street was de Langas, or perhaps I'm mistaken and it was actually de Bridegas. I don't quite remember. In Russian it's called Bolshaya, and it represents the central artery of Vilno life. The time was a summer evening. While we were walking on the street it suddenly began to rain, not just an ordinary rain, but a downpour. It fell in buckets and seemingly without let-up. Vilno is like that, whenever it begins to rain heavily a real flood develops. The street is narrow and somewhat sloping. After about 10 minutes of heavy rain the street becomes a lake. There is nothing either funny about it or exaggerated, the street turns into a genuine lake. The sidewalks and cobblestone roads are covered with rushing, swirling water. And it's quite deep. Any further walking is out of the question. So we entered the first suitable gate into a courtyard. But the water continued to rise, on the street it had already come up to one's knees, and it was beginning to seep into the yard. It was thus impossible to stay there either. Then we noticed indeed, in that very courtyard a small plaque on a door reading coffee house. We walked up to the second story and, sure enough, there was the coffee house. That's how I discovered Marix's, where, in later times, one was to become a daily visitor. 2 small rooms, in one, a billiard table, in the other, the dining area. On one seat sat the proprietress. The room held a dozen small tables around which the patrons sat drinking tea and coffee. The coffee served there was the finest in all Vilno. It was the most savory coffee I had ever tasted and the cost was only a few kopecks. I, 448, had never obtained such pleasure from coffee in the coffee houses of Vienna. And Vienna was, after all, renowned for its coffee, not to speak of the truly delicious babka served there. Newspapers lay on the tables, among others a German paper, the Berliner Tageblatt, which was a great source of attraction for me. Most of the patrons, however, had a different pastime, playing chess. Adult Jews grey and well on in years, some of them would sit there in broad daylight and play chess. Their wives were apparently doing the toiling for them, hence their chance to play. I rarely played myself, preferring the genuine pleasure of sitting, watching, and listening. A Jew, after all, has a distinctive manner of playing chess. A Jew is impelled to talk and to melodize continuously. It starts with someone dropping a comment of some kind. The player picks it up and proceeds to repeat it in an endless variety of ways, only with a lilt, in fact with a multiplicity of melodic lilts. The other player, in the manner of the first, steeped in concentration and not even aware of his verbalizing or melodizing, now begins to repeat the comment and its lilting accompaniment. It was enough to make one explode with laughter. But the actual players were not the only animated individuals. Seated and standing around each table, hovering over each pair of players, was a big crowd of onlookers. Their role? Kibitzing. The meaning of the word kibitzing differs in America and Europe. In America it means joking around, in Europe observing others in a game, while participating in it by word and advice. 3-4 and the advice was what used to give rise to constant quarrels. 2 men would be playing while a third leaned over them and put his 2 cents in. Reb Yid, you're not playing it right, suggests a kibitzer. Don't bother me, responds the player. But why didn't you move the knight over here? 3 Please leave me alone, replies the increasingly angry player. Things quiet down for several minutes. After a few moves the kibitzer is back at it again. You bungler. Don't move there. Here's how to play it. Go to the devil, let me play. Another minute of silence, then the same routine. Once, I recall, a certain kibitzer had made such a pest of himself that the player lost his patience and exploded with a vigorous and resounding Russian expression. The room grew deathly still. After a few seconds of silence, one of the patrons spoke up. "My, Pan Vrabinovich, you do speak a beautiful Russian." The crowd laughed and the player, already sunk in thought about chess combinations, abstractedly hummed a Jewish melody while repeating, "My, Pan Vrabinovich, you do speak a beautiful Russian." Hour after hour, from one table and then another, there emanated the Jewish melody from the preoccupied players, "My, Pan Vrabinovich, you do speak a beautiful Russian." To this day I retain a vivid picture of that small room, with the quiet old proprietress and the old Jews at the tables, and I can still hear the melody about Pan Vrabinovich who speaks Russian so beautifully. When I visited Vilno not long ago, after a lapse of 12 years, one of my first questions was whether Marix's coffee house was still around. It no longer exists. Too bad. At the beginning of 1908 one took a leave and went to St. Petersburg. My actual plan was to go abroad for some rest and relaxation, but just at that time I happened to receive an offer to participate in the publication of a large Russian anthology which appeared in fact a year later under the title, The Forms of the National Movement. The publisher of the anthology approached me in Vilno with a request that I contribute an article to it about the socialist parties among Russia's nationalities. In addition, he strongly urged me to come to St. Petersburg and collaborate with him on the editing of the translations and other technical editorial tasks. It was a matter of a few weeks. I accepted the proposal. Those few weeks, incidentally, eventually stretched into several months. A city is something alive, it resembles a living being, it has its own distinctive physiognomy. The faces of most people, generally speaking, are similar, almost identical. And most cities are also alike. It is that way in Europe and even more so in America. But occasionally one finds in the seemingly monotonous and undifferentiated character of the crowd a face that reveals a striking personal distinctiveness. The face becomes etched in one's memory, unforgettable. And the same applies to cities. There exist a few select cities with a 450. 451. Powerful, striking personality, wholly unlike others. A city of this type is a world in itself. Paris is one such city, as is Moscow, and St. Petersburg was such a city. It is no longer. When I speak of St. Petersburg I am mindful of the splendid words written about Western Europe by the great, virtually the greatest Russian writer, Dostoevsky. The West, he observed, is a vast cemetery, but the cemetery is the repository of the dear, cherished dead. St. Petersburg, too, has come to resemble a cemetery. A dead city. Yet whoever knew it alive will never forget it. The inhabitants of St. Petersburg were wont to grumble and lament, a grey city, a depressing city, a cold city of fog and wind and rain and mud. Who knows? Had I become a resident of St. Petersburg, I too might have offered lamentations. But for the few brief months I spent there as a guest, so to speak, the cold did not faze me, nor did the greyness, the fog, and the rain. These were present, to be sure, yet I neither saw nor felt them. That which I did see and feel was only the marvelous charm of this amazing city. Grey, admittedly, it is, grey the buildings, grey the sky, grey the sweeping mighty Neva, and grey the granite of its surrounding embankments. A coldness and harshness lies sprawled across its face. It is not one of those cities which captivates with its vivid, effulgent colors, with a life that is easy, bright, many-hued. St. Petersburg is a city of the north, a city reminiscent of the introverted personality. One needs to penetrate its deepest recesses and to learn to become a part of it. One needs to discover its innermost beauty. But before that determination is forthcoming, before the discovery of the 7 locks sealing it in, one may yet discern something of the striking hidden beauty. It is only necessary to lay bare its soul. And the soul is that the Russian intelligentsia. A city with a grand and magnificent soul is Paris. A city with a rich life in a vibrant present, and a city replete with historic recollections, with traces of great revolutions. Walking the streets, you feel it at every turn. At this spot, 130 years ago, the massive surging crowd pressed to shatter the walls of the Bastille. At that spot, the armed people in the revolutionary suburb moved to storm the royal palace. 452. In your imagination you can still hear the thunder of the drums which accompanied the revolutionary procession. Here was spilled the workers' blood during the giant battles of 1848, and there lie the fallen heroes of the deathless Commune. It is still the same Paris, different, yet the same. And you feel as if the very air you are breathing is still permeated with the illustrious memories of an exalted revolutionary history. St. Petersburg is different. It lacks a great and hoary revolutionary past. In this respect it is poorer than every large city of the European West. But into the fabric of its grey walls is woven the generations-old history of the Russian intelligentsia, the generations-old thinking, striving, yearning, and suffering. Even before one gets there, Paris is already known to anyone who is familiar with the story of the great revolutions of old. And before one gets to St. Petersburg, it is already known to anyone who is familiar with the history of Russian thought and Russian culture and Russian literature. Lying immured within the grey stones of the St. Petersburg houses is a treasure produced by a great spiritual fervor. The face of the city has been reflected in hundreds of novels and tales, beginning with the very earliest celebrities, Pushkin and Gogol, on through Dostoevsky, and ending with Alexander Blok and other representatives of the young generation, a city filled with intense thinking and seeking, with the eternally serious and profound quest for a Weltanschauung, with ceaseless inquiry into life's meaning and purpose, a city brimming with great and glorious artistic creativity, a city of spirituality and of fervent human spirit, a city of numberless student youth, a city of writers, thinkers, and artists, a city of a developed, extensive working class. One feels the intense, pulsating life on all sides, sees a mass of intelligent faces, overhears conversation about the vital and transcendent problems of life. An amazing city. Deep and withdrawn, like the Russian soul, blanketed by some sort of mystic secret. A fantastic city, Alexander Ostrovsky once observed. One has the feeling that, on a certain morning, it will completely rise into the air and fade away like a dream. Built upon swamps, shrouded in fog, shackled with czarist administrative offices yet filled with such tremendous spiritual. 453. Richness. Although I spent only a few months there, I saw and heard virtually the most beautiful things in the world. There was the performance of Wagner's magnificent opera, Siegfried. One had heard it more than once in the big cities of Western Europe, but in no city was this gem of German art executed so nobly as in Russian St. Petersburg. There was the arrival of the greatest of living conductors, Artur Nikisch. In no city was he appreciated as profoundly, in no city was he received with such enthusiasm, as in cold grey St. Petersburg. There was a concert by a renowned Russian singer, Sobinov, rendering Rachmaninoff's songs, and one cannot imagine anything more lovely. Then there was the opening of an art exhibition. Brand new modern art displayed, ironically, in an old house in the very house in which Pushkin himself had lived 70 or 80 years before. One senses the great spiritual force of the Russian cultural tradition, reaching like an unbroken thread across time, linking the most modern exploration with the earliest beginnings of time-honored Russian creativity. On another occasion I entered the Russian Theatre Club. It was an anniversary evening dedicated to the memory of Turgenev. The luminaries of modern Russian art appeared on stage, the famous writer Leonid Andreev, the famous painter Ilya Repin, the famous actor Vasily Dalmatov. And seated in the audience were dozens nay hundreds of representatives from the elect of culture bearers and culture creators. Somewhere in a corner I noticed the dignified figure of the old woman revolutionist, Vera Zasulich, and in another corner, a group of socialist workers who had come from one of the industrial suburbs to participate in this festival of Russian literature. And to the celebration also came the members of the Moscow Art Theater, the finest art theater in the world. Indeed, there was more, much more. The great sacred glow continued day and night. St. Petersburg, so it seemed, never slept. At 11 at night, when the sedate, substantial citizens of the civilized West were off to sleep in their warm feather beds, the visiting would first begin in St. Petersburg. At 1 o'clock in the morning the Nevsky Prospect was one lead with a large, noisy crowd. I had been staying with the publisher of the aforementioned 454 anthology. We frequently spent half the night in lengthy discussion. All night long the ceaseless clattering of hoofs resounded on the street one after another, passing over the asphalt pavement. What one heard was not the noise of the wheels, but the continuous clatter of horses' hooves, hour after hour, a persistent turbulence like the pounding of a heart during a sleepless night. And when we finally ended our conversation and turned off the lamps, it was by then the very middle of the night. The house still remained illuminated. The sky was transparent, the city bathed in the wonderful white night, that famous white night of the northern St. Petersburg. It is all gone now. The one-time St. Petersburg is no more. It is just about 4 years since it began to die. I remember at the time the agony of death was beginning, having read an article in the newspaper which Gorky was publishing then. The author had drawn upon an illustration from Tolstoy's War and Peace, in which Tolstoy depicted Moscow on the eve of the entry of Napoleon's army. He compared it to a beehive abandoned by the bees, death-like emptiness and ruin. The same thing had happened to St. Petersburg. A dead city. Will it ever rise up from the dead? It is highly doubtful, I fear it will not. In any event, not in its earlier form. Ostrovsky's sad words, it seems, have been realized. The city has faded out like the clouds which used to enfold it. When Peter the Great built the city in the region of cold forests and humid swamps, his opponents, the opposition of that day, the supporters of the old believers, voiced a dire prophecy: the city shall become a wasteland. That mystical prophecy, one feels, has come to pass. The city has become a wasteland. Here is one of the greatest sacrifices the Russian people have laid upon the altar of war and revolution. It remains a cemetery. Yet how dear is that vast cemetery to anyone who has left a piece of his heart there. Once more abroad. After visiting my sister in Moscow for a few days, I went abroad in the month of May. My destination, Geneva, by way of Vilno and Berlin. I counted on staying there for only a short time, perhaps a summer. It never occurred to me that I would be remaining abroad for years. Yet that is what happened, in the wake of sad and depressing reports I received from Russia in midsummer. The Central Committee had been reduced to such straits that it was unable even to sustain its members. Except for a few people who remained professionals, all the others had to settle down in various localities in Vilno, for instance, or in Warsaw, and take legitimate positions as a means of earning their daily bread. Most turned to teaching. I would not have been able to do it, since I was still living as an illegal. During the preceding year I had made a cautious attempt in Vilno to acquire legal status. It proved futile. There was no sense in going to Russia and becoming a burden on the party. A broad field of activity for a speaker and writer did not exist. Moreover, I was not an individual cut out for practical organizational activity. I therefore considered it proper to remain abroad, where I would find greater opportunities to engage in something. And my stay was prolonged for all of 4 years. I established myself in Geneva. It was a time when numerous leaders of the Russian movement had gone abroad. The Russian newspapers carried an announcement that the government was look. 455. 456. Ing for Dvoryanin Vladimir Ulyanov and Meshchanin Yuli Tsedarbom. The reference was to Lenin and Martov. At the time I encountered them they were already abroad. Once again Russian social democratic newspapers began to appear outside the country. we too swiftly decided to issue a Bund newspaper in Geneva, named it Kliki Bunde, the answer of the Bund. It was reminiscent of the period following the year 1905. A special meeting of the Central Committee of the Russian Social Democratic Workers' Party took place right after my arrival in Geneva. The Central Committee had already been elected at the London Congress the year before. Its headquarters were nominally in St. Petersburg, but it had actually ceased to exist during the recent past. Arrests, persecutions, the departure abroad of a series of the most prominent leaders had brought activity at the center to a standstill. After a lengthy hiatus, a meeting of the Central Committee was finally arranged. It had to be shifted all the way to distant Switzerland. It took place in Geneva, at the quarters of the Bund's Foreign Committee, the Kuruzhk. About 10 or 11 participants were present at the meeting. The Bund was represented by 2 delegates, Ezra Rosen and myself. The whole session was occupied with a running conflict between the Bolsheviks and Mensheviks. I remember 2 major items which provoked the sharpest clashes. The first question centered on the matter of expropriations. Reference has already been made to that subject in connection with my account of the London Congress. The Congress had forbidden the X's and had decided to dissolve the fighting organizations. But now the Mensheviks came forward with complaints against the Central Committee for not implementing the decision. It turned out that several persons had been arrested in Paris and Munich only a short time before Bolsheviks, in the process of seeking to exchange in local banks a number of Russian banknotes which had been stolen somewhere during an X.L. This is a reference to Maxim Litvinov. 457. Appropriation. The Mensheviks contended that the Bolshevik-run Central Committee was mixed up in this and similar matters. Quite typically, the Bolshevik members of the Central Committee refused to admit their guilt. Indeed, they responded with an offensive defense, with a counter-accusation. They advanced their own disclosures, charging that the Central Committee, when it was still under Menshevik control, had also made use of such tainted money, that X's had been carried out on its behalf somewhere in the Caucasus. The Mensheviks, of course, also denied this. So that it boiled down to 2 parallel accusations and, in the end, nothing came of the matter. Another issue was brand new, the question of the so-called liquidators. It represented quite a new phenomenon in Russian party life. What it involved was this: the Russian social democratic organizations, which had flourished rather nicely during the spirited years 1905 to 1906, and begun to conduct large-scale activities, had now slipped back into a very unhappy condition. The mass movement was somnolent. The frictions among the Bolsheviks had come to occupy the central spot in the whole of party life. There was no activity whatsoever of a broad nature, there were no masses. What survived were little groups of remaining party leaders involved in constant bickering and in the conduct of small and petty circles and circle politics. As a consequence, there developed among a certain section of the Menshevik leaders a kind of distaste for the small, illegal, underground party organization. Nothing good, it was claimed, could come from this type of organization. There was no point in expending labor and energy to maintain this party. The only effort that was worthwhile involved activity among the broad public organizations of workers in the form of trade unions, cultural societies, cooperatives. Here was the real labor movement. The illegal party circles should, accordingly, be completely liquidated. It was this liquidation expression that gave rise to the term liquidators. It is worth noting that only a mere handful of persons adhered to this view. The overwhelming majority of the Menshevik faction, at every level, was not in agreement with it. True, the whole Menshevik faction did devote considerable attention to the open labor organizations. It did believe in fact that they should be utilized in the broadest fashion, but it simultaneously held that an illegal political party organization was completely necessary and could under no condition be dispensed with. The Bolsheviks, however, tremendously inflated the liquidationist danger. They utilized it as a means of compromising Menshevism altogether. Hence their ceaseless accusations that all Mensheviks were culpable. Their object was to degrade Menshevism in the eyes of the workers. 3. And in the course of the succeeding years until the outbreak of the World War, the struggle of the Bolsheviks against Menshevism was waged under the banner of saving the party from the liquidators. The tip-off was given at that meeting of the Central Committee in Geneva during the summer of 1908. The Bolsheviks gave currency to some kind of story about a few Menshevik leaders refusing to participate in the work of the Central Committee. What followed was a big hue and cry and the unleashing of a lusty assault upon the Bund. Because the Bund stood closer to the Mensheviks on political questions at that time, the charge of being liquidationist was leveled against it, too. Despite the fact that the accusation was totally false, all protests proved unavailing. As long as a convenient weapon could be found with which to assail an opposing faction, there was no desire to relinquish the weapon. It continued to be used year after year. It was Lenin himself who stepped forward at that meeting with the charge against the Bund. As a consequence, I had a rather sharp clash with him. The man's conduct, in this connection, was interesting. He behaved like a Kaltergazellen. I had had frequent opportunities to observe his conduct and had never seen him lose his frigid, stubborn composure. At the time he advanced his accusation against the Bund, I took the floor, denied the charge, and offered him an appropriate response. The tone I used was exceedingly pungent, and the form as well. I said that his words were frivolous and undignified. One would have thought that such a thrust against an individual who was, even at that early date, accustomed to being treated with the greatest respect, at least by his own people, would have aroused him. Nothing of the sort. He merely cast a swift, piercing glance toward me with his small dark eyes and kept silent as if it had nothing to do with him. And that was the manner he used to adopt all the time. The meeting of the Central Committee produced no tangible results, and the petty conflicts in the party persisted and grew stronger with each passing day. Another plenary session of the Central Committee took place a half-year later with the same outcome. The single achievement was the creation of a foreign bureau of the Central Committee. Its Russian initials were ZBTSK. This ZBTSK entered into the history of the Russian party as an arena of endless friction and argument. No useful, constructive work was accomplished. The Bund had all the while endeavored to play the role of peacemaker and worked tirelessly to bring the two factions together. Considerable energy and effort were expended toward this end, but all the exertions were in vain. In place of unity, additional fragmentation occurred. The Bolsheviks themselves split into two factions, the official Bolsheviks, with Lenin at the head, and the boycottists or recallists, as they were known, led by Alexinsky and Bogdanov. For the recallists were so named because of their view that it was necessary to recall the Social Democratic deputies of the Duma. There was no role for them in the Duma, it was argued, and they should be withdrawn. A separate faction also took shape among the Mensheviks, under the leadership of Plekhanov. Plekhanov took seriously the Bolshevik accusations against the liquidators and established a distinct faction among the Mensheviks to fight the liquidators. A feeling for unification subsequently arose among a segment of the Bolsheviks. But in the sequel, unification did not come to pass. Instead, these people set themselves off as still another faction. And even a sixth faction took shape. Trotsky established also in the name of unity a separate group, and he began to issue a paper of his own in Vienna. It was all a characteristic phenomenon of disintegration and decay. Factions and groups sprang up like mushrooms after a rain. The Menshevik leader, Dan, was correct when he once observed at a meeting that what was happening in the party was not just a split, but simply a crumbling into tiny pieces. There was a direct correlation between the absence of a mass movement and the proliferation of small circles and grouplets. Where there is no control by the broad mass of workers, every self-willed character presumes to run the show. I did not participate in the efforts of the Bund to bring about peace among the warring factions. Our comrades who later came abroad, such as Yoin and Liber, did devote themselves energetically to it, but I was averse to such activity. All of the friction had induced in me, in a personal way, a feeling of real disgust. Political Politically I held to the view that nothing would come of it. It was my conviction that the conflicts among the factions were an expression of a profound malaise which had befallen the Russian movement. It was an internal sickness specific to the Russian organizations, for which a cure could not come from without. Only the development of a mass movement would put an end to all the ugly and distressing manifestations, and no such movement could be fashioned by diplomatic efforts on the part of the Foreign Bureau of the Central Committee. Hence my preference for remaining wholly on the sidelines, while devoting myself almost exclusively to our Bund activity. I promptly joined the Foreign Committee of the Bund, participated in its publications, traveled about delivering lectures, worked on the anthologies which were published within Russia, although composed outside. I spent the latter half of the summer of 1908 in the mountains. After a lengthy interruption of 3 years I finally received the opportunity to realize that for which I had yearned so powerfully while in Vilno, spending a few months in the bosom of Swiss nature. I visited several new and unfamiliar places, discovered new and unfamiliar beauties. Autumn provided the greatest loveliness. It was then that I made a brief visit to the part of Switzerland which had 465. A legendary Jewish socialist. Previously been virtually unknown to me, that small corner near Lake Maggiore known as Italian Switzerland. I had already visited this area a few years before, but the visit had been very brief, just a few days. Now I stayed there for 3 whole weeks. How wonderful that interlude, and the environs of the small village of Ascona on the shore of Lake Maggiore, not far from the city of Locarno. The same Switzerland, yet so different, a slice of Italy. The same land, yet another world. Glorious fall days. 3 weeks of solid sunshine, a mild, calm, autumnal sun, the air gentle, clear, and autumnal. Vineyards were everywhere, and in the vineyards the grapes heavy, dark, ripe, suffusing the air with their aroma. Through the fragrant air wafted the music of the fetching, sonorous Italian language and the beautiful Italian song. Fruit at every turn, in addition to the luscious grapes, fresh, tender figs, dark blue on the outside, light, rose-colored on the inside, the flesh sweet, soft, and succulent. A small Italian inn where I would take my lunch each day. A little courtyard surrounded by a high stone wall, with heavy stone tables and stone benches. The dark red Italian wine. A few striking human figures, German artists, nature people, vegetarians, who used to walk about garbed in linens, with hair unshorn, in stockingless feet. A small boat on the lake, with its 2 long oars. The rowing was done standing up, not seated, as among us. In a little boat a young lad, silently and slowly working the oars, singing an Italian folk song in a soft, tender voice. Overlooking the lake, a quiet road high on the mountain. A large, red moon shining above, and below the grey, calm water. On a quiet night I would walk past the small old Italian cemetery enclosed by a new wall, its dreamy small white tombstones standing among the tall, green, southern trees. Or I would take a boat far out into the lake, to the breathtakingly beautiful islands. The very names of the little islands had the resonance of the lovely Italian music, Isola Bella, Isola Madre. I disembarked. It was like a dream, magnificent gardens, with exotic trees and flowers from the hottest, most distant southern climes. And strutting about slowly and proudly on the steps of an old Italian palace, under the glowing Italian sun, were the fantastic figures of shining white peacocks, their snow-white feathers outstretched. And returning home in the even 466 ing, I would find a seat at the stone table of the little inn and partake of Italian delicacies and drink the dark red wine. It was like a dream. We spent 3 weeks in that pleasant district. For 3 weeks in a row the sun shone, not a single cloudy day, not one day of rain and fog. Ever the beautiful, untamed radiance of the warm south, so much like Italy. And when we had to return to Geneva, we felt as though we were leaving a bright dreamland for the grey, cold reality. It was very cold, and the cobblestone pavement of the Geneva streets was covered with a heavy dampness. It had rained. It was the real autumn, the depressing autumn. But there still rang in my ears the hushed and lovely song of the Italian lad on Lake Maggiore's bright blue waters. I spent nearly 4 years in Geneva. That is not to say that I stayed put during the whole period. I traveled about a great deal, just as I had during my first 4 years of living in Switzerland. Each winter I would undertake an extended lecture tour. The topics of my lectures were, social tendencies in Jewish life, modern art and Marxist criticism, proletarian Zionism, the national question in Russia. At the same time I participated in the most varied literary tasks. The party literature of the Bund was then quite sparse, occasionally a Yiddish anthology, a Russian journal published abroad, and a few issues of an illegal newspaper inside Russia. It was not enough. So I had to find a berth also in nonpartisan publications. I would write for the Russian Jewish periodical, Yevreysky Mir, the Jewish World, for Vestnik Yevropy, occasionally for Der Freund. A few of my articles also appeared in the German Die Neue Zeit under the editorship of Karl Koski. I do not intend to present a chronological, year-by-year account of my life in Geneva. Each year was sufficiently like the next. I wish merely to pinpoint a few specific episodes. 72. The Kaplinsky story. In 1908 there began a series of disclosures about provocateurs, disclosures associated with the name of Vladimir Burtsev. He was living in Paris, where he had established ties with an official of the Okhrana Michael Bakai who helped him work up the secret materials. Each party received its gifts. The biggest sensation was the Azev story, which almost destroyed the Socialist Revolutionary Party. A number of lesser provocateurs were discovered inside the Russian Social Democratic Workers' Party. Burtsev became especially productive after the arrival in Paris of another, and higher, official of the Russian political police, Leonid Menshikov, who brought along with him a whole mass of secret documents which he had purloined from his Russian police department. The year was 1909, the year in which the general of provocateurs of the Bund was also exposed. Yisroel Michael Kaplinsky. One morning I arrived at the Kuruzhk, the headquarters of our foreign committee, and found a handful of committee members there in a state of tremendous agitation. A letter had arrived from Burtsev. Burtsev alluded to information in his possession about the presence of a certain very important provocateur in the Bund, a central figure in the organization, but he did not know his name. He only knew that the name had a connection of some kind. 467. 468. With a pharmacy. Moreover, he knew that the provocateur in question had taken part in a Bund conference whose participants had been arrested in Warsaw in 1906. That was all. We became terribly upset. We were familiar with the total composition of that Warsaw conference. None but old, tested comrades had participated in it. We knew all of them from way back and trusted them as we would each other. Every one of them was above suspicion. We talked about the people involved, mentioned one name after another, went down the list. Could this one be a provocateur? Impossible. Or perhaps that one. Ridiculous. Maybe so and so. Madness. And then that mysterious connection with a pharmacy, what could it mean? What is the significance of a pharmacy? We were at a complete loss as to what it meant. Yet, upon further reflection, we knew that Burtsev's reports were reliable. His previous revelations had been accurate. There must be something in it. What to do? We decided for the time being not to write to Russia about the matter. We requested of Burtsev that he seek to obtain more precise information. We sent him a letter and waited for a reply. I can't recall how long we had to wait. Perhaps a few days, possibly a couple of weeks. We were in a state of dreadful impatience during that wait. Could it be that we, too, had our very own Azev in the Bund? Finally another letter arrived, this time Burtsev also knew the name. It was Yisroel Kaplinsky. We were terribly shaken by this intelligence, but at the same time we breathed a bit easier. Indeed, Kaplinsky had been one of the key people in the organization, involved in some of the most conspiratorial activities. His profession was establishing our illegal print shops. He knew a great deal and was in a position to do tremendous damage, yet we found one source of consolation: he was not a member of the Central Committee. Our highest party authority had thus remained inviolable, and this fact put us at ease. Now, for the first time, the business about the pharmacy became clear. It involved the word drops. Drops, of course, are sold in a pharmacy, and the Russian word for drop is kaplaya. Hence the name Kaplinsky did have a relationship with the pharmacy. Yet who would have conceivably hit upon such a connection before the arrival of the new information from Burtsev? 469. But the matter was still not sufficiently clear, because Kaplinsky, as already noted, had been privy to virtually every development concerning things conspiratorial. Hovering constantly about the Central Committee, he was intimately familiar with all of its members and with all important correspondence. One recall a meeting of the Central Committee in Vilna which was held in his residence on Stvanov Street. How then did it happen that everyone was not arrested? As to what Kaplinsky had definitely done, Burtsev offered us only a few clear items of information. He had squealed on a print shop of the Russian Party in Kishinev in 1902. We well remembered its seizure. Leon Goldman and his wife were arrested on that occasion. But 6 whole years had passed since then. What had he been doing during that interval? Burtsev's letters provided no answer. The matter remained inexplicable. It was decided, accordingly, that one of us should leave for Paris immediately and talk to Burtsev. We might perchance be able to elicit further particulars from him. I went to Paris and saw Burtsev. But he was unable to provide me with additional details. I wrote you everything I knew, he said to me. He also refused to identify the source of his information. He used to behave in an extremely secretive fashion in those days. If I'm not mistaken, nothing was known at the time about Menshikov, although he was already in Paris. But Burtsev kept him under wraps and allowed no one to approach him. The sole assurance I obtained from Burtsev was that his information was absolutely correct. And with that I departed. We notified our Central Committee about the whole matter. The subsequent course of the affair is known from the story described not long ago by A. Weinstein in the Minsk Vicar. The confrontation with Kaplinsky took place. He was informed that his identity was known. Naturally he denied everything from top to bottom and volunteered to go abroad and present himself before a party tribunal. But he did not travel to such a tribunal. Instead, he suddenly disappeared. He was subsequently seen in the interior of Russia. After the revolution, Kaplinsky was arrested. I learned a year ago that he was shot on orders of the Soviet government. 470. Kaplinsky has remained a mysterious figure. There is no doubt that he did work for the Okhrana. Yet it is also clear that he failed to betray even a tenth of what he could have betrayed. For had he only wished to do so, he could have betrayed virtually the whole Bund. In any event, he could have buried the whole Central Committee and all of the Bund print shops. Indeed, it is a fact that after the seizure in 1898 not a single Jewish print shop was discovered. He evidently played a double game. He had been arrested at the time of the first major setback to the Bund in the year 1898. Zubitov had presumably pressed him to the wall on that occasion and extorted from him a pledge to work for the Okhrana. He released him on that condition, and in the course of about 10 years Kaplinsky played a part in the movement while under the permanent obligation to feed intelligence to the political police. He would do it very cautiously. He was a clever, dispassionate, easygoing individual. He could otherwise not have maintained his pose for so long. It is interesting to note that Kaplinsky was more liberal in his disclosure of information about non-Bundist leaders and happenings. Where the Bund itself was concerned, he was exceedingly frugal. Why so? Some people claim it was simply astute calculation on his part. Had he revealed all the Bund secrets he knew, the finger of suspicion would quickly have pointed toward him, and he would have long since been exposed. But others have suggested that there remained hidden away in the black soul of the provocateur a modicum of devotion to our party, after all. Lacking the courage to break with the gendarmes, he desired nevertheless to minimize the injury to the movement with which he had been associated for years. He carried that secret with him to the grave. For the rest, the matter is of purely psychological interest. The name Kaplinsky remains inscribed on the black slate of the Bund's history. It is the name of a traitor and miscreant. 73. 2 Congresses. After a lengthy interval of 4 years, a conference of the Bund was convened in the autumn of 1910. The worst the period of social reaction and helplessness was over. The nadir had been reached during the years 1908 and 1909. Scores people had left the movement. A mass of workers had departed for America. The intelligentsia fled the movement virtually in toto. Numerous organizations had to make do without any forces of the intelligentsia at all. But the Bund as a whole never ceased for a moment to exist and to function. The local organizations of the more important cities never suspended their activities, and the Central Committee, even if smaller in composition, remained on the job and fulfilled its tasks throughout the period. In this respect, the Bund was the only workers' organization on the Jewish workers' street which was capable of successfully overcoming its prolonged and severe crisis. Of the other parties, there remained only dispersed, disorganized clusters and a few émigré leaders. In 1910 one could sense that the direction of things was once again upward. It was a moment of recovery and revival. And the Bund Conference was designed to open a new phase of activity. But a considerable legacy still remained from the harsh years OL reaction. The worst were the internal disputes. Disagreements of a fairly serious nature manifested themselves within the Bund, and the Con. 471. 472. Flicks assumed a rather acute form, more acute than ever before. We were faced with the same question around which the fight was being waged among the Bolsheviks, the Mensheviks, and the liquidators, the question of the so-called legal possibilities. The revolutionary years 1905 and 1906 had left, by way of a legacy, a certain change in the juridical position of the labor movement. Particular forms of the movement had been legalized. To be sure, the political organizations of the workers were forced to remain just as illegal and subterranean as prior to 1905. They were hounded, and the punishment meted out proved even more severe than heretofore. But other forms of the movement were allowed. It had already become permissible to create open, legal trade unions, cooperatives, and cultural societies. True, the permissible often remains simply a dead letter. The government would interpose 1,000 kinds of obstacles which frequently tended to negate the whole business. Nevertheless, certain legal possibilities had been created. And there arose the problem of the attitude to be adopted toward them. No liquidationist tendency, in the Russian sense of the word, existed in the Bund. Still, there was present also among us a viewpoint that the main focus of activity should be shifted to the open, legal organizations where abroad, mass activity could, and indeed had to be, conducted. The illegal organization was capable of embracing only a limited number of the more tested comrades, those who were obliged to concentrate in their hands the leadership and the coordination of legal activity. Liber and Abramovich were the most energetic proponents of this particular tendency. Noyak Portnoy and Rachemil Weinstein also belonged to the same camp. Another segment of the comrades had no faith in the legal possibilities and approached them with skepticism. They would emphasize the importance of illegal work in the strongest fashion. They held that the mass movement, even during those days and under those conditions, could be poured into the traditional mold of a strictly illegal, underground organization. The representative of this tendency in the Central Committee was Yudin, while Litvak served as the literary exponent of this wing. The arguments assumed an exceedingly sharp and passionate character. When the conference assembled in 473 Lemberg, the relations between the two sides were very strained. In fact, some rather stormy clashes occurred. Nevertheless, Bundist tradition prevailed, and after a lively discussion it was discovered that the issue was not all that crucial. With a display of goodwill on both sides, a compromise solution was sought, and when one seeks with honesty and sincerity, one finds. I can no longer recall the precise text of the adopted resolution. But I do know that it left an appropriate place for both modes of activity. It was both consistent in principle and expedient in practice, and, what was most interesting, after the sharp, highly emotional arguments, the resolution was adopted unanimously. The delegates sensed that the friction simply had to be eliminated at a time when the reconstituting of party work was beginning, and under conditions of the greatest difficulty. In a word, it was necessary to get along. And that was what happened. The issue disappeared from the agenda once and for all. The same procedure was followed with respect to all other questions. The agenda of the conference included a series of items which had special reference to Jewish life. These were the questions about the Kehillah, about Sabbath and Sunday rest, about the rights of the Yiddish language. All these questions gave rise to larger and smaller differences of opinion, yet the outcome was invariably the same. That line was hit upon with which everyone was in agreement, the disagreements were eliminated, and all resolutions were adopted unanimously. Returning to the first resolution, it is interesting to observe that it also resolved, in passing, a vital and a vexatious matter concerning the trade unions. When, in the year 1905, the trade unions, for the first time, had been set apart in the form of an independent organization, the principle continued to be adhered to that these unions must be partisan. Bundist unions were established Bundist not merely in spirit and composition but also formally, in name and according to their constitutions. The political party would assign to them its representatives who, in certain instances, would even have the right to impose their veto on the decision of the trade union organizations. In subsequent years it turned out that such an arrangement was unsuitable. The conclusion was reached that formal domination by the political party over the unions interfered with their activity, and the conviction was arrived at that the unions ought to enjoy a status of equality within the family of the working class. It was necessary to see that they should become permeated with the socialist spirit without, however, using methods tantamount to automatic dictation. The resolution of the Lemberg Conference enunciated and reinforced this new tactic. Another convention in which I participated that year was the Copenhagen Congress of the International. Our delegation was made up of 4 persons, Myron Nakimson, Aljan II, Anna Lifshitz, and myself. In contrast to the Amsterdam Congress, we did not have to resty this time over our right to a vote. The Constitution of the International had been changed in the interim. Instead of the previous rule that each country should have only 2 votes, different countries were granted variable votes, on the basis of the size of the country and the significance of its labor movement. Russia had 20 votes. The RSDWP obtained half the 10 votes having already been allotted in advance among the various segments of the party. The Bund had 2 votes. Representation in the International Socialist Bureau remained as before, 2 for each country, but right after the Amsterdam Congress, the Bureau admitted a special representative of the Bund with a consultative role. The arrangement was to become permanent. At Copenhagen, I served as that representative. The work of the Congress was neither as rich in content nor as interesting as that in Amsterdam, but one issue proved to be of considerable interest to me. It was the case of the Czech trade unions. A major conflict in the Austrian labor movement had arisen at that juncture between the Czechs and the Germans. The Austrian Social Democratic Party was built upon a federative basis. It consisted of 6 separate national organizations, German, Czech, Polish, Ukrainian, Italian, and South Slavic. All were united in a common Austrian party. The trade union movement, however, was a unitary one centralized, without a separation between the various nationalities. It was in this united trade union organization that exceedingly bitter disputes flared up at the time. The Czechs insisted that they were being wronged by the German, i.e., the ruling nation, that the Germans had drawn off special funds from the general trade union movement for the benefit of their German party, while neglecting the needs of the Czech movement. At the outset they merely requested certain concessions for themselves and had no desire to rupture the general organizations. But the Germans proved adamant, which in turn strengthened the resistance and poisoned the atmosphere. In the end, the appetite of the Czechs had become so sweeping that they were no longer satisfied with individual concessions. They desired, in short, the establishment of a wholly independent trade union organization for themselves. A plan of that kind, aimed at dividing the trade union movement along lines of nationality, was inherently wrong, and the Germans could not agree to it. Hence their complaint to the International and the request that it do something about quieting the rebellious Czechs. According to custom, the matter was referred for consideration to a special commission. The Russian Social Democratic delegation was authorized to send 2 representatives to the commission. I had become extremely interested in the matter and would have been ready to join the commission. But there were many volunteers, first among them Plekhanov. Naturally, he was selected, which left the second position open. When my candidacy was advanced, the Bolshevik majority of the delegation reacted quite negatively. Those gentlemen suspected that I sympathized with the Czech requests. Actually this was not so, despite my view that the Germans were, to some degree, at fault over the questions having become so exacerbated. Yet my standpoint was the same as theirs. The Bund had always favored a unified trade union movement. 3. Although the delegation should have known that, they wished to subject me to some sort of special test on this matter. I balked at it, and my candidacy, as a consequence, fell through. In place of me they sent some Let or Estonian who did not even bother to attend all the sessions of the commission, and on the occasions when he would attend, he never uttered a word. A Russian comrade, a delegate of the Russian trade unions, and I were chosen as alternate candidates. I attended every session of the commission. All the speakers who opposed me were Czechs. Yet, notwithstanding the faultiness of their requests, I believed there was a small core of validity in their argument. True, no separate Czech unions were justified, and the unified unions were, after all, under no obligation to satisfy their needs, yet this remained the only way to eliminate the conflict. To do nothing meant to bring on a split. Since I was not a member of the commission, I could not obtain the floor. I expressed my viewpoint, however, in the form of a supplement to the resolution. And I approached Plekhanov with a request that he submit it. He was not eager to do so, offering various excuses, and finally wriggled out of it. However, Walecki, one of the Polish delegates, had evinced an interest in my resolution. He asked me for a copy, discussed it with a few other POP, changed its form slightly, and brought it before the commission. The resolution was adopted. But the dispute between the Czechs and the Germans had already gone much too far, and the Congress was unable to bring its influence to bear upon them. The definitive split in the trade unions occurred in short order, a split which also ripped to shreds the political party. It must be admitted that the International had oriented itself quite inadequately in this matter. The following minor incident was typical. When the Commission concluded its work, it was proposed that Plekhanov be the one to deliver the report to the plenum. Well, Plekhanov may have been a brilliant report deliverer, but that was not the point. Of greater interest was the explanation offered for his selection. Plekhanov, it was urged, was a Russian, a representative of a Slavic people. The Czechs were also Slavs. Thus the effect upon the Czechs would be the more salutary were he to deliver the report. They were, after all, of one ethnic family. Here was truly a testimonial to unreality. For slavism really played no part whatsoever in the whole conflict. It was a conflict between a ruling nation and a national minority. This was the essence of the matter. And even granting the desirability of selecting someone capable of commanding greater confidence among the Czechs, the choice should have actually fallen upon a representative of a national minority, whether Slavic or non-Slavic. This was of no consequence at all, who was familiar, from his own experience, with the special plight of 480. A minority. Instead of this they selected a representative precisely of a ruling nation which had never experienced national injustice of any sort and to which the national question was completely alien. Plekhanov delivered the report in fact and the Congress did adopt a resolution. But as already noted, it provided absolutely no remedy. The Czechs refused to abide by it. While I'm on the subject of the Congress, I should mention a small consultation which took place in Paris. The consultation was arranged by the Foreign Bureau of the Central Committee for the purpose of exploring the question of unifying the groups abroad of the Russian Party, the Bund, the Lets, and the Poles. The participants in this small consultation were Zinoviev, Worski for the Poles, Yoin and I for the Bund. I cannot recall the representative of the Lets. The consultation took place in the official quarters of the ZBTSK. It produced no results whatsoever, and left an exceedingly unpleasant aftertaste. Zinoviev conducted himself in a literally disgusting manner. When it was all over and we were in the process of departing, there took place a minor, albeit meaningful, incident. I was walking toward the door with Yoin. As soon as we passed through, Yoin stopped, and, deep in thought, proceeded to wipe his shoes against the floor. It was no conscious attempt at humor, he had been thinking of something else. It was simply an automatic gesture, an unconscious expression of a feeling of having left some kind of squalid place whose dirt one felt impelled to shake from one's feet. I looked at him in surprise. What are you doing? He caught himself, and we burst into unrestrained laughter. Yoin Koygin is now a communist, working for the Bolsheviks. 4. In the summer of 1911 we arranged a consultation which included the Foreign Committee of the Bund and several representatives of the Central Committee who had come out of Russia. Among other things, a project was discussed about again starting up a legal weekly paper of the Bund. The paper would appear in Warsaw. But owing to the fact that most of our writers were completely illegal, indeed, one of them had only recently been compelled to flee from Warsaw, they would not have been able to get by for long while living under the eyes of the Warsaw Okhrana. Flint's a plan was hit upon to locate the editorial staff somewhere abroad, and to have the articles forwarded to Warsaw. With Switzerland too distant from Russia for the effectuation of such a plan, it was decided to establish the editorial staff closer to the Russian border, either in Krakow or in Vienna. The Central Committee later confirmed the plan. But its realization took quite some time. Everything was in readiness however by 481. 482. The spring of 1912, and the members of the editorial staff came together in Vienna, Slavek, Abramovich, Litvak, and myself. Slavek subsequently departed for Russia and Olgin replaced him on the staff. Thus I left Switzerland once again after nearly 4 years. In previous years I had been to Vienna a number of times and had already developed a liking for the city. Now that I came to reside in it for a longer period, my affection for it grew even stronger. It was truly a remarkable city. Today's word from Vienna is rather depressing, it has died, one is told. But at that time it was the center of a large state. Vienna was attractive, pulsating, hospitable. Above all, hospitable. After spending no more than a few weeks there, one felt like a native. A warm-hearted city. In other large cities one must first develop a feeling of being at home, and the loss of that sense of strangeness frequently takes years. But I arrived a total stranger, neither Austrian nor German, and after only a short time began to feel like a denizen, to feel just as if I were at home. The reasons for it were many. First, the character of the Viennese people, frank, easygoing, affable. Second, the heterogeneity of the Viennese population. Most Viennese, of course, are Germanic, still Vienna was, not without reason, the leading city of a multicolored Austria with its ethnic mixture, its incredible variety of nationalities. Visible at every turn were scores of Czechs and Poles and Italians and Bosnians and, naturally, Jews without number. The local folk had become accustomed to this, nationality mishmash, and used to regard everyone with a far-reaching tolerance, as though they were kith and kin, natives. It's true that some incitement against aliens was preached within the circles of the German nationalists. It was a struggle to preserve the German character of the city. An occasional outburst or a demonstration of sorts by German young people would take place to protest a Czech concert or convention, but that was politics. The population as a whole kept aloof from the nationalistic noise-making. The same was true for anti-Semitism. The anti-Semitic Christian Social Party was in fact the dominant party, and anti-Semitism was its useful stock in trade. But this too constituted little more than politics. Racial hatred was 483. Scarcely felt in daily life, and in comparison with the condition of the Jews in Russia, life in Austria was idyllic. The depression and fear that weighed like a heavy burden upon the Jews in Russia were experienced neither in Vienna nor in Galicia. Feeling much freer, and more stalwart in their demeanor, the Jews of Austria bore themselves with a certain pride and independence. I loved Vienna deeply. True, with respect to such things as comfort and the amenities of daily life, Vienna could hardly compare, for instance, with Berlin. Moreover, it was run down and there was no orderliness. I used to observe in jest that what the city needed was the strong hand of a Prussian sergeant major. He would have been able to straighten it out. But for all its shabbiness, Vienna was still very lovely, a joyous place that was distinguished by a rich and glowing life. I arrived in Vienna toward the end of March 1912. At a consultation there of the Foreign and Central Committees in April, we discussed all the details of future work. By May, publication of the new paper was underway. Slavek Grosser had already been living in Vienna and we set up our editorial office in his residence. It was a small, very modest room, and very sparsely furnished. A large table and several chairs stood in the middle of the room. In place of a bookcase, we obtained wooden boxes from somewhere and piled them on top of one another alongside the wall to hold the various newspapers we used in our work. In that small room, located in a quiet district on the very outskirts of the city, we used to gather each day, discuss the topics, and write and edit the articles. These were dispatched in the evening and reached Warsaw, the seat of the paper's administration, the following day. Also based at the Warsaw Center was another special representative of the editorial staff who used to receive the articles from us and work up the regular features, the chronicle and the correspondence which he received directly from the various localities. This individual was Moishe Rafes, a prominent leader of the Bund at that time, today a communist and a virulent foe of the Bund. The name of the newspaper was Lebensfran. The first edition evoked a storm of enthusiasm. Greetings poured in from everywhere, from a great variety of cities and towns. I don't 484 know whether the paper was good or bad, and it didn't really matter. What was important was the fact that it was a Bund paper. After a silence of 4.5 years our press had revived. And this was truly an occasion for celebration by the Jewish workers. The celebration proved short-lived, however. The first edition was immediately confiscated. We prepared the second edition. Incidentally, in putting together this second edition I attempted for the first time to write an article in Yiddish. It was still too difficult for me to write Yiddish letters, so I wrote the article using the Latin alphabet. Litvak looked it over and commented that the language was quite good and there was little for him to correct. But the second issue was also confiscated. Moreover, the authorities showed up and arrested the whole administration of the paper. The official editor, Mrs. Rachik, was arrested, as was her husband Eliyahu, who worked in the administration, and also Esgali, the official publisher, and a correspondent for the paper, Lipman Bergman, our comrade in Lodz. The remark of a prominent Warsaw gendarme was passed along to us: we know that this is a Bund paper, and we will not tolerate it under any circumstances. Clearly, the paper would be unable to appear in Warsaw. The accumulated material was accordingly published in the form of an anthology and it was decided to transfer the paper to St. Petersburg. conditions there were actually somewhat freer than in Warsaw. It was a time when a Russian socialist press had made its appearance once again. Though harassed, it was still able to exist, and we figured that our paper too would be able to maintain itself in St. Petersburg. But several months were to elapse before all the necessary preparations had been made. Meanwhile, a new conference of the Bund, the 9th, was convened at Vienna. It was the eve of elections to the Fourth Duma, and we had to decide on the matter of the electoral campaign, on the slogan to be advanced and with whom to join forces. The question of joining forces was especially acute in Poland. There were two Polish parties with whom it was possible jointly to conduct the election, the Polish Social Democracy and the Left PPS. We desired and indeed requested the formation of a common bloc with the two organizations. 485. Both were in essence social democratic parties. The Polish Social Democratic Party, one was closer to the Bolsheviks, the PPS bore somewhat more of a Menshevik character. The Bund stood politically closer to the latter, although formally our link was closer to the PPSD, since we were both, after all, part of the Russian Social Democratic Workers' Party. As stated, we endeavored to create a general coalition of all three parties. But the Polish Social Democrats regrettably proved obstinate and refused to join in a bloc. We had no alternative but to link up with the Left PPS. After lengthy negotiations the agreement was concluded, and we jointly proceeded to offer the candidacy of the deputy Eugeniusz Jagiello in Warsaw. Another issue, one which agitated all of us greatly, was quite different in character. A substantial and serious dispute had erupted between Polish and Jewish workers. The case involved the displacement of Jewish workers from the factories. During the year 1911 a pestilence spread among the shoe workers of Warsaw. The Polish workers undertook to expel Jews from the mechanized factories. It somehow became a kind of unwritten law among them, Jews must not be permitted to work in mechanized shops. They were transgressing upon the rightful claims of the Christians. And the latter actually implemented this principle in defense of their claim by force. Similar disputes had also occurred previously. The same thing happened only a few years before, in Białystok, among the weavers. But the Jewish workers there did not allow themselves to be wronged and things were finally ironed out. It was decided to work half and half. In Warsaw, however, the situation was far more acute. The matter remained unresolved and continued to drag on. What was there to do in the face of this affliction? The Bund organization came forward with one response: it was necessary to discuss the question with the Polish labor organizations and arrive at an understanding. This response was quite proper. But it had a single shortcoming: for an understanding the agreement of both sides is necessary, and there was no such agreement. A more than shameful role was played in this instance by the Polish Social Democracy. Instead of exerting influence upon the Polish workers and curbing their chauvinistic appetites, they directed their moralizing at the Jewish workers. Articles appeared in the Polish Social Democratic press by their party leader, Worski, who told his readers that the Jews were forever keeping themselves apart, that they still continued speaking in jargon, a remnant of the Dark Middle Ages, and that the first condition for peaceful collaboration was the abandonment of said jargon. The articles, it should be further noted, offered a few trite remarks to the effect that the Jews shouldn't be persecuted. But the general impression of the articles was, let the Jews first become respectable, after which steps would be taken to resolve matters. About the right PPS there could be no question. The left PPS, on the other hand, behaved somewhat more decently. Yet it was apparent that they too had neither the strength nor the courage to offer any resistance to the sentiments of the mass. Still our people pleaded that an understanding must be effected. They endeavored to organize a joint consultation. But the matter failed to make any headway. I wrote an article at the time for one of our Zamelbíker in which I advanced the following thesis: there exist two sides. One does the assaulting, the other is the victim. The victim desires an understanding. The assaulter evinces no eagerness for it. Hence the need to act in such fashion as to compel him to desire it. An understanding can be reached only as a result of a struggle. The eagerness for an understanding will become evident only when the other side encounters resistance. And conversely, although talk about an understanding might go on for years, without the offering of resistance nothing will come from all the palaver. The thing must be fought through. That, in brief, was the moral of the story. I mailed the article to Russia for printing, but a first-class uproar ensued there. The Central Committee learned of its content and found the article harmful. The readers might construe it as an incitement of the Jewish workers against the Polish, and it could induce widespread confusion in POP's minds. I received a letter requesting that one withdraw my article. One refused to do so. I contended that what I had said was correct and had to be affirmed. If it were found that the article could not be printed, the editorial staff had the opportunity to reject it. Against such action I was powerless. But I myself would not voluntarily renounce it. Indeed, my piece of writing was finally blue-penciled, and the artide did not appear. In the course of these transactions I stood more or less alone. The Central Committee was against me, my friends abroad were against me. But when the conference convened it turned out that I had supporters there. After a lengthy discussion a resolution was offered to which I could subscribe. Even though my own thought was not conveyed in its sharp and striking form, the resolution affirmed nevertheless that the attitude to be adopted toward such Polish workers as would force out Jews and take over their positions should be the same as the attitude toward common strike breakers. This, in essence, was the same as what I had requested, for it did embody the idea of struggle, and I was satisfied. Our newspaper started up again a few months after the conference. It was published in St. Petersburg and was named Ditzeit. The first issue appeared around New Year 1913. The staff remained in Vienna for the time being. Its composition changed slightly. Slavek had left for Russia some time before. In December the sad news arrived of his untimely death. Olgin took his place. The editorial staff work proved to be exceedingly difficult. The public was not satisfied with the paper. Such, at least, were the sentiments voiced by the higher-ups. Every letter we received from St. Petersburg carried the same lament: it's not on target. We had been trying with all our might, so we thought, to make the thing progressively better. After all, our best party writers, men like Litvak and Olgin, were working on the paper. But still the dissatisfaction persisted. I don't know why this was so, perhaps their objections were unjustified. We in the Bund had always maintained a critical attitude toward our own writers and our own press, far more severe than toward others. And maybe the objections were valid. It was also patent that a newspaper could not be edited from a base in a distant, foreign city. Possibly so. Indeed, the editorial staff was later transferred to St. Petersburg itself, and the folks ceased complaining. But in the meantime we operated the paper, and in the face of 489 such salutations from Russia, our mood was understandably less than cheerful. The staff work did not occupy the whole of our time. In addition, one had to be concerned with something of a livelihood. Hence each of us obtained a private position. Abramovich worked in a patent office, Olgin served as a correspondent for the Forward, I became a correspondent for a Russian newspaper. In the autumn of 1912 I received word that a new and large newspaper Den had begun to appear in St. Petersburg. The paper's editor was to be Alexander Kugel, the very same Kugel who had, until then, edited the large Kiev daily, Kievskaya Mysl. The Kiev paper was one of the finest and most decent of Russian newspapers. It bore a distinctly Marxist coloration. A series of prominent Social Democrats, like Trotsky and Lunacharsky for instance, were numbered among its collaborators. Den was slated to become a paper of the same sort. Thus when it was proposed that I become a Vienna correspondent, I accepted the proposal with great satisfaction. My task was to write several pieces of correspondence each week and to send daily telegraphic dispatches about the latest events. It was a wholly new type of work for me, very interesting and quite arduous. Writing the few items of correspondence was no big thing. I was, in any event, extremely interested in Viennese life, and had sufficient material. But the telegrams, this turned out to be a more difficult proposition. During the initial period I was required to send fairly long telegrams, roughly 500 to 600 words a day. Hence the need to accumulate daily the very freshest, most pulsating material. It meant that one had to become a habitué of the coffee houses. In Vienna, the workplace of a journalist was the coffee house, which constituted not only a workplace and not only a place for a journalist. In a word, in Vienna the coffee house was everything. An individual would enter a cafe, sit himself down, and order his coffee. Incidentally, one did not simply order coffee. Anyone who would have said, "May I have a cup of coffee," would have been looked upon as crazy. That someone desired coffee was, of course, self-evident. But the question was what kind of coffee. There was mélange. 490. And there was black coffee, there was light coffee and brown. Then one could order coffee with hull and coffee without skin, coffee in a demitasse and in a tea-tasse. There was an art to the whole business, an art with its distinctive jargon which only a Viennese could understand. One said, for example, "May I have a tea shall hull," which meant a large cup of coffee with skin, and so on. But this is not the main point. A Viennese would come to the coffee house, obtain his coffee and a glass of water as well, and sit. He would sit for an hour, for 2 hours, for 3 hours. His coffee had long been downed. He would not order any more and no one asked him to. His water, however, was changed with great frequency, so that it remained fresh and cold. Why did he ensconce himself in the coffee house? The query can be answered with another query: why does someone stay at home? For the coffee house was really a home, and perhaps even more than a home. It was a place for recreation and it was a place for relaxation. It was a place where one met acquaintances and where one transacted business. And it was a place where one worked. Letters were written there and letters were received there. Articles were composed there and articles were edited there. And it was more comfortable than home. Who cared if it tended to be a bit noisy? One became accustomed to that very quickly. Moreover, it offered all manner of conveniences. Every sizable coffee house contained dozens of newspapers and journals and weeklies and monthlies. Off in some corner stood an encyclopedia and dictionaries. And by one's third visit the waiter already knew one's preference in a newspaper and the type of coffee one drank, and he would bring these without asking. Such then was how an individual would spend half a day and half a night at his coffee house. Like everyone else, I had my coffee house, and it was where I used to work. The main task consisted of having to read all of the Viennese press each day and to excerpt from it everything of significance and interest to my paper. This turned out to be fairly diff. 491. A legendary Jewish socialist. Difficult at first, but after a while I became adept at the job, so that it did not require more than a few hours of my time. Newspapers in Vienna appeared throughout the day, the morning editions in the early morning, the afternoon editions at noon, and from 3 p.m. until evening, various evening editions rolled out in rapid succession. One had to be finished with the reading at approximately 6 p.m., when the most arduous 2 hours of a most intense effort commenced. The correspondence would arrive at that time and proceed to the large building housing the main telegraphic facilities. It contained several rooms set aside especially for the journalists. That was where the night work took place. People coming and going, meeting each other, conversing in whispered tones, making telephone calls, receiving dispatches, sharing items of information. It was a news factory. At the same time, however, it was necessary to condense all the assembled material into clear, concise language. Telegrams were expensive, one dared not use a single superfluous word. Hence the need to select for each news item the most succinct and precise expression. And this had to be done very quickly, everything had to be completed by 8 or 8:30, else the dispatch would not arrive on time in St. Petersburg. During the late night hours only urgent telegrams could be sent, those dealing with exceptionally important events. The work was very enjoyable despite its considerable difficulty. As for the telegraphing, it proved most beneficial to a writer. One learned to deal sparingly with the language, to avoid all non-essential words, style grew clearer, more pungent, and disciplined. It would be highly salutary for every writer to take up this trade if even for a short time. Within our journalists' quarters and at the main wireless receiver we felt the pulse beat, strikingly and acutely during that hectic and most interesting period, of great political events. It was the year 1912 and the Balkan War had just begun. Austria did not participate in that war, although the war was waged by her closest neighbors at her very doorstep. And while she may have been a non-belligerent, she was nevertheless very much involved in a political sense. 492. The Austrian government had old scores to settle with the Balkan states. Her strife with Serbia had already lasted for years. And now, with the onset of the war, she had a tremendous urge to intervene in the vast hubbub and to utilize the opportunity to emerge as a dominant influence in the Balkans. One seemed to feel, throughout that year of warfare, that a plunge would come at any moment and the Austrian army would find itself being thrust across the border. But there was a simultaneous feeling that should this occur, Russia would not remain quiescent, and a world war would be the consequence. Austria was making noises all the while, shouting, venting her irritation, hurling threats. And there were some days and nights when a war declaration was imminent. It was touch and go. But Austria would invariably get cold feet at the last moment and pull back. It constantly reminded one of the Russian aphorism, the desire is there, the itch is there and mother won't allow. Yet the wish remained tremendously strong, and the wish actually did prevail later on, in the year 1914. In point of fact, the signal for the gigantic world war was given in Vienna. For I found observing the diplomatic political game exceedingly interesting. I also warmed quite nicely to journalistic work, although the environment of bourgeois journalists whom I had occasion to meet up with every day was not pleasant and I encountered serious difficulties with my paper. It had inaugurated its operation on a very expensive basis, inviting the finest writers and offering fairly good salaries. But business was poor during the early * period and they stopped paying. Some writers left because of it. I stayed. Yet this did not stop me from becoming a striker. If you do not send me enough to meet expenses, I informed them, I shall cease telegraphing. I cannot, after all, lay out hundreds of kroners of my own for dispatches, I don't have them. The threat was unavailing, and I actually staged a strike, in which I persisted for a respectable period. After receiving some money I started working again. But before very long the money again stopped coming and again I struck. It was that way the whole time, one strike after another. Life in Vienna proved generally pleasant and interesting. Suddenly, however, I found myself toying with a plan, to return to Russia and to do so not simply the way I used to travel in earlier years illegally but to travel in fact under my own name, and to become legalized. Russia was then engaged in celebrating the tercentenary of the Tsarist dynasty. To commemorate the occasion, a partial amnesty had been granted to political criminals. A directive was simultaneously issued to Russian consulates abroad calling upon them to provide passports for those emigrants wishing to return to Russia. Hence my idea of taking advantage of this opportunity. A certain Stephen Beletsky was serving as the director of the police department in the Russian Ministry of the Interior at that time. This Beletsky had previously held a post as an official in Kovno. While there, he came to know my older brother well. Now, when I wished to return to Russia, my brother recalled that old acquaintanceship and wrote a letter to Beletsky inquiring about my status. Was there any threat hanging over me should I appear in Russia? Beletsky's reply was very diplomatic and very ambiguous, susceptible to both an affirmative and a negative interpretation. But since I desired very strongly to make the move, I interpreted it to suit myself. Still, Abramovich would shake his head and say, "Uncle, you might as well start sewing a big sack, it will serve you well traveling by the ATBUTI." Laughed it off. After all is said and done, I reasoned, what's the danger? They'll arrest me. So what? I'll serve my time, or they will exile me and I'll escape abroad once again. One can at least give it a try. And I gave it a try. Sure enough, a few months later I found myself with the sack on my back. Abramovich had been right. Medem. 75. Back to Russia. At the end of June, 1913, my wife and I left Vienna to return to Russia. We traveled together as far as the station at Oderberg. From there I cut back through Germany on the way to Kovno, where I had counted on promptly obtaining a temporary passport with my brother's help. Then I intended to proceed to Minsk and straighten out the matter of my legitimization once and for all. My wife had meanwhile proceeded to Warsaw, to wait there until I had disposed of all these matters. My brother rode out to meet me at Itkunen. Together we crossed the border at Vaisbalo. The frontier officials were his acquaintances. They made no difficulties for me whatsoever. And we arrived in Kovno without incident. Once again in Russia. And again, as in 1905, one arrived there after a hiatus of 4 long years. But it was not like the previous time. On that earlier return from abroad, it seemed to me as if one had been absent from Russia for an eternity, and that everything during the interim had changed tremendously, had become strange and alien. But this time I no longer had that impression. I encountered the same Kovno which I had left, those many years before, and one had the sensation of having been there only yesterday. The years had somehow flown by very quickly. I stopped off at my brother's home where I spent a few joyful 495. 496. Lovely days. I visited the chief of police and requested that he issue me a temporary passport. My brother had already spoken to him in advance and the chief of police promised to send me the passport within a few days. But instead of a passport something quite different arrived. It was the 5th day, I believe, after my arrival in Kovno. We were spending the evening at the home of my brother's father-in-law. It was a celebration of some kind of birthday or something similar. The father-in-law was one of the wealthiest people in Kovno, if not actually the wealthiest. The revelry at his place extended well into the night, one big round of eating and drinking and merrymaking galore. I returned home and went to bed. Toward daybreak, just as I began to stir, I found my brother at my bedside awakening me. The police had come with the order to arrest me, an order signed by the investigating magistrate of Warsaw. I must confess I began to feel a bit queasy. I was not afraid of an arrest as such, for me it was neither the first nor the last time I would experience imprisonment. But what did contribute to my acute discomfiture was the involvement of the investigating magistrate. During the earlier years my arrests invariably took place along administrative lines. I had been prepared for that type of arrest then. It didn't frighten me. In more recent years the outcome of such arrests was not even exile to Siberia, but rather banishment to southern gubernias of European Russia. It was often possible to commute such banishment to deportation abroad. And even where this could not be arranged, escape was no great problem. So that the matter, consequently, was not all that terrible. But the business with the investigating magistrate smacked of something quite different. It meant that the arrest was not of the administrative type, in a word it meant a court trial. And I knew that a trial in the Warsaw court smelled of katorga, and katorga, well, that was no laughing matter. Still, how did I get mixed up with the Warsaw court? I had never lived in Warsaw. I immediately sensed what was afoot. The details became known to me only later. In one of the preceding chapters I referred to Lebensfran, which we had edited in Vienna and printed in Warsaw during the preceding year. I recalled that after the paper had been confiscated, 497. And closed down. Everyone who had had any official relationship to the paper had been arrested in Warsaw. It included Galli, Rachik, and his wife, and Bergman. I of course knew of their arrest, but I evinced no greater concern with it than with any other arrest which was a daily occurrence. Thus, I forgot about it altogether in the course of the year. But things were happening in the meantime. Those people were still behind bars. A literary trial had been conducted against them for publishing a newspaper that incited one class against another, etc. This was the notorious Russian paragraph 129. The paragraph itself constituted one of the lesser terrors. Individuals received a year in a jail or in a fortress. Moreover, the tercentenary of the Romanovs had taken place, and the attendant amnesty set aside all the trials that had been conducted on the basis of said paragraph. The group was consequently supposed to be set free. But they were not released. The obdurate personnel of the Warsaw court pulled off an ugly trick. They simply changed the paragraph and altered the indictment. In place of a literary stipulation, they slipped in a different paragraph, the one dealing with adherence to the Bund. This was paragraph 102, which contained the threat of katorga up to 8 years. And the amnesty did not apply to this paragraph, which explained why our people remained in prison. Several of my articles, signed with my full name, had been printed in the issues of Lebensfran. During the investigation, the judge was interested in finding out about the individual named Medem. There was not much to go on. Then the following happened: the arrested Galli had a wife. Years before, while he was a student in the German town of Friedberg and she was still his fiancée, she happened to be studying in Bern during the very years in which I had been there. She used to correspond with him. In her letters she would tell about colony life and about the socialist leaders. I was one of them, and my name appeared frequently in her letters. She preserved those letters for years. After the arrest of her husband in Warsaw, a search was also conducted of her quarters and the letters were found. She too was arrested. Thus, from the letters the investigating magistrate obtained a clear picture of me. And just at the time I returned to Russia, he circulated an order calling for my arrest on 498. Cite. The order happened to reach the Kovno gendarmerie only a few days after my arrival in Kovno. The comrades in Warsaw, having learned just then of my arrival in Russia, were on the verge of sending a telegram to Kovno with a warning that I hide. But before they could do it, they received word that I had already been arrested. It was too late. When the police led me from my brother's home, it was already about 5 o'clock. A bright, lovely morning. We passed through the silent streets of Kovno. The large iron gate of the prison swung open and then closed behind me. I entered a cell, lay down on a dirty little iron bed and fell asleep. The long sequence of 2 oppressive prison years had begun. An individual who has never been in prison has a highly distorted image of the state of imprisonment. He thinks of prison in terms of unrelieved languishing, of endless sitting and gazing at the iron bars, of constant thinking about the prison, of perpetual craving for freedom. Truthfully, however, it is not like that. In any case, it is not like that when one is imprisoned for any length of time. After becoming somewhat accustomed to prison, one is no longer languishing continuously. One lives. In truth, it might be rejoined, woe to such living. Still and all, it is a life like any other, with its particular interests, with its special cares. As petty, pathetic, perhaps even ludicrous as those interests and cares may be, they still provide a fullness to life. The prison is a wholly different world, a WCFRLD in microcosm, unique and self-contained. I get up in the morning. What are my tasks for today? It's Tuesday, that means I have an inspection. I must first of all get the bodies ready, and also the dirty wash to be turned in. The things are Li. 1. After Medem's death, his wife, already pro-Soviet, entered actively and prominently into the service of the communist movement, which included systematic denigration of the Bund. Thus, in the matter of his arrest, she offered a different version of the failure by his comrades to warn him in time, and suggested a motive for their conduct. Medem's arrest in 1913, she wrote, could have been avoided had there been a more attentive and comradely attitude toward Medem on the part of the Central Committee of the Bund. Except for Slavek and Aljan.